A calm and quiet day in the village of Hidden Leaf. A few years have passed since the Fourth Shinobi World War and the world has already returned to normal. The dead can't be brought back, so ordinary people and shinobi whose friends and relatives were killed live on, keeping the memory of them in their hearts. The war hero, Naruto Uzumaki, the one who saved the world, became a favorite around the world, but that didn't make him arrogant. His day was starting at the Shinobi Academy, where the guy was demonstrating taijutsu for the kids, when girls who adore Uzumaki started screaming from the windows. Naruto was discouraged by this, but he continued with the demonstration. At this time, the Ino Shika Cho team walked by. "Look at that. Naruto's a tidbit now." Ino expressed her thought. "Tidbit? Where?" said Choji, looking around for something tasty. "I'm not talking about food, you glutton. You're always thinking about food." Yamanaka was indignant. "That's not unusual. He's a war hero, as well as a young, handsome and strong guy. I can see why he has so many admirers," Shikamaru said in his own style. "At least he's not conceited," said Ino. "He's sick of it." He could tell he didn't like the attention. "Come on, let's go get something to eat." Shikamaru's team left. In the evening, when the sun had already set, Sakura and Ino invited Naruto to eat ramen. "How was your day, Naruto?" Sakura asked him. "Quite ordinary." Naruto answered briefly, staring at the ramen he had brought. "Normal, you say? You have groupies following you everywhere," Ino quipped. "Groupies?" Sakura was puzzled. "How can you be so blind and not notice the girls chasing after Naruto? Are they bothering you?" Sakura asked. "Well, there's that Datbeo thing. They follow me everywhere, they don't let me be alone for a second." Naruto expressed his situation. "Well, at least now you can be alone with your friends." Ino cheered him up. "Yeah. Just you, me, and this delicious ramen. Haha. All you need is ramen to be happy," Sakura said, laughing. "What's the big deal? I love ramen. It's delicious, hearty, and doesn't get to me," said Naruto in all seriousness. "You're hopeless." Ino voiced her thoughts. "Let's get to eating," replied Naruto. After spending time eating and talking, the group dispersed. Naruto was on his way home when he ran into Hinata. "Oh, Hinata. Hi. What are you doing out so late?" Naruto asked. "Hi, Naruto. I'm on my way home," she said, noticing the scarf around Naruto's neck. "I see. Can you walk you home?" "No. Don't. I'll walk myself. Bye," said Hinata and started walking away. "Okay. Bye Hinata," said Naruto and left. As they walked towards their house, Naruto couldn't wait to go to bed and rest properly. Suddenly, something prickled in his chest. Naruto went down on one knee, his vision starting to blur. What's wrong with me? Kurama. Naruto. I feel that. Same thing. The fox replied. What's wrong with us? Are we poisoned? Those techniques. Naruto tried to get the words out. I don't know. Naruto. I'm losing contact with you. The fox finished speaking and fell silent. Kurama. No. Consciousness. Naruto lost consciousness. At the same time, far away from Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha wandered the world, studying it to figure out for himself what he wanted. This was his atonement for his deeds, he decided. In the middle of the forest, walking down a path, Sasuke felt a pain that intensified and brought him to his knees. Sasuke didn't understand what was happening to him and activated his Sharingan, looking around. Seeing nothing, the Sharingan disappeared and his vision blurred. The Uchiha was in a state of incomprehension. His consciousness was leaving him and he remembered Naruto. I hope you won't miss me if these are the last seconds of my life. I'm coming to you. Itachi. Sasuke passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Naruto heard the fox's voice in his head. Hey, sleepyhead. Naruto, get up. What a stubborn lazybones he is. Company up, shouted the fox, bringing the boy back to consciousness, causing him to jump up like a stunned man. Kurama, are you out of your mind? Why are you yelling like that? You can't wake him up like that. Naruto was indignant, catching his breath and calming down. I'm not sorry I woke you up. We had a problem, so I got you up right away. Trouble. If we're not dead, there can't be any problems. The blonde put in a note of optimism. That's not the point, Naruto. Stand up and look around, said the fox. Naruto stood up, looking around. Huh, where am I? Wasn't I in Konoha? First problem, we're not in Konoha, said the fox. First, what else is there? The blonde asked incomprehensibly. Of course. Try to feel the chakra of the others. Naruto concentrated and began to scan the area around him. Strange. Not a single source of chakra. Maybe we're too far from the nearest settlement. We need to go into hermit mode. Naruto sat in a pose and 10 seconds later he was already in hermit mode. Wow. So much natural energy. But no chakra, not even in the nearest settlement. That's really weird. It's not strange, it's a problem, said the fox. Why is that? Asked Naruto. How stupid you are after all. I've lived for thousands of years, I know all the lands of all 5 great countries and more, and this place is unknown to me. And it feels strange. I have an idea, but you won't like it. Go ahead and say it. Don't wait up. Naruto got excited. We're not in our world, said the fox sharply. What? Are you kidding, Datbeo? What do you mean, not in our world? Then where are we? How do I know where we are? Feelings are different, I can't feel people's chakras. It's clear as day. What should we do? Uzumaki asked. I don't know. Let's go to the nearest settlement or something. Maybe we'll find some answers there. Let's go, Kurama. Only Naruto jumped and started running through the trees as he abruptly felt a source of chakra. The blonde stopped and froze. Kurama. You too. Yes. Chakra. And powerful, like that of Sasuke. They both said it at the same time. Let's go. We have to find him quickly. With 2 of us, we can definitely figure this out, Naruto said and ran at full speed. The Uchiha opened his eyes and sat on the ground. What? The terrain has changed. That's weird. The chakra. Where is it? I can't feel any sources. Although, a powerful source is moving and getting stronger. It's coming towards me. I know the feeling. Naruto. Is he here? But how? Never mind. I'll ask him when I meet him. Sasuke finished thinking and went to meet his friend. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke are standing in the branches of a tree, 20 meters away from each other. Sasuke. Is that really you? Naruto asked dumbfounded. Naruto. If you're Naruto, of course. Of course it's me. Like there's another Naruto Uzumaki. There could be. That's not an argument. Sasuke replied coldly. Should I tell you something that only we know? You forget that it didn't work against Zetsu. That's right. I forgot, Datbeo. The blonde felt like an idiot. Now I believe you're the Naruto. How do I know you're Sasuke? The blonde counterattacked him. I could use a Rinnegan on you. I'd have some fun. We never fought, did we? We never found out who was stronger, did we? You made me promise that we'd fight as friends in the future. Yes. That's true. Though, you better show me Susanoo, or the Black Flame. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and the branch next to Naruto lit up with black flames. They descended to the ground. It's good to see you, friend, Naruto said as he approached the Uchiha and extended his hand. Sasuke responded to Uzumaki's gesture. Strangely enough, so am I. So, have you noticed the weirdness? Sasuke asked. Yes. Lots of natural energy, but no chakra at all. I scanned the next 20 kilometers, but I didn't feel anything. Kurama also feels strange. He says we're not in our world. I agree with his speculation. It feels different. Sasuke confirmed what the fox said. We should go to the nearest settlement and find out what the situation is. Yes. But we'll do it my way. Why your way? Because in a foreign world, it is better to find out everything quietly and without attracting attention, than to run, jump and shout, and even more so to ask passers-by. Listen to him, Naruto, he has a point, said the fox so Naruto wouldn't object. Kurama agreed with what you said. Wow. The fox agreed with the Uchiha. Should we take him to the vet? Let me go, Naruto. I'll gouge out his eyes and then swallow him whole. Kurama was angry and furious. Sasuke. You were close to being without your limbs. How about you don't mess with him anymore? It hurts. Enough talk, let's go. Naruto and Sasuke raced to the nearest settlement, where they moved around on rooftops and looked around, listening to people talking. It was the middle of the night, so there weren't many people around. As dawn broke, the friends left the village, taking with them a map of the area that they had stolen from a convenience store. Let's see. We're here. A small village. It's a large settlement, perhaps we should go there. We'll learn more about the world there. I agree. How far is it? Naruto asked. Are you tired already? You're getting weaker, Uzumaki. It's nothing like that. Let's go. Naruto and Sasuke set off to learn more about the new world they found themselves in. Early morning. A certain guy, Tanjiro Kamado, after 2 years of training, was able to shatter a rock. This news he wanted to tell his teacher, but the teacher had already arrived on the scene. Tanjiro was overjoyed as he began to hug Urokodaki. The man reciprocated, for he was happy for the boy. Tanjiro, now it's time for you to go to the final test, passing which you will become a slayer. I will give you an amulet mask that will protect you from harm. Go and pass the test, said Urokodaki and handed the mask to the boy. Thank you Urokodaki, I won't let you down. I promise. Tanjiro went to Nezuko's house to check on her. She was still asleep. He said goodbye to her in his own style, after which he left. Tanjiro walked for many days until he came to the place where he was supposed to take the test. The point of the test was to survive in the forest for a week without falling prey to demons. The boy was shocked, but the spirit didn't go anywhere. As the test began, Tanjiro went forward. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were already approaching the settlement, which was quite large compared to the previous village. They had arrived in the late afternoon, so it was easier to hide on the rooftops and watch, listen and take note of the different nuances of the world. After a couple hours of gathering information, they heard the sounds of a battle that was somewhere away from the settlement. What is that? Naruto asked. It sounds like there's a battle going on. We should go and observe the fighters here, suggested Sasuke. You're a mind reader. Let's go. Naruto and Sasuke ran toward the source of the noise. Once there, they hid and watched. In front of them was a fight between two people. One was fighting hand to hand and the other was using a katana. Fighting with an unarmed man, that's kind of unfair. Naruto whispered. Quiet. Study, analyze the fight. Sasuke whispered. The swordsman looked weaker than the other, which was immediately obvious. Sasuke watched it with his Sharingan to memorize everything. The sword fighter was giving up ground, which worried Naruto. The swordsman's opponent was physically strong and reminded him of Sakura, or sensei with thick eyebrows. In terms of speed, he was also superior to the swordsman, but Naruto and Sasuke were not impressed. The swordsman had already lost the last of his strength, and his opponent had no intention of stopping. What's up Hashira? Are you ready to die? Said a strange man who looked like a human, but not really. What? Ready to die? Is he going to kill him? Naruto began to worry. I don't care. It doesn't matter to us. Sasuke told him. What do you mean it doesn't matter? He's going to die. Maybe we can settle this peacefully, suggested Naruto. No, Naruto. This isn't our world and it's not our place to interfere. We're not supposed to be here, so stay out of it, said Sasuke. This is not the end demon. Key. They will send other slayers after you, and you will not be able to escape your fate, replied the swordsman. What? A demon? He's a Jinchuriki. Naruto wondered. Are you completely stupid? Or are you pretending to be? We're not in our world, it's probably some other demon. Then I have to save him. I must, Uzumaki said firmly. Don't you dare interfere Naruto, do you hear me? Sasuke couldn't reason with the blonde who had already gone to help. Let them come, I'll finish them off too. The Lord will reward me handsomely for it. Now, die. The demon started to attack as his arm was stopped by someone. Huh? What? Who? The demon was surprised, looking at the unknown person. What are you looking at Datbeo? You can only hit weak opponents. What about me? Can you handle it? Naruto said, looking at his opponent. Who are you to interfere with my trash? The demon said and struck Naruto with his other hand. The blonde dodged and threw a counter-punch that the demon couldn't dodge and went flying. The swordsman stared dumbfounded at what he saw and couldn't believe that someone with his bare hands could stop and strike the third supreme moon. Who are you, stranger? The swordsman asked. Hi, Datbeo. Are you okay? You didn't break anything. Can you walk? Naruto started his rant. Yeah. A couple broken ribs, an arm, torn muscles in a few places, and no strength anymore. Replied the swordsman. Yeah, he's got you pretty bad. Who is he? You said he was a demon. Yeah, he's a demon. One of the 12 moons, the third highest moon, Akaza. He's very strong, but you were stronger. Who are you? Asked the swordsman. Where are my manners? I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto didn't finish as he was interrupted by Kurama. Shut up. You're not a shinobi here. There's no reason for him to know the truth about us. Right. Thank you, Kurama. Naruto thanked the fox and returned to the conversation. What about you? I see you're a swordsman. Not just any swordsman. Rengoku, Demon Slayer, Hashira rank. Answered Rengoku. I see. So you're not the only one. No, we have a whole organization. We're not recognized by society, but we still fight demons to prevent human casualties. How noble. Nice to meet you. Naruto. Are you done talking? Said Sasuke, who appeared next to him, shocking Rengoku. What, how? Said Hashira in shock. Oh, here we go. I hit a demon. I'm communicating with Rengoku. Rengoku means. And this demon is where? I don't know. As you saw, it flew away. He did, but he's here again. Said Sasuke, pointing at the demon. You, white-haired. You're very strong and fast. Let's fight fair and square. You won't disappoint me. Akaza said with a smile. Are you Akaza? A demon so to speak? Naruto asked. Yes. From where? Rengoku said. You're not human, even though you look like one. You want to kill Rengoku. I can't forgive that. Who the hell do you think you are? Naru was near the demon. His eyes had a strange look that surprised Akaza. The guy's speed impressed the demon, and the punch he received shattered his head into meat. That's the end of it. Rest in peace. Naruto said and walked towards the others. Stop. You can't kill him. Rengoku shouted, and the demon stood up and regrew his head in a second. That's strong. But it's not enough. Let's see what the other one can do. Said Akaza and lunged at the black-haired guy in the cloak. Sasuke was behind the demon and put his sword in its scabbard when the demon's head and torso split into several pieces. Not impressed. Sasuke said with boredom. No, you can't kill it. At least not with your sword. Take mine and do it again. Chop off the head. Said Rengoku, throwing his sword to Sasuke. The demon was about to recover when he saw Hashira giving his sword to the black-haired man. With what ease did he chop off my head? With Hashira's sword, he'll do it again and then I'm screwed. It's time to leave if I value my life. Akaza thought and disappeared. What? Where is he? Where did he go? Naruto started screaming. Be quiet, Naruto. He ran away and ran away. The important thing is that he is no longer in the way. Hold your sword. You must come with me. I must introduce you to the head. Said Rengoku. The head? Naruto asked, and Sasuke began to listen attentively. The head of our organization, he decides who, when and against whom. What you have shown will be very interesting to him. Perhaps something will be of interest to you as well. Rengoku began to lure them in. I don't mind. I like making friends. We'll go with you, but if you cheat us, I'll blow your head off too. Sasuke said threateningly. It's a deal. Naruto took Rengoku on his back, and they traveled the upper paths wherever possible. Hashira marveled at the skills of these people, for they were demons. The black-haired man is rough, but that doesn't make him a demon. Rengoku was on his way to the Slayers' organization, as it was necessary to report on the mission and start rebuilding. We are almost there, so act calm, polite, no aggression. Turned Hashira at the last sentence to Sasuke. We understand Datbayo. Understood Sasuke. You'd better keep your mouth shut, and I'll do the talking. You can say the name, but don't engage in dialogue with anyone. Gladly. The Uchiha replied briefly. After another minute or so, they stopped in front of some strange trees. What are those? Naruto asked. They are wisteria flowers. This flower scares away demons with its odor. It's safe inside, of course. Unless you piss off one of the Hashiras. I see. Let's go. Sasuke spoke. Passing through a small forest without experiencing any difficulty, the trio came to the main entrance. Naruto and Sasuke walked through the narrow streets, in the direction Rengoku had indicated, and came to a swanky building. This way. Come in. They're waiting for us, said Rengoku, and they entered. Walking straight ahead, the duo saw a small group of people that stood in a row, and on the platform in front of them was another man and little girls. Put me down there, Rengoku asked, and Naruto complied. Kagaya-sama, I have returned with a report. Akaza's third highest moon escaped. That's sad. I take it there were no injuries. Kagaya asked. No. I need to go to the infirmary. They'll see you there, but first, who are the men who came with you? One of them even brought you. Kagaya was interested. Naruto, Sasuke, come here. Rengoku said in a whisper, but loudly. The twosome quickly found themselves next to Hashira. I'm grateful that you brought him here. His life would have been in danger if he had gotten here on his own. Kagaya thanked them. It's nothing. It was no trouble at all, replied Naruto cheerfully and with a smile. May I know your names? Kagaya asked. Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Sasuke Uchiha. Thank you from all the Slayers for helping our comrade. Kagaya bowed, bringing all the Hashiras to their feet in surprise. Thank you for hosting us, replied Naruto intelligently. You have manners, that's good. How did you meet Rengoku? You dealt with the demon, he took damage and ran away, and they noticed you and helped you. Kagaya asked the question on everyone's mind. No, Kagaya-sama, they saved me from death. Those words dumbfounded everyone. They saved you. But you said the high moon escaped. So you must have hurt him badly, but it turned out to be the other way around, said Kagaya. I'm sorry, Kagaya-sama, but I used all my strength, but I couldn't defeat him. He only escaped because of Naruto and Sasuke. Kagaya was surprised, and so was Hashira. He ran away because of them. Why? What did you do to scare the Supreme Moon? Kagaya asked, drawing Hashira's attention to the twosome. Well, I saw that Rengoku was in trouble, so I decided to help and stood up for him. I hit him once, and he flew far into the forest, and when he came back, I smashed his head into mush. But as it turns out, he can regrow it. After that, the demon went to Sasuke, but his head and his whole body were cut into 4 pieces. Rengoku said it wouldn't help kill him and gave Sasuke his sword, but when we turned around, the demon was gone. Naruto finished his story. Those present were in mute shock at the blonde guy's story. Hashira's thoughts. Who are they? Scare the third highest moon. What kind of power do they have? It's a beautiful story. It's not too much of a story. Overpower the third high moon. Strong. And he's handsome. Blue eyes, golden hair, white smile. I'll have to talk to him, were the thoughts of Shinobu Kocho's butterfly Hashira. You are strong people, though I didn't notice any mention of breathing techniques in your story. Kagaya said. Breathing techniques. Is that a Datbayo? Surprised Naruto made a funny look on his face expressing surprise. Shinobu laughed at that, noting that he was getting even more interesting. Hashira, the strongest of the Slayers, have breathing techniques. Everyone has it different, so they are all individualized. Kagaya replied. I still don't understand what the breathing technique is. May I tell Kagaya-sama? Rengoku volunteered. Tell me. Rengoku explained the principle of breathing techniques that Naruto's brain almost exploded, but Sasuke understood and memorized everything. Do you have breathing techniques? Love Hashira inquired. There are no breathing techniques, but there are other techniques. Naruto decided to brag. Naruto, maybe we shouldn't. Sasuke asked. Come on, Sasuke. Let them watch. What are you talking about? Kagaya asked. I'll show you everything now, and then you can ask questions. Naruto folded the seal and there were 3 of them. Then 2 Naruto that appeared from the cloud of smoke created a Rasengan, jumped high and fast, were at a height of 60 meters, where they struck each other's Rasengan. A powerful explosion and a shockwave washed over everyone. The clones disappeared and everyone looked at the guy. What do you think of my techniques? That's only 2 techniques, but I have a lot of them. That was amazing. I've never seen anything like it and I think Hashira would agree with me. Said Kagaya, and the Hashiras were speechless. Will your friend show us anything? Asked the head's daughter. No. Sasuke answered coldly. You don't have the same skills as Naruto. Kagaya asked. I can, but I won't show it. It's better to keep it a secret. You might want to kill me and know what I'm capable of. I'd rather keep it a secret. Uchiha replied monotonously. Then why did Naruto show us? Isn't he afraid? Hashira asked Love. Naruto is the most unpredictable person I know. Even if you know his techniques, he will come up with things that will catch you off guard. Sasuke's words have gotten through to everyone. All right. We'll call it a day. Does anyone from Hashira want to help our dear guests get settled in? Kagaya asked. Only 2 volunteered. Hashira Waters, Giyu Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho. Giyu, Shinobu. Do you want to organize together? Kagaya asked. No Kagaya-sama. I'll take over for Sasuke. I think I can handle it. Giyu replied without emotion, which Sasuke picked up on. And I was interested in what I heard and saw from Naruto, so I want to help him settle in. Shinobu said calmly, in a gentle voice and with a smile at the end. Then go, and also get Rengoku to the hospital. The meeting is over. Kagaya started to leave and Hashira bowed to him. Giyu walked over to Sasuke. We can go now. Follow me. You'll see your friend later. Giyu replied coldly. Okay. Sasuke replied in his own style. They left as the rest of the Hashiras did, and Naruto noticed the girl looking at him. Hiya. Are you ready to go? I don't bite. Shinobu began, making Naruto blush. Ah, sure Datbeo. Let's go. Show me around. Replied cheerfully to Uzumaki. Introductions. Walking through the dark streets, Naruto and Shinobu were silent. It didn't last long when the girl looked at the guy who seemed to have disappeared from reality. Naruto. She called out to him, bringing Uzumaki to his senses. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking for a minute. What were you thinking about? Shinobu asked with a cute expression on her face. No reason. I was thinking about what to do next. I answered the first thing that came to mind. Don't think about it yet. Just get some rest today. Look, she said, pointing to a building. That's the baths, if you need to relax. Shinobu showed the surroundings as they walked to the right place. At the same time, Giyu was accompanied by Sasuke. The 2 guys who were scaring the people around them with their facial expressions were walking silently and calmly. Neither of them wanted to start a conversation, but Giyu was curious. Sasuke, am I right? Giyu asked unobtrusively. Yes. I've noticed something about you. You're very reserved and collected. You don't throw words around, you choose what to say and what not to say. Gave his vision to Guy. Are you saying I'm different from Naruto? Or that he's different from me? That's pretty much it. Our life wasn't smooth sailing. Naruto understood many things that I didn't. We didn't always see eye to eye, which had consequences. I can't blame him for the way he is now. I don't want him to change, or it won't be Naruto anymore. I wasn't always the way you see me either. Certain events have affected me, changed me. Naruto too went through hardships, sadness, but he chose to always be himself, no matter what. Sasuke answered him. Strong words. In many ways, I agree with you. It's hard to be yourself when something happens in life that can change you beyond recognition. Anyway, we're here now. This is where you'll be staying. Said Giyu. We? Sasuke asked. Yes. Your friend is probably already inside or hasn't arrived yet. That depends on my colleague Shinobu. Wait here, they'll let you in when you need to. Bye. Said Giyu and left. Shinobu and Naruto met Sasuke at the entrance and escorted them to her manor, where she gave them a room. Naru liked her, but he could sense something fake in her smile, but he decided to stay out of it for now. Tomorrow you and your friend should wake up early. Mr. Za wants to know more about you, which means he'll gather all of Hashira again. We could tell you all about it now, we're not tired. Naru parried, smiling at the girl. You are, but the Lord is very weak, we can't let his condition worsen. Shinobu replied sadly, removing her smile. Naruto looked at her with a serious face with tinges of regret. Butterfly saw the blonde's serious face for the first time and immediately blushed, her palms fogging up, but she pulled herself together and returned the smile. They didn't speak for a long time. Shinobu left, and Naruto sat on the bed and began to think about everything that had happened, but not even 10 minutes later the blonde began to clearly feel Sasuke, thanks to which he realized that the brunette is also in the building. Well, Naruto? Sasuke asked, opening the door to the room. They're nice, but we don't belong here. Naru replied seriously, looking at his friend. How long have you been serious? The Uchiha smirked, leaning against the wall. You have to be sometimes, don't you? We don't know how or why we ended up here. We don't know anything about it, and it's scary. Let's get some sleep. We'll hear what their head tells us, and then we'll see. Uzumaki said, wearing a smile. With me, you could have kept that smile on. I agree with what you said. Tomorrow will be more clear. Bye. Sasuke smiled before turning away and going to his room. Naruto woke up in a bright small room. The sun was shining through the window, letting him know it was morning. Naruto decided to stay in the same clothes, but put a cloak on top so he wouldn't stand out among the people here. When he left the room he saw Sasuke, who was standing against the wall and scaring everyone with his gaze. A man in a black closed suit slowly approached them. Please follow me, the meeting will start soon, you must be there. He said a little tensely, turning his back to the shinobi and heading towards the exit. As they walked along the beautiful flowers and trees, Naruto was at times lost in thought, trying to make sense of everything that was going on. They came to a spacious area with 8 people standing on it, and another Naruto sensed a little in the distance. He was sitting in a tree and looked unconcerned. Upon reaching the spot, the attendant left them. The Hashiras looked at the couple and then averted their gazes again, but with an occasional glance at the strangers, but Shinobu was still looking at them. She waved her hand. It was clear that it was meant for Naruto. Everyone stood and waited for Kagaya to arrive. When he deigned to appear, the Hashiras got down on one knee, greeting him. Even the one sitting in the tree quickly jumped down and bowed respectfully to the head. Good afternoon, my children. And to you our good guests. Kagaya said. The Hashiras greeted the head, and Naruto and Sasuke could not hear them. Let's begin. Since yesterday, I have even more questions for you. You are not like ordinary travelers. You are warriors. You don't possess any breathing techniques, and no one knows any other arts besides the forgotten practices of shinobi. I'd like to know where you came from. What strange techniques are you practicing? And what do you know about demons? Kagaya asked a few questions. The friends looked at each other. After 5 seconds, they turned around and Naruto began his answer. Kagaya-sama. There's no point in hiding it. You have accepted us in such a way that there is no need to doubt your kindness and honesty. We are not of this world. Naruto answered and fell silent, realizing that now those present needed to digest what they had heard. Not from our world. How so? The head of the group asked. Let me answer. The Uchiha interrupted his friend, who was about to answer. We are shinobi from Konohagakure no Sato, the land of fire. I don't think that tells you anything. Maybe we're lying, although we don't intend to lie. Sasuke said when one of the Hashiras decided to speak up. Shinobi. But they're all dead. How can you be shinobi? You're brilliantly deceiving us. Shouted the sound Hashira. Because we are guests of your world. Shinobi are the most common kind of warriors that exist in our world and have been for quite some time. In addition to the various techniques and practices of fighting in hand-to-hand combat, with bladed weapons and other things, there are also techniques that only shinobi can use. Yesterday, Naruto showed you a couple of them. Of course techniques vary and not all shinobi can use everything. There's a predisposition for everything. Sasuke said when he was interrupted. Can you explain? Hashira asked the snake. There is a chakra in our world. It is a connection of different types of energies, which is what allows us to use ninjutsu. Replied the Uchiha briefly. Once here, I tried to feel the chakra in people, but I didn't feel it, or rather it is there, but it is very little, and you can't use it. However, there is much more natural energy in your world than in ours. One of my modes allows you to use it to enhance your abilities. Naruto interjected. That's interesting. So we can't do what you can do? Hashira Mist asked. No. It requires chakra. You use other methods to become strong. Your breathing techniques are beyond our control, just as our techniques are beyond yours. Replied Sasuke. I see. You faced a demon before when you saved Rengoku. What do you know about them? Kagaya asked. Other than what Rengoku and you told us, nothing. Replied Sasuke. There are demons in our world too, but they are different from yours. Wow. And what makes them different? Hashira asked the water. Well, first of all, they are not demons, but Biju. Biju are ancient beings created by the ancestor of chakra. They are essentially the chakra itself, but they were given a certain appearance. Humans and shinobi call them demons because they fear their power. They aren't really what everyone saw them as. Answered Naruto. And what are they like? Kagaya asked. Well, I haven't had much contact with all of them, but one of them I've known since birth. He was sealed inside me. He's still in me to this day. Uzumaki replied and the audience tensed up. What are you, Datbeo? There's nothing to be afraid of. As I said, they were called demons because of the fear of their power. They are actually ancient, intelligent beings. Calm down, my children. There's no need to worry if Naruto says it's okay. Said Kagaya and Hashira calmed down. Then let me tell you about demons. The first one appeared over 1,000 years ago. His name is Kibutsuji Muzan, the greatest demon of all time. Over the years, he has gathered the strongest demons of the lower and higher moons around him. While the lower moons can be safely dealt with by the Hashiras, the higher moons are much more difficult. They are almost impossible to find, and if they are found, it is almost impossible to live for more than an hour. The composition of the higher moons hasn't changed in 100 years, they regenerate, their combat experience surpasses ours. They can't act during the day, the sun burns them without leaving a wet spot, also they can be killed with a special Nichiren blade by cutting off their head. We get it. So they are not dangerous during the day, as they do not leave places where sunlight does not penetrate, but at night they come out to hunt people. You can kill them either with sunlight or with a special sword. Sasuke said what he had learned from the story. I would like to add that I use special serums based on wisteria to poison demons. Other than those three things, nothing can kill a demon. Shinobu added, but I'm not sure if poison can work on the strongest demons. And you think it's Muzan who created the demons, if you kill him, all demons will die out? Naruto asked. Yes. That's the only thing we can think of so far. We can't get to him. Without knowing his location, we are unable to attack him. He hides skillfully and uses his assistants, namely the 12 moons. One of them is the one you fought. Kagaya replied, starting to cough. After regaining his breath, he continued. I don't know how you ended up here, but we can't help you return to your world. Perhaps you will find the answers yourself, but while you are here, help us protect our world and defeat the demons. Said Kagaya bowing to them. But how, Datbeo? We can't kill them with our techniques. Naruto asked. Your friend is a sword wielder. We'll make him a special sword against demons that every slayer has. Kagaya answered him. There's no need to create one from scratch. My sword is unique to our world and also conducts chakra. I may not be able to do with your sword what I can do with mine. I suggest we cross them. If the metal of your swords is imbued with the light of the sun, then apply some of it to my blade. Then I will be able to kill demons and use my techniques. Sasuke shared his suggestion. That sounds very clever. We should call the blacksmith to talk it over with him. Kagaya answered him. We'll make you a new sword, Naruto, since I haven't seen your sword. Kagaya said. A sword? Me? I didn't learn how to use it, but there were times when I had to use it. Sasuke was trained in Kenjutsu, that's why he has a sword. Uzumaki replied, saddened. Then you can be trained by one of the Hashira, or your friend Sasuke. Kagaya said. I'd rather train him. I know methods that will help with that. Replied the head Uchiha. Then it's settled. When the master arrives, we will give him the sword and instructions. Sasuke. Pass us your blade. We'll be careful with it. In the meantime, you may go and practice. We can't make weapons quickly, but we'll hurry the smiths. And if you have any suggestions for the blade, speak now. Please make it like Sasuke's, but longer and with a fox at the bottom of the hilt. Also a guard in the form of this sign that I have on my back. The blonde man asked for it. Good. We'll talk about it, and now we can split up. Kagaya explained, then dissolved the meeting. Naruto and Sasuke bowed, stood up and left. Shinobu followed them. Naruto, Sasuke. Are you going to practice? Butterfly asked. Yes, Datbeo. I have to be ready to get a sword, after all. Naruto answered her. Then follow me. I'll take you to the training area. Shinobu led them to her manor, where she showed them the training grounds, then wished the blonde good luck, winked at him and disappeared. She seems to have a crush on you. Sasuke said. She? At me? You're kidding, said Naruto nervously. You still don't understand either. We might not be able to go back, so. Sasuke said, sticking to the pause. You should reciprocate her. Finished the Uchiha. You think so? What if it happens again? That pain. Unconsciousness and we're back in Konoha. What would happen to her if I reciprocated her feelings and disappeared? Naruto gave his guess. It's either that or nothing. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here and you won't be able to get her. She'll lose hope and eventually interest. I hate to admit that you're right, but maybe I'm overthinking it. The dream of becoming Hokage might not come true anymore. Then I'll set a goal for myself. Uzumaki said proudly. I recognize you now, friend. They were given 2 training swords, but Sasuke asked to bring all of them. There was no arguing with him as Shinobu supported him. Naruto used 50 clones that took up all the space on the platform and practiced his blows. Sasuke, on the other hand, controlled and instructed him. Meanwhile, Tanjiro Kamado began to survive in the forest with the demons. As soon as he arrived at the place where the exam started, the guy met a lot of swordsmen around his age. All of them seemed strong to Tanjiro. That's what he thought from the beginning, but now all those thoughts just evaporated. By the 3rd day, he started to come across nuked, dismembered bodies. It was very hard for him to look at this mess, but he had no choice, and in time he more or less got used to it and didn't react so emotionally. He had killed about 15 to 20 demons in the entire week. He was exhausted, his kimono top was torn, and Tanjiro had to continue the ordeal with a bare, pumped-up torso covered in fresh scars from the demon's claws. And now he was standing in the very place where the exam had begun. There were already 3 other people standing there. So few. The guy thought sadly, biting his lower lip and clucking. From there, everything went according to canon. Tanjiro chose the material for the blade, and then strode with difficulty to Urokotaki's house, leaning on a stick he had found. The old man was glad to see the boy alive. He hugged him and did not let him go for a long time, letting a tear fall under his mask. 2 weeks later the young swordsman received his katana, which was colored black, and after that Tanjiro went to perform his first task. Young girls started disappearing in the town. The guy by smell began to look for a demon, trying to catch up before dark, but he failed, and the demon showed up only at night, or rather demons, there were 3 of them. It was not difficult to deal with them, the swordsman was helped in the battle by his sister demon. The girl who was kidnapped by the demon was rescued by Tanjiro after he decapitated 2 monsters at once in their swamp space. Before he could rest, his raven flew to him and shouted the coordinates of the new demon, but there was no retreating and he headed elsewhere. Please marry me. A couple days later, a very strange picture appeared before the guy. There were 2 people standing on the road. A young, beautiful girl and a guy already familiar to Tanjiro with yellow short hair of different lengths. He was kneeling in front of her and begging her to marry him. Leave me alone, shouted the girl, swinging for a punch. Kamado intervened in the conflict and gently took the girl's arm, stopping the blow, and grabbed the screaming boy by the scruff of the neck and tossed him aside. "Hey you, what are you doing? Don't interfere with our happiness." The shouty guy was indignant. "What happiness, I don't even know you," replied the girl. Tanjiro bowed and apologized to the girl and then grabbed the blonde guy and dragged him forward while he shouted something. "Please calm down, you are being rude and tactless, you scared that girl," Tanjiro calmly said while letting go of the screamer. "What did you do? She was my destiny, I'm going to die soon, I don't have much time left to live, I'll be torn and killed." "What makes you think that? You survived the exam, you survived all this time, so you can fight demons." The guy's name was Zenitsu Agatsuma. He was a year older than Tanjiro, but he acted like a real kid. They decided to go to the demon together. On the way they came across some children who had lost their brother, who was somewhere in an old house, where Tanjiro could smell the smell of blood, which hit his nose and made him terrified. Zenitsu on the other hand heard terrible sounds from there that almost made him pass out from fear. They decided to leave the children outside and went inside, but something went wrong in the house and they immediately found themselves in completely different rooms, having heard the sound of drum beats before. Tanjiro began to look around and carefully walk down the hallways, trying to find the source of the odor coming from the demon. If Kamado held himself with dignity, Zenitsu was shaking with fear and crying loudly. On the way, he encountered a demon, scary for a guy with the torso and head of a boar. Tanjiro was able to find the demon, but he was not in time to save the child. He came across the demon just as the monster was finishing the boy's head. Kamado grinned, tensed up, and with a shout cut the distance and almost cut off the demon's head, but it hit the drum and the room began to spin. At the same moment a strange boar-headed persona flew into the room and used the surprise effect to cut off the demon's arm with a strange katana full of jagged edges. Taking advantage of this, Tanjiro made a dash and swung his blade, but the room changed position again and the attack was interrupted. After a couple of failed attempts and broken ribs, Kamado barely grazed the demon's neck and then redirected his strike, cutting off both of the demon's arms, and right after that the monster's head fell to the floor and the room went back to normal. With difficulty, Tanjiro made his way out, where a new shock awaited him. There was Zenitsu lying on the ground and hugging a crate of Nezuko, while a guy with a boar's head stood over him and beat him with his legs. Kamado defended the blonde man, and after a brief confrontation with the boar, he passes out due to a blow to his forehead from Kamado. Tanjiro rests against a tree and falls asleep. When they regain consciousness, they have a hard time calming the boar, whose name is Inosuke Hashibiro. They informed the children about their brother's death and walked them home, trying to calm them down. Only Inosuke was hitting his forehead against the trees and yelling. A raven flew to the boys and directed them to the Slayers' station, where they were treated and given a new mission. In the northwest, strong demons have appeared on Mount Natagumo and reinforcements are needed. Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke recovered from the battle and headed full speed towards the mountain. At the very foot, Tanjiro smelled the disgusting odor of blood, demons, and flesh. Zenitsu became frightened and decided to stay and not go inland, but the boar and Kamado rushed forward at the smell of blood. In the distance they encountered the remaining Slayers, but they were immediately bound by webbing and began attacking the boys. Inosuke quickly tracked down a manipulator and let Tanjiro fly towards the demon. She didn't have time to react to the attack and decided to just die, smiling and raising her hands towards Kamado. "Her not fighting back," Tanjiro whispered and immediately changed his grip on the katana, slicing the demon's head off quickly and with jewelry. What? The girl didn't even realize that her head was on the ground, and her eyes were fixed on the sad face of the Slayer. "Thank you," the girl said caressingly, letting her last tear fall and dissolving into ashes. By a small tree, the blonde man sat shaking with fear, but then he groaned and ran into the forest with trembling arms and legs. "Tanjiro, Inosuke, I'm really scared." At his cries, quite large spiders gathered and slowly began to approach and prepare an attack. Inosuke after launching Tanjiro started to wait and in just a couple seconds the webs disappeared and the corpses fell to the ground, but almost immediately he had to dodge an attack from behind. Behind him stood a large spider demon. How huge you are. I am the great Inosuke Hashibiro, I'll kill you, demon spider. Naruto's training was coming to an end. A month of hard training had not been in vain. The sheer number of clones and a decent amount of time had done the trick. Naruto had become a master of Kenjutsu, as good as the Jonin of his world and as good as some of the Anbu. Naruto's katana and Sasuke's kusanagi were ready. The master blacksmith explained everything he had done. Sasuke tried to run Chidori on the blade and it succeeded. Naruto, on the other hand, took the sword in his hands and it turned a black and orange color. The blacksmith was stunned by what he saw and couldn't get enough of it. The blacksmith also said that he used several varieties of metal to simulate Sasuke's blade. He made a copy of Kusanagi that didn't conduct chakra as well, but could do so. Kagaya also asked for the weapon to be made the most durable, for he assured the blacksmith that the owners were incredibly strong physically. The ending was a sparring session between the two. Sasuke tested his friend's skills and Naruto his sword. When they were done, they went to the bathing facilities. Relaxing there, Sasuke left early as he had had enough, but Naruto stayed behind. He didn't notice Shinobu joining him, who was already there and laying on his chest. The blonde woke up from his bliss and looked down. Such a picture made him a little excited and confused, until the girl raised her head. "Hi there. You were snoozing so sweetly that I didn't want to wake you up and joined you in silence. I hope you don't mind." Shinobu said sweetly as always. "Yes. No. No Datbeo. I don't mind." He squeezed himself out. It's rare that I get to spend time like this. If only I had someone to do it with." The girl shared her thoughts. "Look Shinobu." Naruto began, drawing attention to himself. "I'm not really good at this, well. You know. Feelings. I haven't had parents, haven't had friends in a long time, and don't know many things." "Shish." She stopped him, putting a finger to his lips. "It's not scary. Just be yourself. And only be with me." The girl reached for his lips and car. "Now. It's urgent. Naruto. Mount Natagumo, need help. Shinobu Kocho is escorting. Help, Mount Natagumo. Urgent," screamed a bird, namely a raven. "We must hurry Naruto. Pack quickly, I'll be waiting for you at the exit of the mansion." 5 minutes later, Naruto walked out and Shinobu was already standing outside, as was Sasuke. "Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Raven called me too. Let's go quickly, we might not make it in time," replied Sasuke. "Then how about Susanoo? Or I'll take you to the mode?" Naruto asked. "Susanoo? Mode?" Shinobu didn't understand. "Agreed. Let's go outside the settlement, and there I'll use Susanoo. That way we'll save time." Entering the empty forest, Sasuke activated his eyes, creating a huge samurai with wings and a Tengu mask. Shinobu was surprised, as this was the first time she had seen such a huge thing. Climbing inside, the trio flew to the rescue. They arrived fast enough, but not fast enough to prevent some events from happening. Zenitsu didn't have time to use his technique to kill the Jodopak, causing it to stop moving. After lying on his back for enough time, he saw a silhouette in the air. "Sasuke, I'll help him and you move over there. I can feel a great power there." "Okay." Naruto jumped down, and Shinobu followed him. A moment, and the spider's head was blown off. Someone landed and approached the lying Zenitsu. "Kid, are you okay? Say something. Alive? Wounded? What's broken?" Naruto started questioning him. "Don't push him, Naruto. He's paralyzed by the poison. What he needs here is an antidote." Shinobu took out needles and injected the antidote. "Keep moving. I'll take care of him," said the girl. "Take care of yourself." Naruto replied and instantly disappeared with a huge leap forward. Inosuke meanwhile broke his blades against the demon who had become even stronger. He tried one last trump card, but alas it didn't work. The head of the Slayer began to squeeze and there was no strength to hold on, as someone in a cloak appeared and cut off the demon's hands. Then using his left eye he switched places with one of the severed hands and appeared in front of the demon and cut off his head. The demon fell, beginning to crumble. Inosuke raised himself up, looking at the stranger. "Lie down. You'll get help soon." Sasuke replied, and Inosuke passed out. Tanjiro broke his sword at the same time. He was on the verge of using the breath of the day. The attack was successful, but there was no result. The demon proved to be smarter than that. The monster's final attack should have killed the Slayer, but Naruto used an earth technique, hiding the guy under the ground. The attack missed, which surprised the demon when the dust settled. Not equal strength here, Naruto said, drawing attention to himself. Another victim has come to teach me. You're going to die too, said the demon and struck the blonde man with bloody threads. Naruto created 2 Rasengan in each hand and repelled the attack. What? It can't be. Who are you? The demon asked. Nothing is impossible for me. The only thing further is your death demon. Naruto drew his sword and the demon realized it was the Slayer. Such power frightened him, but there was no retreat. The demon gathered all his strength for one last strike. Naruto saw that the attack would come like the one on that guy, from all sides. Uzumaki didn't worry and created a Rasen Shuriken for more success, sending it straight at the target. He also managed to enter hermit mode to keep up. The blonde's attack shattered the strong purple threads, giving him the opportunity to be in front of his opponent in the blink of an eye, cutting off his head. How? I lost. My bonds. The bonds? Naruto questioned. The bonds of family, they were broken by you. You wouldn't have built strong bonds with that attitude. Naruto replied. How would you know? We were bound by fear. I can see right through you. He could never help you with that. I was alone for a long time. No parents, no friends. I worked my ass off to get recognition, but I got more than that. Friends. My friends became my family. Through my actions and selflessness, my desire to protect them and only go forward, I built a strong bond between us. They have protected me at the cost of their lives, some even lost their lives, but this is what proved that my actions have influenced them to form a strong bond. I guess you have to be human to do that, not a demon. Go to a pure world where you can ponder my words and find peace. Naruto finished as the demon's head and body disappeared. The blonde walked over to the boy to examine him. The boy lifted his head. Did you come to the rescue? He asked. It's all over now. We'll get you to headquarters. Naruto replied. Sister. She's demon, but she's different. Take her with you. Her box is over there. The guy pointed his finger. Don't let the Slayers kill her. The guy undersaid and passed out. Naruto looked to the side and saw a girl lying in blood. He went over to examine her. A demon, but different. He hadn't just said that. His sister. Be that as it may, but I will honor his request. He's fought a superior opponent and survived this long. He's a lot like me. Naruto took her in his arms and went to the crate he put the girl in, then put it on his back and picked up the boy. Naruto met Sasuke with Shinobu. What's up? Is he okay? Naruto asked. Yes. The poison is almost neutralized, but a lot of time has passed, causing his limbs to have already changed. It will take him a long time to recover, replied the girl. And you have Sasuke? Uzumaki asked. The same. The boy is strong, despite such wounds and fractures, did not lose consciousness for a long time, looking at me next to the disappearing corpse of the demon. He'll live, but he won't be back on his feet for a while, replied the Uchiha. And how is your Naruto? Shinobu asked. Wounded, exhausted. He fought a powerful demon. He was something like the one who fought Rengoku. Similar. Shinobu asked. Yes. Overconfident, pretty powerful attacks, and also a strange eye. There was a strange inscription in it. Only in one eye. Shinobu asked. I think so, answered Naruto. Inferior moon. To us, Hashira, they're not too dangerous, but to those lower in rank, they're deadly. It's a miracle he survived until you arrived. You did well, Naruto, said Shinobu, looking at him with a loving gaze. Oh, come on, Dadbeo. You're embarrassing me in front of Sasuke. Naruto answered her, blushing. The 3 slayers and the squad of helpers who were picking up the wounded and survivors moved to the headquarters. That was Uzumaki Naruto. The arrival at the headquarters was successful. The wounded were immediately taken to the hospital, and Naruto, Sasuke and Shinobu were to report to the meeting. Arriving at the appointed place, everyone began to wait for the head. Naruto noticed that the guy he had saved was here, but he was unconscious. Why was he here? Naruto asked. We'll decide his fate. He violated the Slayer's charter, for which he will be punished. Answered Hashira of the Snake Obanai Iguro. Charter? What charter? The blonde man inquired. At that moment, the guy came to his senses. What? I'm where? Who are you? He stopped talking when he saw Tomioka. Afterward, he turned his head and saw Naruto, who was definitely not to be confused with anyone else. You. Thank you for coming to the rescue and saving me. The boy said to him. I can't leave a comrade or a common man in trouble. Replied Naruto with a smile. So, why am I here? Asked the boy. What's the kid's name? Asked Hashira of the Wind Tsunemi Shinazugawa. Tanjiro Kamado. He answered. You carry a demon with you. I smelled it right away. This is a vicious offense, as demons must be killed. He said and walked over to the crate and stabbed it. Don't you dare! Shouted Tanjiro, whose emotions were reflected on his face. Naruto jerked forward, but Sasuke stopped him in time. It's not worth it, Naruto. Don't interfere with the Slayers' squabbles. Sasuke said in a whisper. Stay out of it. It's a lynching. To do that in front of a boy is too much. Replied Naruto in a loud whisper. I don't care. Don't interfere. Said the Uchiha, his last word. Don't you dare kill a demon. Whose side are you on anyway, boy? Tsunemi asked, poking the box again. Don't you dare touch her. She's my sister. Shouted Tanjiro. Sister it means. She's a demon first and foremost, and she was a sister in the past. But since you can't do it, I will. He said and pierced the crate again. Tanjiro was furious at this and lunged at Hashira, eventually hitting Tsunemi in the head with his forehead, causing both of them to collapse. You little puppy. Then I'll chop you both up, but I'll kill the demon first. Tanjiro watched tearfully as Tsunemi stabbed the box over and over again. Naruto's boiling point reached its peak and he found himself standing beside Hashira, holding his blade with only his fingers, looking him in the eye with contempt and anger. Enough. The blonde man said calmly and ominously. You're not Hashira, so stay out of this. Tsunemi said and tried to move his hand to continue, but couldn't. Are you trying to get in my way? Then you'll get it too. Tsunemi dropped the box and started to strike with his free hand when Naruto intercepted it as well. The slight squeeze on Hashira's arm was strong and broke Tsunemi's arm, then the other arm was squeezed as well, which dropped the sword. Naruto let go of Hashira, but he grabbed the sword and decided to attack the box again. Naruto hit him with a lightning-fast strike that no one was able to see the whole blow completely. Tsunemi flew off to the other side about 30 meters away. Naruto wasn't going to kill or severely maim him, so he hit him effortlessly, but the broken arm was an exception. At that moment, the rest of the Hashira stood up and took up their weapons, except for Gyu and Shinobu. Naruto on the other hand felt their stares, intentions and hatred. Suddenly the air became heavier. The aura around Naruto was changing and becoming ominous. Hashira was getting harder to stand with each passing second, and even breathing techniques didn't help, causing them to drop to their knees, except for Gyu and Shinobu, as they weren't affected. What a powerful force. It's coming from him, muttered Hashira of sound. Gyu and Shinobu were shocked at Naruto, for they realized that he was starting to get angry. Naruto's clothes were turning yellow. Black symbols began to appear on him, his clothes began to look different. The Hashiras were able to lift their heads to see this when Naruto turned to them. I didn't realize you were so cruel. Can't solve a problem peacefully without bullying a girl and her brother. Then listen. This behavior disgusts me. I won't let anyone do that, even if you are the Slayers. One more act like that from you and I'll kill everyone. Naruto said, when at the end of his words, Kurama's voice overlapped with Naruto's, scaring the people around him. Naruto's eyes were already foxy and intimidating as well. Quiet please. Naruto, please calm down. Said Kagaya who showed up at the meeting. Naruto calmed down and the pressure cover disappeared. I'm sorry Kagaya-sama. I can explain my actions for that matter. You don't have to. I'm sorry if they showed that kind of behavior. I'm a little disappointed that it came to this. Kagaya said sadly. The Hashiras listened to the words of the head and they felt ashamed. At this time Tsunemi came back to them. Don't upset me anymore with your antics, Tsunemi. Next time Naruto will take your life if you overreact, said the leader, looking at Hashira. Please forgive me, Kagaya-sama. It won't happen again, he shouted, kneeling down. Then let's get started. I heard that the three of you handled the low moon and saved some slayers. Of course, I assumed it wouldn't be difficult for you, not at all. We're all grateful that you made it in time and that there weren't more dead, said Kagaya. Don't be, Kagaya-sama. We are strangers to you, but you have accepted us, and we repay you for your kindness. Naruto answered him. I was right about you after all. Then let's get to what Shinobu told me. One of the surviving slayers, Tanjiro Kamado, was carrying the demon in that box. We are here to decide your fate. You were carrying a demon, which is punishable, said the leader, turning his gaze to the boy. No, I don't consider it a punishment. Nezuko may be a demon, but she doesn't look like one, he shouted. Different? What's that? Just because she didn't kill you doesn't make her different, argued Kagaya. That's just a small part of it. Nezuko hasn't eaten humans in 2 years. If you don't believe me, ask teacher Urokodaki. He's been looking after her the whole time I've been teaching her, and ask him as well, said Tanjiro while pointing his gaze at Gyu. Gyu, is that right? Kagaya asked him. Yes. I ran into him before he even became our teacher's apprentice. I was going to kill his sister, but I was surprised that she stood up for him when I wanted to kill him. And I was impressed with some of his skills. I of course reported it to the teacher and I think he did his best to help Tanjiro. Interesting. I received a letter that I'll read to you. The letter contained a message from the former Hashira of Urokodaki Water. He assured me that Tanjiro's sister was different and not like the other demons. He asked that they both be accepted and allowed to coexist. Otherwise, if it turns out to be a mistake and brings trouble, he and Gyu will open their bellies. You have 2 Hashiras vouching for you, but I still think Urokodaki's words are worth checking. How? Naruto asked. Demons can't resist human blood. You have to provoke it. Kagaya replied. Then I'll do it, volunteered Naruto. I don't mind. Naruto picked up the crate and carried it into a room where there was no sunlight. He carefully put the crate down and opened it, leaning in as close as he could. Please be patient, for Tanjiro's sake. Naruto opened the crate and stood in front of it. Out of it came a girl that stood up to her full height. Naruto cupped his palm and squeezed it, letting more blood flow. The girl held on, not trying to attack. Hold on, Nezuko, muttered Tanjiro, squirming in pain. Hold on, Nezuko, he said louder, as Obanai Iguro got near him and tried to shut him up with a punch, but Sasuke was there too and put his sword to Hashira's throat. Just touch the guy, I'll take his head off. Sasuke's words startled Hashira, who took his elbow away from Tanjiro, but Sasuke continued to hold his blade at his throat. Nezuko kept standing and enduring it until she turned away. Kagaya saw this and smiled. Naruto relaxed his arm, which healed in seconds. Resolved. She can stay so we can try to study this phenomenon. We also need to start searching for Muzan to get at least one step closer to him. Kagaya said. I would like to do that, said Sasuke. In our world, I've been wandering around lately looking for new threats to the village and information. Leave this matter to me, so that I don't have to bother the others with trivial matters. No objections. If you're good at this, then go. A special raven will be on hand if you need to pass information to us. Thank you, Sasuke replied calmly. And you, Naruto, are you going to stay here or go with Sasuke? Asked the leader. I think I'll stay here. I want to talk to that kid, Tanjiro, and then we'll see. Well, you'll be escorted to him, and we need to discuss something about demons. Another man approached Naruto and Sasuke and led them towards the Butterfly Manor. Naruto and Sasuke walked towards the Butterfly Manor. Upon reaching it, Sasuke stopped. Okay. I have to get on my way, so bye. Be careful and find out as much as you can. I'm counting on you. Naruto encouraged him. You know, I always follow through. replied the Uchiha and walked on. Naruto entered the manor and went to the chambers where he sensed 3 people. As he entered the room, the purpose of his visit immediately caught his eye. He had apparently recently settled in and was sitting on the bed, Kamado Tanjiro. Uzumaki said calmly. "Oh, it's you. Thank you so much for saving my sister. And me at the same time," Tanjiro said respectfully as he stood up from the bed and bowed. "It's okay, it was hard for me to watch. She's your kin, even though she's a demon, and I can't watch people suffer. I've been in a bit of a similar situation, so I understand." "Similar? Your loved one also became a demon?" Tanjiro asked in surprise. "Not exactly. You've already seen the person at the meeting who didn't let Hashir shut you up. That's a friend of mine. He once took the path of revenge and eventually became a criminal. He was not to be spared and the sentence was death, but I tried my best to stop that from happening. I knew I could get through to him, but I didn't want others to interfere. I ended up sacrificing my arm to stop him from unthinkable consequences to the world. My hand was returned to me by creating an artificial one, but Sasuke refused. He reasoned that not having an arm would be a reminder of his actions. I saw that in your situation. Yes, Nezuko is a demon, but she's different. Following a blind path is wrong. If you look hard enough for the answer, sooner or later it will be found. If it's possible to make her human again, you won't miss that chance. Am I right?" Naruto finished and asked. "Yes. If it's possible, I'll do my best to help Nezuko. As the eldest son, I was supposed to protect her, but I couldn't. She became a demon, but she retained her sanity and some memory of me. I guess this is proof that she is very strong and she believes that I can help her and she will always be by my side to protect me, just like me." Tanjiro shared. "So that you can rest and recuperate in peace, and train afterward, I will take custody of her. If you don't mind." "No. I would be very grateful if it were you and not anyone else. You have shown yourself to be a kind and helpful person, so I trust you completely." Tanjiro replied and bowed. "You don't have to bow to me, I'm not Hashira or any other important person. You should address me as your friends that were with you on the mountain." "I understand. Thank you, Naruto. Then get some rest, I'll be on my way. It's been a couple months." Sasuke was long gone and he hadn't heard from him, but Naruto didn't worry about him. There was no one stronger than him, or so he hoped. Tanjiro and his friends had finished recovering and had been training hard all this time, while Kamado had been socializing with Hashira Flame and making new acquaintances. It didn't work out with everyone, but he didn't worry. Naruto, on the other hand, would occasionally come over to watch him and help him with his training. One day, Naruto was at home looking after Nezuko. He had asked for a separate room for her so she wouldn't be crammed into a box all the time. This day he went in to check on her again and saw that she was awake and sitting on the bed. The boy came in and quietly sat down next to her. The girl looked up at the smiling guy. "Hi Nezuko. How are you feeling? I realize you won't be able to answer me, but at least not at my questions. Do you understand?" Naruto asked. Nezuko recognized the voice she heard then when he stood across from her and when he spoke as he opened the box. She nodded. "That's great. I took custody of you while Tanjiro recovers, so you're here. You've been sleeping for so long I was thinking about starting to worry, but Tanjiro said you slept for 2 years while he was training, so I calmed down. He's a good brother you have. You're lucky to have each other. He will go all the way to help you. You take care of him too Nezuko." She saw something native in him, something from the past. She nodded and hugged Naruto. He put his arm around her too, stroking her back. This went on for quite a while, until Naruto felt uncomfortable. "Okay. You can let me go now Nezuko," he said, stroking her head. The girl wouldn't let go, so he started to get embarrassed. "Nezuko, please don't embarrass me Datbeo. You can let me go now." She only mumbled sweetly and hugged him even tighter. At that moment, a messenger entered the room. "Naruto-san. Kagaya-san is waiting for you in his office," he said. "So, Nezuko. I have to go. I'm glad my words reached you and you thanked me so much, but I have to go. I'll come back later to keep you company." The girl looked at him for a moment before letting him go. I'll be Nezuko soon, so stay in your room. Coming to the head, Naruto started a conversation. Kaguya, did you ask me to come in to see you? Naru asked, entering the head's room and bowing respectfully. Yes Naruto, sit down. Kaguya replied politely, waiting for Uzumaki to sit down. You have established a good relationship with everyone, they trust you and are willing to fight alongside you. Your anger last time had a big effect on many Hashira, which makes me happy. I tried. I have a hard enough time making new acquaintances in this world, but I'm getting used to it. This situation reminded me of the past, so it was spontaneous. Naru replied, scratching the back of his head and smiling. That's good. I think you need to get out of your head and do some errands. Soon Inosuke, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Hashira of the Rengoku Flame are on a mission to kill a demon. He is hiding in a train, as there are increasing cases of disappearances there, as well as deaths among passengers and workers. You'll be heading along with them. This is your second outing and for now, have our men with you to gain experience. Whatever you say. Naruto left the room and went wherever he was going without thinking about the purpose of his journey. But suddenly, after 10 minutes, Uzumaki suddenly heard a gentle female voice. Naruto, Blondie, hello. Shinobu said, standing up on her toes and trying to reach the guy's ear. Naru jumped in surprise, as he had gone as far into himself as possible and almost lost touch with reality. Shinobu. Don't scare me like that please Datbeo. I don't want to die before my time. The blonde man laughed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Laughing replied the girl. I called you for about a minute, and you just silent, so I decided to come closer. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I've been withdrawing into myself a lot lately. I've noticed that. Let's go to this place, it's got a great view, you can tell me all about it. I guess so. Shinobu made a dash and jumped from rooftop to one tall building, where she started waiting for the guy, who disappeared from sight in an instant and before Kocho could blink, Naruto was standing next to her. You're really fast, it's hard to imagine a human being capable of that. We are fast enough too, but not as fast as you and your friend. We've been training for most of our lives, since I was about 5 years old I've been trying to resemble a shinobi. We've also been through many battles against superior foes, even a war that was a nightmare. You were involved in a war. When did it happen? It was over 2 years ago. There have already been 3 great shinobi wars in the history of our world, but this war started mainly because of me, namely the fox inside of me. Oh, you don't feel guilty. Is everything all right? The girl asked excitedly, sitting down closer to the edge of the roof. Well, I wasn't the only one who was in the crosshairs of the enemy, the others were just killed before the war started, but me and another man who also had a biju inside him were not going to be given away without a fight. And so the war for the right to possess the biju began. They decided to lock me up in a safe place to protect me, but I couldn't bear to think of strangers and those close to me fighting and dying for me. I was able to break free with another Jinchuriki and we went for backup. I saw many deaths that I couldn't prevent, like the death of a friend that gave his life for me. His last words were what I once said to him in an exam. He thought it was his destiny to be a bird in a cage and everything was already predetermined, but I proved him otherwise. At first, of course, I felt remorse, but you can't bring back dead friends, you can't rewind time, so I got over it. I grew stronger, thanks to the fox, my persistence and the support of my friends, which gave me the strength to fight for the integrity of the world. After the war, I became a universal hero, which made me make new acquaintances and friends. And before that, as a child, for example, asked an enthusiastic shinobu. Since I was a kid, I was lonely and nobody loved me. My parents sacrificed themselves for the village and me, so they gave me a power that became a curse for me. I was looked down upon, hated, I endured a lot of pain, even Sasuke and I had it bad at first, but then when we got on the same team, started doing missions and just messing around, we bonded and became friends. I thought it would stay that way, but life presents different situations, including bad ones. I put on a fun mask so that no one could see my real state. As time went on, people recognized the real me. In the war, my life was shown to the entire alliance, which encouraged every single one of them. The pain I went through was something no one else would ever have to go through. It's very sad, said Shinobu, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder, closing her eyes and smiling. I can sense so much hatred and lies in you. You hide it carefully, but I don't understand why, Uzumaki said worriedly. The girl immediately opened her eyes wide, looking at the blonde in surprise. Her smile immediately disappeared from her face, and her lower lip and chin shook slightly. The butterfly squeezed out of herself, picking herself up and equalizing her breathing. Yes, you're right, I hate all demons. I had a sister, she was a Hashira, a strong Hashira, and also a very kind person and the best sister. In a trembling voice, Shinobu began. But she started a fight with a very strong opponent and lost. She died in my arms. Naruto. I hate them. Naruto immediately remembered himself at the age of 16 when he met the killer of his teacher and the one who destroyed his home village, but he was still in those years able to overcome the hatred and accept what was happening, but she can't. She puts on a mask and doesn't show her true feelings. I understand you. I lost my teacher who replaced my father. I really loved him. He was the kind of pervert you'd expect to find. He wrote perverted books, always peeping at girls and still had something to teach me, but his strength and experience were truly amazing. At the right moment, he looked worthy of his Sannin title, strong and unwavering. I owe him a lot, but he died, and I didn't even get to say goodbye to him. I found out about it in a bad way, after which I got angry at the one who sent him on this mission. I think she was grieving and blaming herself afterward. It wasn't easy for you. Yeah. And then I went to train, and when I came back I found a destroyed village, a lot of dead people, and the same man who killed my teacher. I hated him, I wanted to kill him, but I couldn't do it. My friend came to my defense and was defeated. She did all of this for me, for someone who was helping her move forward with her actions. She confessed that she loved me, and then she was knocked out and killed, at least I thought so. Rage has taken over. Sensei's death, now the death of a friend. The power of the fox burst out, and I started smashing everything around me. I was getting stronger, but I was losing control of my body and soul by the minute. It ended in time, but my father was smart enough to see it coming. When I regained consciousness, I was able to overpower my opponent and find the real him. Standing in front of him, listening to his words, I was getting angry again and almost lost control again, but I realized that hatred brings nothing. It carries nothing righteous, nothing light and nothing just. Just realize that. The demons will be ended, but after realizing revenge for your sister, driven by hate, you will be left empty, you will have no goals, you will have only anger, there will be no relief, for the dead cannot be brought back. The hatred will remain in your soul, and you will channel it in another direction, which can make you a different person. Naruto finished his explanation. Shinobu was silent after the guy's long speech, as during it, she hadn't heard such a point of view yet. Naruto, like her, had loved ones die, but she, like all slayers, only intensified her hatred and carried it through her life, but he was somehow able to forgive the one who killed the person he loved, something Shinobu couldn't understand. They sat on the roof of a tall building and looked up at the large moon. I can't forgive. I can't, Naruto. It will come with time, just remember my words, don't let hate consume you. As soon as Sasuke returns from his report, ask him about his past, how he carried his hatred and where it led him. He'll give you food for thought. He's the one who should know about it. They sat in silence, but out of the corner of his eye Naru saw a lone tear roll down Kocho's cheek. He smiled slightly and put his arm around the girl, who shuddered in surprise, but feeling the warmth of his body, as if he were a bright personal sun shining next to her, she calmed down a little. It had been a few days since that conversation. Naruto still hadn't seen Shinobu after that. It seemed like he had hurt her by making her remember the past. Naru certainly didn't want to upset her, but he wanted to help her too, so that conversation was necessary. The blonde had been training with Tanjiro and Hashira, and now it was time to head out on the mission Kagaya had talked about. Naruto gathered his food, checked his katana, and then went outside to wait for Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. With that, everyone was assembled and they moved towards the town where the train would be waiting for them. They walked quite fast, talking a lot and discussing the mission. And so they stood in front of the train, trying to calm down Inosuke, who had pulled out his blades and was trying to attack the transportation. This caused the guards to walk towards them, which Naruto noticed and knocked out the boar with a slight movement. I apologize for my friend, he had lived in the mountains since birth and had never seen a train. The blonde said, smiling so as not to get himself into more trouble. The two men believed and nodded and walked away, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at Naru in surprise. Are there trains in your world? Tanjiro asked. No, I haven't seen one yet, but that doesn't mean I'm going to scream and attack like that kid, replied Naru calmly and with a smile. They entered the train and started looking for another Flame Hashira Slayer. They found him quickly, as Naruto had memorized the aura of all the Hashiras. Naruto sat down separately while Inosuke, who had already come to his senses, Tanjiro and Zenitsu started laughing loudly and doing some nonsense with Rengoku. This picture made the guy involuntarily smile and forget about all his problems. He remembered his past, his team, a strong mentor and 3 novice shinobi. Naruto thought that everything was too cruel in this world. Throwing lone warriors to their deaths is wrong. There are very few strong slayers, but it was possible to create teams of 3 beginners and 1 Hashira. Naruto thought perhaps he would suggest such an idea to Kagaya. The train, the battle and the search for answers. An unfamiliar conductor entered the carriage and checked the tickets, looking decidedly cheap. The man walked up to the company and began to punch the tickets slowly. There's something wrong with him, Naruto, growled the fox inside the guy. I know. But we'll wait it out for now. We don't need to start a fight right now. He's keeping a close eye on the trio and Hashira. I made the decision to stay separate from them. Rengoku has been warned, as has Tanjiro, and the other 2 won't even think of me. So he punched all the tickets and suddenly the lights in the train car started to flicker on and off briefly. Naruto looked at Rengoku, who stood up abruptly and picked up his katana. You were hard to see, but I, the great Rengoku, will burn you with my flame, he shouted, grinning widely and looking to the other side of the wagon. That's when the blonde man felt something himself. The light turned off and then back on a couple seconds later, and along with the light came a demon. It was large and quite nasty. Rengoku smiled even wider and pulled out his katana, which began to be enveloped in flames. The man's hair began to develop and his eyes seemed to light up. Naruto decided to stay back to see Hashira's power. Breath of Flame, first kata. Rengoku spoke, making a dash to get behind the demon's back. Wandering Flames. Rengoku's katana was completely covered in flames, and he swung it, severing the demon's head, causing it to crumble to dust. The flames disappeared and Rengoku put the blade back in its sheath. That's not all, there's one more, said Hashira. And after saying that, a demon appeared almost immediately behind them and almost killed the sleeping man. Not on my watch, Naruto smilingly shrieked, jumping up on the seat and leaping towards the demon, kicking it in flight, causing it to twist. The head became available for a blow and Naruto swung his sword, easily severing the head, which fell to the floor. You really are very strong. Despite your lack of breathing techniques, you have inhuman physical attributes, Rengoku exclaimed happily, walking over to his seat where the conductor still stood. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and smilingly returned to his seat, relaxing and closing his eyes, while the conductor moved from his seat and calmly walked on. But as soon as he entered another car, the man started to run and tearfully ran through car after car until he was in the last one, where there were no people. I did everything you asked, I got the tickets and put him to sleep, but there was a 5th one, as strong as Hashira, if not stronger than him, reported in a trembling voice as the laborer fell to his knees. Let me sleep and see my wife and daughter, please. Yes. You did a good job, said a hand that fell to the floor and approached the man. I'll let you sleep. The conductor with a smile on his face fell face down on the floor and fell asleep, while the brush jumped and attached itself to his arm. 5th, huh? That messes up my plan a bit, but come on. I'll take care of that one myself. 4 kids came up to him with ropes in their hands. The stranger approached one girl and addressed her. Here's another rope for you. It is longer, tie it to the 5th, I will take care of him. The children walked to the wagon where Naruto and company were already sleeping sweetly. They carefully tied them up and sat down next to them, and then fell asleep as well, ending up in their dreams. Now it's time for me to get into that 5th man's dream too. The demon said, standing on top of the train. He closed his eyes and found himself in a rather strange place. There were a lot of pipes, water on the floor. The demon stood in a long tunnel that he decided to walk through and find the guy's soul. The tunnels did not end for half an hour, but here he crossed into a large room, the ceiling of which could not be seen because of the darkness. What a strange subconsciousness he has. The demon said in surprise. He went further into a large room, in which he felt something strange and even creepy, but did not pay attention to it. And then from the darkness came a deafening low voice, "Here comes the one who put us to sleep. Interesting that you were able to sneak in here." The demon felt a pain in his ears, but it quickly went away. What the hell? Who's talking? The dumbfounded demon began to ask questions. It's none of your business. We just wanted to see what you were like. Personally, I'm disappointed. Who the hell are you? Screamed the demon. And you call yourselves demons? Even somehow ashamed of such a weakling, since he was afraid of me. Said the fox, showing his bloodshot eyes and standing up to his full height. The demon was frightened, seeing such a sight and tireless thirst for blood. How you disgust me, it's time to be done with you. Said the fox, piercing the illegal guest with a claw. The demon opened his eyes abruptly and clutched his stomach. This creature living in a human made me shiver with fear. Impossible. Raced through his mind before he calmed down and took his hands off his stomach. In the carriage where the slayers were sleeping peacefully, Naruto slowly and lazily opened his eyes. He could have been awake from the start, but he wanted to see the enemy in person, so now he knew who he had to fight. He stood up and walked over to his new acquaintances, and then noticed the children sleeping nearby, tied with ropes to the swordsman. That's some kind of technique, yeah. Naruto was about to release them, but then Tanjiro opened his eyes, followed by Rengoku. Oh, you managed to break free, well done, Datbeo. Rengoku stood up from his chair with a smile on his face and looked around. Were there any children here? Hashira asked. Yes, but I don't think we should touch them, Naruto replied. Next, Nezuko woke up Inosuke and was about to wake up Zenitsu while Naruto, Tanjiro, Inosuke and Rengoku stepped back to check on the passengers. Bringing her hand up to Zenitsu, the demon appeared behind Nezuko and was about to strike, but his head flew off his shoulders almost immediately and Zenitsu stood behind his opponent, putting his katana away in its scabbard. Be careful, Nezuko. We have to go to the others. Zenitsu said and walked on. Where did he come from? Tanjiro asked in bewilderment. Most likely there is a demon here that can hide other demons, so we need to be careful. Answered the still smiling Rengoku. They took up their katanas and began to think about what to do next. People couldn't just be left to fend for themselves. Tanjiro, Inosuke, the demon who put us to sleep is on the roof now. Go there and deal with him, we'll take care of the passengers, deal with the others and join you. Rengoku commanded, looking at the boys. They just nodded and ran to a place where they could climb to the roof of the train. So, I'll stay here and control 4 cars, Zenitsu and Nezuko 2 cars and you also 4. Naruto nodded and with a jerk he was in the very last car. He was going to start the defense, but it didn't go according to plan, as there were 10 demons waiting for him in the car. 4 of them had a strange eye, about the same Naruto had seen in the demon on the mountain. It was weak, but clearly stronger than usual. And here comes our target. Enmu said that you are more dangerous than all those on the train, so we will take you on. Said the demon, who judging by the eye was the 3rd lowest moon. So you're talking, which means you're negotiable. What, are you an idiot or? Naruto didn't listen to him any further, absorbed in himself and thinking of a battle plan. There was too little space on the train to fight, it would be hard to fight, to think about the safety of the train and passengers, and to dialogue. Well, let's change places. A little refreshment. Agree. Naruto was covered in orange, which surprised and tensed the demons, and then from behind his back appeared 10 hands, which in an instant grabbed the demons and threw them away from the train, and after them jumped an Uzumaki, in flight watching how on the roof are standing Tanjiro and Inosuke, and inside and outside the train something strange is happening, but he believed in their strength and decided then just catch up with them. The demon that was on the roof doing battle with the 2 young swordsmen merged with the train and increased the pressure on the slayers, but they were coping. Naruto landed next to the demons, assessing each with a glance. What the fuck was that for? Slayers can't do that, you're just a human, you can't do magic. It's not magic. It's hard to explain. Why don't you just surrender and we can talk calmly? I'm not gonna hurt you. 6 demons roared and lunged at the guy. I can't talk to you. Then I won't even try. The blonde pulled out a katana and calmly walked towards the demons, effortlessly dodging and cutting off their heads one by one with a nonchalant and calm look. There was one last demon left, who almost managed to touch Naruto, but the latter took his hand and squeezed it with such force that it didn't stop at broken bones. Part of the demon's arm was simply crushed, and Uzumaki calmly decapitated the monster. You've seen what I'm capable of, let's just talk. Screw you, we'll kill you and then the others, and the Lord will give us more blood. Shouted the second lowest moon. Naruto tsked and began to dodge the demon's attacks. Where is your master? The blonde began, shut the fuck up, you freak. They attacked one by one, seemingly thinking out their tactics. Naruto carefully deflected their blows with the blunt side of his katana to try and question someone, but as time went on he began to feel heavy and stiff. Feel that, swordsman. It's heavy, isn't it? Came from the second moon. At the same moment Naruto found himself in some strange place like a stomach, he felt his strength leaving him a little, and then his legs started to go under the ground quickly, and he felt pain. It's an illusion, I'll dispel it, the fox said. Naruto felt the danger approaching him and suddenly he was back in the forest, but his strength was still leaving him and his feet were under the ground, and one of the demons had almost pierced his chest. Gathering himself, the blonde created a clone that kicked the enemy to the side and then grabbed the original and pulled it, launching it towards the other 3 demons. Naruto flew to the outside fast enough to successfully attack. The first head flew off his shoulders. You bastard. We're going to tear you apart. Just answer me my questions. Is that so hard? Naruto said. We won't think of it. The demon screamed, attacking the blonde, who dodged in every way possible, doing so playfully. The opponents attacked all at once, but they couldn't get the guy. Naruto repeated his words time after time, and also reduced the number of his opponents. When the last one was left, Naruto asked the question again. Last chance. You tell me about your master, and I'll let you go. Liar. You're a slayer and you can't let me go. Objected the demon. I am not a slayer, even though I have the same weapons they have. I have my own goals, so I can let you go. But, Naruto stopped, piquing the demon's interest and tension. If you don't tell me what I'm asking, I'll kill you. And why would I believe you? The demon asked. I kept asking you to just talk, but you attacked me. I held back in battle to wait for you to adequately decide to talk. Yes, I killed them, but they didn't want to cooperate. Now I'm offering you one last chance. Tell me everything and I'll let you go. Naruto's words began to roll around in the demon's head. He thought for a long time before he gave his answer. Okay. I'll take it. Mr. Muzan. Before the demon could finish his words, his emotions changed. He began begging for mercy into the void, confusing Naruto. He looked terrified of someone who was feeling intense pain. Eventually the demon's body was torn apart from the inside by something unknown. What was that Datbeo? It was a strange sight. He didn't even have time to say a few words. Apparently this Muzan is controlling them secretly so that the servants won't say anything unnecessary. We must go to the others. Naruto rushed after the departing train. On the train, a couple minutes after Naruto left, the rest of the Slayers and Hashira had already dealt with the last demon and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, at high speed, someone knocked Inosuke and Tanjiro off the train. Renkoku noticed the silhouette, but didn't have time to react before he was thrown out of the train along with Zenitsu and Nezuko. They ended up in a field near the railroad tracks. Hashira, as the most experienced, was already on his feet and waiting for the attack. Whatever happens, don't interfere. Your lives are not worth dying for. Go away, and I'll hold off the enemy, said Rengoku. No, we won't leave you, shouted Tanjiro. This is not a request. Go away. This is my fight. It's too early for you to die, and for you Tanjiro, said Rengoku, looking at the boy. You have a different destiny. And I'll give you a chance so you can move on, replied with a smile, nonchalant and so confident that Tanjiro almost cried at the strength of Rengoku's spirit. There you are, Akaza shouted, running swiftly and starting a kick at Tanjiro. Hashira of Flame had time to react and cut off the demon's arm, thus saving Tanjiro. You again. You haven't changed your mind yet. What are you talking about? Rengoku asked. Have you forgotten already? I'm talking about becoming a demon. Are you ready to accept my offer? Never. My choice, your death, said a focused and confident Rengoku. The second battle between the two opponents began. Rengoku had drawn some conclusions from the last battle, so he was more focused. The battle went on like in canon, only Rengoku was more serious, collected, and courteous. He was chopping Akaza's limbs, defending himself against his attacks. It went on like this for about 7 minutes. Akaza was not simple and had tactics as well. He had already managed to take away one of Rengoku's eyes, snatching the advantage for himself. The outcome of the battle was Akaza's arm piercing his chest down the middle. Rengoku held on and was able to grab and hold the higher moon. He was able to hit the neck, but the blade only traveled half the distance. Tanjiro and Inosuke couldn't watch this and decided to act. They were able to chop the demon's arms, freeing Rengoku from his captivity as they thought. The demon was surprised, but not too surprised. Rengoku fell to his knees and Tanjiro ran up to him. Hold on Rengoku, you're strong, he shouted, but there was a hint of sadness in his voice. No. You hold on. Hold on to your path, for it is a worthy one. You have opened my eyes to many things, which is important. Find my family. Tell them these words. Rengoku said something to Tanjiro. Unable to contain his wounds, blood began to ooze through his clothes. I believe in you, Tanjiro. Saying the last words, Hashira of Flame fell to the ground. By now Naruto had arrived and saw Rengoku lying on the ground. No. I didn't make it, he mumbled, shifting his gaze to the demon. Akaza noticed the guy too and became more animated. You. I remember you. I won't hold back with you now. You're going to answer for everything. Azaka shouted and got in front of Naruto, throwing a bunch of punches. Naruto dodged all the blows, determined to show that he was superior. A punch. A crack of ribs. And Azaka flew 100 meters into the distance. After a short time, the demon got up and was even more eager to attack again. Before I kill you, Naruto began to say as Akaza headed towards him. I'm going to mock you to my heart's content. Naruto changed drastically and became covered in black streaks and his clothes and skin turned yellow. A tremendous amount of power began to emanate from him that even Akaza hesitated, but it was too late. Naruto grabbed Akaza's torso and legs with his 2 chakra hands and then ripped the demon in half. The demon's abandoned body regenerated and Akaza attacked the guy again. Rasen Shuriken. An unknown ball that emitted strange sounds and a strong wind flow flew into the demon's stomach, pushing it away and shredding it. After flying 30 meters, it crashed into a small rock, causing Naruto's equipment to explode and destroy everything within a 20-meter radius. Akaza stood up again, regaining his body and tried to attack again. This time Naruto started moving at top speed, which the demon couldn't keep up with. Naruto was like a blurry stream of light, which strained Akaza. Your choice will be the end for you. Die now, demon. A sweep of the sword. And the demon's head fell to the ground. Naruto stood 3 meters away from Akaza. Don't you get it? Your blades don't hurt me. I can grow it all back again. And again. And again. Spoke the severed head of Akaza. Are you sure about that? Naruto asked him. What? What did you say? asked the incomprehensible Akaza. To the demon's surprise, Naruto showed him his sword. It was covered in Kurama's chakra, which was absorbed into the demon's body and head. Akaza's body began to weaken and fell, beginning to decompose. The body was followed by the head as well. Akaza didn't understand how this was possible. He died in silence without saying a word. Naruto walked over to Tanjiro, who was crying over Rengoku's body. I take it he protected you. Yeah. He didn't want us to get into a fight. The boy squeezed himself out. A worthy man. It's a shame he passed away so soon. We should pay tribute to him, namely, honor his memory. We'll take him to HQ, if he has family we'll notify them, he should be buried with all the honors a Slayer can have. His cause, his path, his purpose and his will live on in the rest of us, giving confidence and pride. No need to shed tears, for no one wants that. You're right Naruto. The mourners will be the family. We must finish what Rengoku started. We'll destroy all the demons, and then we'll get to the main man. That's the only way to fulfill our duty to him. Tanjiro agreed. I'll take his body, you find Zenitsu and Nezuko. Come here and we'll go. Naruto arrived at the headquarters with the trio and Rengoku's body and headed to the meeting that had been called in an emergency. Upon reaching the place, Naruto walked to the head, a little closer than the rest of Hashira and lowered Rengoku's body to the ground. Kagaya-sama, I have some bad news. Naruto said and bowed. I see. We have lost a comrade who shared our ideals. Can you please tell us what happened? The head asked. Naruto told everything up until the moment he arrived to help the others. Tanjiro will tell you what happened during my absence. Tanjiro then. Tell us, said the leader. The boy stepped forward and kneeled next to Naruto. Kagaya-sama, we've dealt with all the enemies on the train, including the one who initiated the murders. When we relaxed, another demon appeared and threw us all off the train. Tanjiro spoke, but Naruto had his say. It turned out to be one of the higher moons, the one we met in the beginning when Sasuke and I helped Rengoku. Yes. Rengoku recovered quickly and got up to start fighting. Tanjiro recounted the entire fight he got to see, up until the death of Hashira Flame. I arrived when Rengoku was already dead. My appearance provoked the demon, and we started the battle. I dealt with him, so one of the higher moons is dead. The death of a higher moon is good, but the death of one of us is a very sad event. Kagaya replied. While we were coming here, I assumed that this incident I train was done just to lure one of the Hashira out to kill. But those demons were lower moons, so that's why they failed, even with Tanjiro and his comrades. Let's not ignore my presence in this case either. I tried to question one of the demons to find out as much as I could, but he died from an unknown force without saying a word. Apparently, Muzan has something to do with the moons. More specifically, the moons are so strong because they have Muzan's blood in them. The more of it, the stronger they are. But apparently, even a small amount of his blood can kill a moon to keep it from saying anything unnecessary. That makes it very difficult to get the information we need. Kagaya said. Maybe Sasuke will learn more. It's been over 2 months since he left. Said Shinobu. We'll be waiting for him to come back. I hope he finds something. Prepare a ceremony for Rengoku. We will consecrate him to the earth as we should. Announced the leader. Hashira, Naruto and the three friends bowed in friendship and then everyone dispersed. The trio left to recover, as they were not without a beating. Naruto left to his room to check on Nezuko, eat a hearty meal, take a bath and rest in peace. An encounter with evil and new friends. Sasuke had been traveling around this world for months now. He first decided to go around all the small settlements, caves, hideouts. This he did since there was an Orochimaru in their world who was too secretive about living in underground hideouts. Finding nothing, Sasuke set off into the city. Nothing was encountered along the way until he reached the right place. The town was very lively, but still the cloak covering his entire body and katana did not give him away. There was also an eye patch concealing the Rinnegan. Wandering around the city proved to be boring and annoying. There was so much noise around, which annoyed the Uchiha greatly. Suddenly, Sasuke felt a strong energy. He quickly took directions and went after his target with a quick step. As the feeling grew stronger, he saw a stranger in front of him, who turned towards him as if sensing the presence of a stranger. Sasuke saw strange eyes that didn't look human. His suspicions were great, so he took his sword by the hilt. "Excuse me. Did you want something?" the stranger asked. "No. You look like someone I know. I must be mistaken," Sasuke said nonchalantly, looking at the stranger and preparing to strike. "It's okay, it happens to everyone." "Daddy, who is this uncle?" asked the little girl who was in the stranger's arms. "It's okay, honey. Uncle took me for his friend. We're not going to fight with him," said the stranger, calming the girl. Sasuke took his hand off the sword, but the stranger noticed it immediately. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" the stranger asked. Meanwhile, the man bared his claws and found a nearby man he had scratched, so much so that Sasuke barely had time to see it. The man scratched his neck and after walking a couple more meters fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Sasuke realized that it was a transformation into a demon, and the initiator was a demon. As the head said, only Kibutsuji Muzan himself can turn other people into demons, or someone from the 12 moons, and that is if their lord allows it. Sasuke would have liked to kill him on the spot, but the man had already turned into a monster and bit his wife. Sasuke reacted and pulled her away, beginning to restrain the transformed man. He couldn't kill him in front of so many people, so he tried to restrain him. The stranger just walked away, leaving Sasuke to deal with it himself. It was then that the confusion began. Some kind of veil that hid him from everyone and a strange couple that looked at him. "It was an unpleasant situation, but we got here in time," said the woman. "Who are you?" Sasuke said menacingly. "You must be the Slayer. You don't have to be afraid of us, we'll help you. I suggest you leave for a while, but don't leave the city. As soon as we're done, my assistant will find you and bring you to me." "All right. But you try to cross the line and I'll take you down." "We don't want to fight. We want to talk," replied the woman, interrupting the Uchiha. Sasuke disappeared instantly, leaving the body of the male demon. A short time later, Sasuke was eating lunch at a diner on the outskirts of town. After eating and paying, he went to wander around the city, but suddenly he stopped, noticing the surveillance. "Why are you following me?" Sasuke said. "Please follow me. Mrs. Tamayo is expecting you," said the stranger. Sasuke followed him until they reached a dead end. "What are we doing at a dead end?" Uchiha asked. The guy waved his hand and walked through the wall. Sasuke was surprised for a couple seconds and then followed him. He was already behind the wall and saw a beautiful house. Walking inside, he was led to the woman he had seen before. "Here we meet again. My name is Tamayo," she introduced herself. "Uchiha Sasuke. What are you? You look like demons," Sasuke said. "Yes. We are demons, but not ordinary demons," replied Tamayo. "What do you mean? We don't eat humans." "Yes, we drink blood, but only donated blood, and only if people give it to us voluntarily." "But that doesn't answer the question of why you helped me." Sasuke wanted to know more. "You were looking for someone and you must have found someone. Kibutsuji Muzan is hard to find, but you did. We couldn't show up earlier so he wouldn't recognize me," replied Tamayo. "Did you recognize it? Do you two know each other?" he asked. "I was his loyal servant until I could escape his captivity. Now I want to get even with him for all the pain he's caused me. I work on behalf of—" Sasuke slurred as he was interrupted. "Demon Slayers. I know. Your blade gave you away. Why were you looking for Muzan? Were you thinking of killing him?" the woman asked. "I don't think so. Without my friend, I don't dare fight. I had to find his location. Also, one of the aspiring Tanjiro Slayers has a sister, Nezuko, who has become a demon that doesn't feed on blood at all, and regains her strength in her sleep. She doesn't crave blood. That's very interesting. What did her brother say?" Tamayo asked. "His family was killed by the Muzan. His sister was turned into a demon, but retained her humanity. The head of the Slayers acknowledged her existence, so she won't get anything from the organization. Sasuke told us everything. Demons can't turn people into their own kind. Only Muzan himself can do it, and also the moons, but only if he gives his permission. Nezuko is special because she's different. I think he'll want to get her, so she'll be safer at your headquarters. Explained some things to Tamayo. I agree. But Tanjiro wants to find a way to turn her into a human. Sasuke said. At the moment there is no such way, but I think there is, we just haven't found it yet. First, we need Muzan's blood, because he is the ancestor of all demons. If we study it, we can learn more. Said the woman. And the moons. The head said they contain Muzan's blood, that's why they're so powerful. You're right. Muzan's blood gives great power, and you can also awaken blood magic. You saw my magic when you held the demon turned man. Each moon has its own, so maybe Nezuko will have some. When you get to headquarters, take her blood. Also, if you fight the moons, try to extract their blood as well. I'll provide the necessary tools for that. I understand. If you don't mind, I'll give some to my friend. He's already fought 2 moons, so he has a better chance of meeting them. I don't mind. The important thing is that you get the blood. Tamayo finished. After discussing some points, Tamayo was about to go get the necessary supplies when suddenly, the wall behind Sasuke collapsed. A strange object started flying around the room and destroying everything around it. Sasuke found himself beside Tamayo, activating the Susanoo ribs. The attacks didn't pass through the Uchiha's defenses, so they stopped. Sasuke noticed that they were children's balls. Wow. You didn't get hurt. You were strong. It's even more fun this way. Said the girl, which was clear from the tone of her voice. You better be careful, or you'll get my clothes dirty. Replied the guy who was with her. Come on. You don't even let me have fun. Sasuke looked at them, studying them, trying to figure out what they were. Lady Tamayo. Please hide. I'll take care of this myself. You don't need to put yourself in danger. He said. All right. Be careful. She said and left with her assistant. Tamayo. Is she the one the Lord was talking about? If we bring her to the Lord, he will reward us well. Replied the boy. Hey. Where are you going? You have to play with me. The girl launched her attack. Her balls zigzagged, changing direction to Tamayo, but Sasuke was in front of her and chopped 2 balls. Interesting. You need to be played with seriously. The girl created 4 more hands for herself. The result was that she got 6 balls. What do you think? I want to see what you can do. Said the girl. Finish with him quickly and let's get the fugitive. Like the guy told her to. No problem. The girl started attacking again, thinking that her opponent would not be able to handle her. Her expectations were not justified and the unfamiliar man easily chopped all the balls. What? Chopped? Then let's increase our strength and speed. You're unlucky to meet one of their moons. You're no longer alive. It didn't take long for another attack. The speed of the balls and their power increased, destroying everything around them, but it looked too boring for Sasuke. He shattered all the balls again, then got behind the girl. One of the moons, you say? You're just what I need. Your blood will serve me well. Said Sasuke, instantly cutting off her head. Shit. She's dead. He's stronger than we thought. We'll have to take him by stealth. Said the boy, when a voice suddenly sounded. Here comes the other one. You thought you'd sit this one out. Only cowards do that, and cowards, especially if they are demons, deserve to die. The demon decided to attack the Uchiha, but all of his attacks crashed into the ribs of the Susanoo. The demon became worried, but the worry passed when it realized it was decapitated. Sasuke picked up the body and found himself at the girl lying on the field. Taking her too, he found himself in a ruined room. Tamayo came out to him. While they are alive, take the blood. Tamayo did it without further ado. She said they're from the moons, so I think that would be a good start. You're right. You've been a great help to us, Sasuke. Here are the necessary tools to collect the blood. I hope it will be of some use. See you later. Said Sasuke. Bye and good luck to you. Said Tamayo as she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayers, heading towards the head. Upon arriving at his house, he saw the chapter waiting for him. Hello Kagaya-sama. Hello Sasuke. You've come here, so something has come to light. Do you want to tell me? Kaguya asked. Of course. Sasuke briefly recounted the journey, moving on to his meeting with Muzan and then Tamayo. Interesting. She clearly has a grudge against Muzan. We could use an ally like that. Keep collecting blood. If her experiments are successful, we'll have a huge advantage. That's what I thought, so I accepted her request. Then if that's it, I'll be going. Replied Sasuke. Of course. Go. Finishing his report, Sasuke headed for the house. Reaching it, he was surprised to see that Naruto wasn't there. Apparently Uzumaki had gone on a mission. There were no lights on in the house, which meant Sasuke would be spending the night alone. The first thing Sasuke did was put his bag in Naruto's room, leaving a note there. He wasn't going to wait for him, so he decided to get ready for bed. As the Uchiha showered and was ready to head to bed, there was a knock on the door. He walked over and opened it, seeing Shinobu in front of him. Hello. Did you need something? Uchiha asked her. Hi there Sasuke. I wanted to talk to you. I'm getting ready for bed, so let's do it tomorrow. He replied sternly. I've been waiting for you to come back for a long time, so let's do it now. I won't take much time. It's very important. She begged with a sweet smile. Okay. Come on in. Shinobu went inside and sat down on a chair in the living room. What shall we talk about? He asked. I had a heart-to-heart talk with Naruto. He said you'd rather talk about the situation. What kind of situation? A surprised Sasuke asked. Revenge and hatred. He told me how he overcame the hatred and was able to forgive a lot of people and let go of a lot of things. He advised to ask you about it, that you could tell more about the path of hatred. Finished the girl's wording. Uzumaki. He's a big talker. You won't leave until I tell you, right? Yes. She replied sweetly. Then listen. When I was a kid, my older brother wiped out my whole clan. I was the only one who survived. The details and motivation for committing that deed will be omitted. I was angry at him, I wanted to become stronger and personally kill him, taking my revenge. At some point I left the village with the criminal, who was already considered an enemy of the village, so there was no turning back. I grew stronger with him, and my hatred grew as well. Years later, I was able to find my brother, kill him and accomplish what I had planned. The goal was achieved and I needed to move on. I decided to join an organization to further my new goals, to take revenge on my village that had betrayed my brother by forcing him to slaughter the entire clan. The one behind it all I killed as well, but I wasn't done there. I decided to get to the bottom of it by finding out the whole truth. I ended up helping Naruto in the war, preventing the deaths of all the shinobi, but at the end I decided that I would take over. By killing all the rulers of the great villages, I would start a new era. Becoming a new evil to the world, countries would unite to oppose me. Naruto of course didn't like this, and was able to stop me. Being at death's door, we began our last conversation. As we talked I realized that Naruto understood me like no one else, understood my pain and didn't want a bad fate for me. He was always trying to support me, to guide me to the right path, to keep me from going into darkness. When I realized that, I realized what a fool I had been. I'm here because of Naruto, and I'm grateful to him for not turning his back on me after all these years of absence. You must have a similar problem if Naruto sent you to me. Yes. A demon killed my sister. Ever since then, I've been saving up my hatred to destroy them all. That mask I put on. That's what my sister was always like. Happy, cheerful. She never got discouraged, never lost her grip, and always hoped for the best. She dreamed of peace with the demons, though many would consider that delusional. I hope so too, but the pain of the past is still strong. When you reach your goal, the hatred remains. The wounds inflicted on you will not heal. You'll have to channel that hatred into something else, and then you may become an enemy to your current allies. To them, you'll be a new demon, a new evil. You might have people you care about. Naruto was making friends. Lots of friends. He walked through obstacles alone, but he was never abandoned by those close to him. I, on the other hand, had no one to guide me or help me. The will that Naruto had gave him a power greater than any technique. I decided to follow his example, to become the shadow of the village, to guard it from external and internal enemies, just as my older brother had done. My hatred was gone. I decided to live like him. To share his pain as he shared mine. As I traveled for many years, I realized many things I hadn't noticed before. Do not tread this path, Shinobu. Don't repeat my fate, or you'll reach a dead end and everyone will turn their backs on you. I had Naruto as my man. You probably don't have anyone, so no one can talk sense into you. Speaking of strength, well, I can't do anything alone. There aren't many of us Hashiras. Rengoku, the one you saved, died recently. He was killed by the third high moon. The higher moons are too strong to handle, let alone Muzan. Perhaps my revenge is not destined to come true. Shinobu wondered. Perhaps. Then is it worth it to store up hatred? Isn't it better to just live? If everything works out, Naruto and I will finish off Muzan, then your revenge will be complete. I've seen the way you look at him. You like him, and I can see why. We don't know how we got to you. And we don't know how to get back. Even though I have some sort of traveling ability, even I can't bring us home. Just try to live your life as a shinobu so you don't have any regrets. The Uchiha's words crashed into Shinobu's head. They were eating her up inside, giving her an explanation for some things and just making the big picture clearer. Now she had to make her choice, leave things as they were, or change so as not to lose the rest of her soul. After thinking over what the guy had said, the girl stood up. Thank you for your time. I have to go now. Bye. Sasuke nodded and Shinobu left. The Uchiha was cursing Uzumaki in his thoughts for dumping his problem on him, but he was right. Sasuke would know more about it. Although Uchiha realized that he might have been able to help the girl just a little bit, because to go through what he had, not everyone could stand it. Finished with his musings, Sasuke laid down on his bed to bring himself to sleep. Waking up early in the morning, Sasuke washed his face and went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. There he met Naruto, who was already eating his breakfast. Hi Sasuke. Glad you're back. Hi Naruto. I'm surprised you're up so early. I remember you always liked to sleep in. Sasuke clarified. I'd love to datbeo, but today is the funeral. Uzumaki said, his face changing. Funeral? Who? What happened while I was away? Sasuke asked, interested. Rengoku. Died in a battle with the Supreme Moon. Dead. Was he sent to the battle with the moon? Why weren't you sent there? Sasuke resented such actions. I was sent too. A trio of budding demon slayers, Rengoku and me. Then I don't understand why he died. Were you caught in a trap? Uchiha asked. As if yes. But it was me who ruined the plans. Just to avoid casualties, I took a couple demons with me to fight outside the train. I tried to question them, but it was no use. When I was done, I followed the train, and when I got there, Rengoku was already dead. Did you at least kill the demon? Of course I did. I was very angry at the time. But there's nothing I can do about it now. You can't rewind time, you can't bring the dead back to life. Naruto sadly stopped eating his breakfast. Sasuke fell into thought, remembering the past. An idea came to his mind, but he hesitated to voice it. He had to think about it for a while before he acted. So, when is the funeral? Sasuke asked. In half an hour. Naruto answered. Then let's finish eating and go. Naruto and Sasuke left the house, heading towards the ceremonial courtyard where the funeral was being held. Once there, the friends stood next to Hashira, with Kagaya in front of them. The ceremony began, and helpers carried in the coffin, with Rengoku lying there. Hashira took a knee, for he was their comrade after all, that he had fought for the common good. There was no one here like him, cheerful, always going forward, cheerful and bright, except for him. Kagaya Ubuyashiki was making a speech. While the others listened and remained silent, Sasuke was still pondering. The speech was coming to an end when the last speeches had already gone. Your services will forever be etched in our memories and the memories of the next generations of demon slayers. We will carry your will through the years to help us on our journey. Kagaya finished. He was about to give an order when Sasuke stood up. Wait! He shouted. Sasuke, what are you doing? Don't disrupt the ceremony. Naruto reprimanded him. That's not the point, Naruto. Kagaya-sama, I can do something, but without explanation. Believe me, you'll be surprised and pleased. All right. I hope we won't regret it. Kagaya agreed. Sasuke walked towards the coffin, approaching Rengoku's lying breathless body. He concentrated to activate the cursed seal he had left from his time as Orochimaru's patron. He removed the blindfold, activating his Rinnegan, beginning the search for Rengoku's soul. The seal had been saving up chakra for years, allowing it to become very strong. His eyes reacted with the seal, after which Sasuke was able to find Hashira's flame soul and began his resurrection. He hoped that the chakra of the seal and a bit of Orochimaru's life force would be enough to pull this off. The Uchiha strained not to give his life energy to this. After 5 minutes of all the action, Sasuke finished, ceasing to hold the seal and falling to the ground. Naruto was instantly at his side to pick his friend up. Sasuke. Hey. You're like a datbaho. Say something. Shouted an agitated Naruto. The Uchiha opened his eyes, looking up at the blonde man. Ahem. I'm fine. Check him. Sasuke spoke barely audibly, also breathing heavily. Orochimaru had enough life energy in the seal, but no chakra from the seal. Sasuke was severely exhausted and kept conscious for the time being. Naruto was transferring the fox's chakra to him, but not much, to slightly ease the pain of Sasuke, who had fallen asleep. Shinobu ran up next. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with him? The girl asked. Chakroisthenia. I've stabilized him so he won't go into a coma or die. What's next is just rest. For the next few days. He doesn't have as much chakra as me, but he has a huge amount, so it'll take a long time to recover. What did he do anyway? Tsunemi asked. Naruto put Sasuke down, got up and walked over to the coffin. He looked at the lying Rengoku, who was starting to look like a living person. His skin color became normal, and breathing appeared. Naruto turned to the others. Cancel the funeral. Rengoku will live on. The boy's words dumbfounded everyone. Hashira ran up to Rengoku, looking at the sleeping guy who no longer looked pale. But how? Obanai asked. I guess. One time, my opponent killed some people and shinobi in my village. Toward the end of the battle, I was able to talk some sense into him, and he ended up resurrecting all the fallen at the cost of his life. It's all thanks to the Rinnegan. Rinne. Who? Asked Tsunemi. Rinnegan. I's dojutsu or enhanced genome. I don't possess them, but Sasuke possesses 2 dojutsu. Sharingan, the eyes of his clan. And the Rinnegan that the Sage of the Six Paths gave him. With that and the cursed seal, he was able to resurrect Rengoku. That's smart, because otherwise, Sasuke would have died. Is his life in danger now? Kagaya asked. No, but he needs to rest. Replied Naruto. Then take him to the Butterfly Manor and the others will take care of Rengoku. Naruto nodded and lifted Sasuke off the ground and carried him to the infirmary. The Demon Slayer's assistants, who picked up the wounded and provided various services, took Rengoku with them. Naruto reached the place where he laid Sasuke on the bunk, following Shinobu's instructions. You know more about his condition than I do, so tell me, what should we do? The girl asked. Nothing, really. He just needs to rest for a while, and then he'll be back to his old self. Answered Naruto. Then you can go. My men will see to everything. Naruto put his hand on the girl's shoulder, smiled happily, which even without words meant thank you, and left the room. He headed home to get some rest. Sasuke's antics today had scared him a lot. Overwhelmed, Naruto craved only one thing, rest. That's what he decided to do for the rest of the half-day. Love, reflection, and the red light district. The next day, Kyojuro Rengoku, aka Hashira of the Flame, woke up. He opened his eyes wide and jumped up, not realizing what was going on. A nurse walked into the room, who dropped her tray upon seeing Hashira awake. Kyojuro-san. Are you? The girl stammered. Flame Hashira sat on the bed, holding his stomach with trembling hands. I'm alive. Mom. You should have been buried. You died in the battle. Answered the girl. Mr. Kagaya. Shouted Hashira, looking at the girl. Yes. Of course, said the girl and ran away. After 5 to 7 minutes, Kyojuro gathered his thoughts and advanced to the Lord's house. Upon reaching the head lord's house, he asked his children for a meeting with him. Kagaya came out 10 minutes later. My boy, you are in good health, I see, said the chief. Kagaya-sama, I don't understand. I was dead, I saw my mother, I talked to her, I didn't live. I'll tell you. You've been dead for 3 days. We'd already prepared everything for your funeral, but we got a miracle in the form of Sasuke. Sasuke. Is that the gloomy guy who's a friend of Naruto's? Yeah. He suddenly offered to do something in the middle of the ceremony without asking. I don't know what exactly he did, but at the end of the act, Sasuke collapsed and passed out after a couple minutes. All of the Hashira approached the coffin, where they saw you. Your skin color was normal, there were no wounds on your body, and you were alive. Naruto took Sasuke inside to recover and you were taken to the hospital. To learn more, you must go to Naruto, said Kagaya. He resurrected me. Did they have such powers? Sir, are they definitely human? Hashira said in surprise. This was the first and last procedure, he wouldn't survive a second resurrection. I'm having a hard time after all this, I'm going to meet Naruto and Sasuke, then I'll go home and be alone. Kyojuro bowed and went to the Butterfly Manor. While walking there, halfway there he met Shinobu. Hello Shinobu. Do you know where I can find Naruto? Kyojuro. Are you awake? I'm so glad to see you well. Naruto is practicing at the estate's training ground. Thank you. I see you're going on a mission, so good luck. He said and went on his way. Thank you. The girl replied and left. Kyojuro reached the manor, went inside and proceeded to the firing range. Upon arriving at the place, he watched the blonde guy training mesmerized. He was immediately surprised by the large number of Naruto clones who had formed groups and were practicing individual techniques. As soon as he approached the guy, one of the clones saw him. Oh, Kyojuro. I sensed you and have been waiting for you to come, said Naruto's clone, though Kyojuro didn't know it. Hello Naruto. I would like to talk to you. The clones began to disappear until the last one was left, who was hanging upside down from a tree and pumping his abs. Jumping down from the tree, they walked over to the bench where they began their conversation. Naruto. I'd like to ask you something. Ask it. What happened after I died? How come I came back to life? I was on the other side. Hashira's questions puzzled Naruto, but he didn't hesitate for long. I killed that demon, you were taken to the Demon Slayer Corps, buried in 3 days, and on the 3rd day, during the funeral, Sasuke decided to do something to resurrect you. Replied the blonde man briefly. Sasuke's one eye has many abilities, resurrection among them. The only difference is that in return the user gives up his life. Sasuke found a way to use the cursed seal so he wouldn't die himself. I see. Thank you for killing the demon and keeping the 3 of them safe. Also, tell Sasuke that I'm very grateful to him for the second chance. This time I'll put even more effort into making sure I succeed. Kyojuro said, bowing is a sign of respect. No need to bow. We shinobi are shinobi. We will not leave anyone behind, and we will help in any way we can. Kejiro straightened up and headed in the opposite direction, with the blonde man following in his wake. A month had passed since that day, by which time Shinobu had returned to headquarters and Hashira Flame was back in action. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu were still recovering from the mission and were starting to train little by little. Sasuke had fully recovered and was ready to leave again, but for now he decided to regain his strength, while Naruto trained and trained and trained, learning more about the new world. During one of the training sessions, Shinobu came to him, sitting down next to him and watching the boy who was doing pull-ups on a tree branch with weights made of large stones. How are you doing today? The blonde asked, glancing at the girl out of the corner of his eye. I'm fine, your advice and words of encouragement are helping me a lot. Next to Naruto, Shinobu stopped smiling falsely. She felt calm and safe around him. He was like a dead sister of the girl, because of which she was attached to the guy. That's great, I'm really glad. There's no need to store up anger, though I've told you that before. Yes, and more than once, Butterfly laughed, smiling sincerely. Naruto jumped down from the tree and unhooked the weights from his body. I'm going to the springs to wash off the sweat. You can wait for me here or at the manor. Shinobu only nodded with a strange smile on her face. Naruto walked to the springs and pulled off the rest of his clothes, as he was already topless. Slowly entering the water, he sat down, stretched out and relaxed, closing his eyes and retreating into himself, or rather into his subconscious to the fox to talk. After a couple minutes, Shinobu started to enter the water, looking at the guy who was clearly unconscious. She climbed fully into the water and sat down next to the blonde guy, resting her head on his shoulder, but he didn't react in any way. Sasuke almost died, we can't have any more deaths among these people. Naruto reported, lying on Kurama's paw. Do you care about them? I thought the goal was to get home. I do care, and I need to get home, but… Naruto, if I were you, I'd get out of here and see what's really going on. The fox said with a laugh, but with surprise. Naruto was alarmed and immediately left his subconscious. The boy is going to be a man, ha ha ha. Laughed the demon. Naruto. The girl began. Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho. Urgent mission. North, mining village. Track down the demon and kill it. Shouted a raven, flying over the couple and then moving away. Butterfly bit her lip almost bloody and clenched her fists. Shit. Shinobu said, holding back tears, but then she felt the blonde man's hand on her cheek. It's okay, don't worry so much. You have to save people, and there's plenty of time for all this. Kocho was breathing heavily, a shuddering sound in her breath. She leaned against the boy's chest, looking him straight in the eye. You're right, Shinobu replied, after which she sank her lips into Naruto's. She quickly made her way to the towel and then quickly moved away, sending an air kiss to the guy before she was out of sight. On the way she wiped her hair and cursed the raven that had interrupted her, but then the same anger towards the demons that she had forgotten about around the blonde man came over her. Kill them all. The trio of friends, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, had finished their recovery training, and were scheduled to leave the Butterfly Manor today. They started to pack up when they heard the girls screaming. Tanjiro ran out first as he was already packed and almost outside. As he stepped into the light, he saw one of the Hashiras, namely the Hashiras of sound. He grabbed the two girls and started walking away as the others tried to get them out. Tanjiro didn't like this and decided to intervene. The boy found himself in front of Hashira. Let the girls go, quickly. Tanjiro said boldly. I wouldn't think of it. They are needed for the mission. Hashira replied sternly. They are not guinea pigs to be used. That's not acceptable. The boy held his ground. I am Hashira, and I can use any method to accomplish the task at hand. Hashira replied. Tanjiro couldn't help himself and threw himself at him to headbutt him, but Hashira disappeared and ended up on the stone fence. I see you won't stop. He didn't finish as Zenitsu and Inosuke appeared at his sides. If you were 100 times Hashira, we won't let you take them. Tanjiro shouted, while the other two prepared to fight. Suddenly, the atmosphere began to weigh on everyone. There was a feeling of anger that hovered in the air and grew stronger by the second. Naruto appeared in front of Hashira, who was standing below, a few meters away from the fence. Tanjiro immediately had a change in his face, which became smiling and happy. Hashira looked into the blonde's eyes, which were full of rage. Quickly let the girls go or else what happened to the guy who stabbed Nezuko with his sword will happen again. I won't let defenseless people be used by anyone. Tengen remembered that day, went downstairs and let go of the girls who ran to Naruto and hid behind him. You can go on your mission now, just without them. The blonde man spoke briefly, taking away the tension. Tengen relaxed and didn't want to mess with him. Alright, I won't argue with you, you fight very brilliantly and I can't win. I will go then, Tengen said and calmly walked out. If you need help, you can take us. Tanjiro said, drawing Hashir's attention back to himself. This mission requires girls, and you're nothing like them. But we're demon slayers, unlike them. We'll manage somehow, the boy said with a smile. Tengen looked at Naruto, who didn't move and exhaled, lowering his head. Okay. Let's go quickly. I've been delayed here as it is. The trio was satisfied and eagerly followed Hashira soundly. Naruto escorted them with a glance until they were out of sight. "Thank you, Naruto-san," shouted everyone around him. "Come on. I couldn't let such an act go without interference." Hashira or not, such actions were unacceptable. The girls looked at him as if he was a saint, making their eyes glisten. "That's it. Go inside, go about your business. I have to do something too," said the blonde, leaving. The girls waved at him, following him with glances as he disappeared. Naruto arrived at the head's house where he met with him. "Kagaya-sama, I'm sorry to bother you." "That's okay. I'm ready to listen to you at any time." "What did you want?" Kagaya asked. Hashira's sound was sent on a mission. He wanted to take the employees of the butterfly house to use for his own purposes. I didn't give him the chance, so Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke went with him. "Do you know what his mission is?" Naruto finished his explanation and asked a question. "Always willing to help. I'm glad to have you among us." "Thank you for that." "About Tengen's mission. I give out all the missions, but I didn't send him anywhere. He must have personal motives." "Personal means? Then I guess there's no danger to the trio, so we don't need to worry. I've learned everything I need to know, so I'll be going," Naruto said and bowed. After leaving the head, he went to the house to continue training, because in his world after the war, he continued to improve, because suddenly there will be a new enemy and he needs to be fully armed. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tengen and the trio reached the red light district. Tanjiro and the others didn't understand what they were doing here, so Tengen took them to a nook. There he explained that his 3 wives worked here as informants and sent him letters of intelligence. Some time ago, the letters stopped coming. So he decided to look into it. He had no success, so he needed to infiltrate every house where his wives worked. That's what he needed those girls for. Since he didn't have them, but 3 boys, he would have to make them look like girls. When the transformation was done, Tengen went with them to the right places. Not without problems, he was able to get all 3 of them into the right houses and began to wait. Tanjiro worked hard, showing himself to be an able-bodied girl. He also got to know the iron of this house. Inosuke, who came out to face, worked quietly but smelled something strange moving around the house. Following the unknown, he never realized where it was hiding or how it was moving around. Zenitsu, however, was caught in the middle of a scorcher. One day he heard a girl crying, whom he quickly found and tried to comfort. Too late, but he felt a presence behind him. As in canon, a conversation took place, in which he got the girl, passing out. As the week passed, they gathered at the appointed place. Tengen showed up, as did Tanjiro and Inosuke, but Zenitsu was absent. "I smelled a demon, but I couldn't find it. It moves around the house strangely, which is not clear to me," said Inosuke. "I also smelled the demon in blood, but the smell disappeared quickly. I couldn't track him down either," Tanjiro replied. "The blonde man didn't show up, so that means he fell into the demon's hands, just like my wives." There was a tense silence for a few seconds. "You may be dismissed. I will continue on alone, or you will suffer or die," said Tengen, rising from his seat. "No. We will not be left behind. Zenitsu is not only our comrade, but also our friend. I consider him as such, and so does Inosuke. I won't leave him in trouble, so I'm coming with you," said Tanjiro confidently. Inosuke uttered a phrase in his own spirit, which convinced Tengen to take them with him. Tanjiro gathered his things and decided to say goodbye to the errand. He told the truth, parting on a good note. Upon Tanjiro's departure, the 6th high moon of Daki came to the island. Tanjiro came to the place where he was supposed to meet Inosuke, but he wasn't there for a long time either. The boy smelled the demon, which made him follow the trail. They met on a rooftop where a girl of Eren species turned into a demon. Tanjiro saw something in the demon's eyes that scared him a little. It had been 3 days since the incident at the spring, and Naruto was lying in his room just staring at the ceiling, thinking about what was going on between him and Shinobu. He couldn't figure out what he should do, because if he let himself fall in love with her and ended up going back to his world, it would be very bad for her, as well as for the guy himself. What should he do? Naruto asked, realizing that Sasuke had entered the room. You mean go back home or? You could say that. Me and Shinobu, how should I put it, had a racy moment. Can I say congratulations? Sasuke asked with a laugh. Yeah, right away. If I accept these feelings and then return to our world, then. I see, you don't have to continue. The Uchiha interrupted thoughtfully. What if we don't get in? We have to consider every option, plus if we stay here, we'll prevent a terrible accident. Wait, what? Boruto, replied Sasuke briefly. Datbeo, right. I agree with you there. Then you should give it a try. Her and your heart will break anyway, so there's nothing to lose. As always, Sasuke. Naruto said with a smile, looking at his friend. You just stopped by. To say goodbye, I'm leaving again. And yes, take this. Sasuke threw 4 knives towards Naruto. They collect blood from demons. If you come across a demon of 12 moons, collect the blood and give it to the messenger. It's complicated, but come on. Be careful out there, Sasuke. Good luck. And you take care of yourself, dummy. Naruto smiled and lay back with a smile, remembering how much of a pest Sasuke used to be. He closed his eyes and fell asleep almost immediately. In the morning he got up, stretched and went out into the corridor, immediately sensing the presence of Shinobu in the mansion, which excited the guy, but also intrigued. The blonde walked down the hallway smiling broadly, greeting all the inhabitants of the mansion, putting everyone in a good mood. As Naruto walked to the exit of the house, he saw the beautiful nature and a beautiful girl standing by a tree, talking to the eternal silent girl who was smiling. Girls, hi. The guy said, walking up to them and waving. Naruto, hi. Replied the already blushing Shinobu. The girl standing next to her simply waved, and Naru stood next to her looking at the butterfly, rubbing the back of her head. They talked as if nothing had happened, only Kanae stood silent. After 10 minutes, Naruto said his goodbyes and went to practice, where he stayed until lunch. Wiping off his sweat, he sat in lotus pose and meditated to clear his head and collect his thoughts. Shinobu. The boy muttered with his eyes still closed. Naruto, you ran away so quickly, and for such a long time. How are you? Asked the butterfly who was on a jolly. I'm fine, I've finished training, I'm thinking about what to do next. Answered the guy, rising to his feet and coming closer and closer to the girl. Shinobu couldn't tear herself away from Naruto, from his hair, eyes, face and body, and couldn't help but enjoy his cheerful voice that filled everyone with positivity. They walked along the paths, chatting about all sorts of things and admiring the nature. Naruto-kun. About the other day. The butterfly began timidly. Yeah, I hear you. A devouring silence began, which pressed on them, but they were afraid to say anything. And so they gathered their strength, clenched their fists and simultaneously said, I love you. The two stood in a stupor. They stared at each other, unable to say anything else. Naruto timidly reached out a hand to Shinobu's cheek, but she was right at the guy's side in a swift movement, standing on her toes, taking the blonde by the shoulders, pulling him to her and kissing him, hanging onto his neck. From that moment on, they spent all their free time together, walking, practicing, eating and sleeping. Shinobu had insisted that the boy move into her house, and she hadn't asked for the blonde's opinion, but simply put it to her. Until now, Naruto had been living in the guest house of the Butterfly Manor. Naruto told her more about his world, his teacher, the parents he had lost, his friends. She listened to it all very enthusiastically, like a child being read a story by her mother before bedtime. Shinobu also told about her childhood, about her sister, and also about her complexes concerning her fragile and small body, which made her look worthless against the background of others. They were sitting on the grass, Naruto was meditating, absorbing the natural chakra, and the butterfly was lying next to him, looking at the boy, who seemed to blend in with his surroundings, as the birds landed on him quietly. But at one moment he opened his eyes sharply, and all the birds flew away. Tanjiro! Naruto shouted, jumping to his feet. Wait, what are you doing? Asked a frightened Shinobu. I've entered hermit mode, which makes my sensory awareness reach unimaginable levels. I told you that. Something's wrong with the guys, I gotta go. A raven flew out from behind the trees to inform me of the events in the red light district. I gotta go. Tell the chief I'm on my way to the scene. Take care of yourself, said Shinobu, kissing the boy on the cheek. Naruto nodded, covered in yellow, and immediately disappeared, making a loud pop and leaving behind an orange flash. Meanwhile, down the block, Inosuke moved behind his opponent, finding a hidden passage under the floorboards. He squeezed through this hole and began to move forward. When he reached a strange cave-like room, he saw a pile of ribbons with images of people on them. It was there that he saw Zenitsu as well. The ribbon turned out to be a demon and after a few words, attacked the guy. Inosuke chopped the ribbons with no problem, freeing all the people imprisoned in them. The demon kept pushing and Inosuke couldn't keep up. Zenitsu, without regaining consciousness, used his breath and cut all the ribbons at high speed. Toward the end of these actions, Tengen arrived, seeing the wives unharmed. "Tengen, are you here? And where is Tanjiro?" Zenitsu asked. "Shit. He's the only one there. Everybody follow me and you get out of here. If all hell breaks loose, destruction of the neighborhood and such, send word to the Demon Slayer Corps to send help," said Tengen. "Help? Who? How many men?" one of the girls asked. "As many as possible and preferably from Hashira." "That's it. Go away." Tengen, Inosuke and Zenitsu climbed out and pulled the girls out, then headed towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro himself was fighting at full strength with Daki, but chopping ribbons was problematic. His sword was constantly taking damage, and the water katas weren't helping. Tanjiro realized that the water kata didn't suit him, that he couldn't master it completely, so he remembered the training and started using the fire god dance. He tried pulling the ribbons and repeating his actions again. There was success. A thread leading to the neck showed. Tanjiro delivered a blow, but the demon managed to dodge. Throwing the guy back dozens of meters, Daki laughed. "You can not cut my neck, and also almost exhausted, and your blade is all jagged, you are pathetic." That's when the demon began to fly into the demon with ribbons that passed into her. "Oh, Hashira's here, great. There will be someone to have fun with," said Daki, jumping onto the roof and taking in the ribbons. Just then, people came out of the houses and started to get outraged. Daki didn't like this and attacked the outraged person. Tanjiro went to intercept, trying to save the civilian. Daki's blow went through and several houses were destroyed behind the guy and people were injured and killed. Kamado was wounded on his right side, his body burning with pain, but seeing this picture, smelling the blood, it was as if a shroud of anger had been cast over him. Emotion was gone from his face, his eyes were bloodshot and blood was pouring out of them, his hair was ruffled. Daki was about to leave, but her jerk was interrupted by Tanjiro, who grabbed her leg and then ripped it off. He began a monologue that set Muzen's cells in motion and showed Daki the memories. The demon was in a panic, for this kind of guy and his actions were starting to scare her beyond belief. She began to attack him with all her might, but for the guy it was as if all the ribbons had slowed down, he could cut them with ease, which surprised the demon. And so he pulled all the ribbons and cut them in an instant, being right in front of the girl, which the girl was clearly not ready for. And so Daki's head fell, rolling to the side. Tanjiro fell to his knees at the demon's screams, holding his throat, but he was conscious, he just should have taken a break. She sobbed, not realizing how this could have happened. All of this was happening in front of Tengen, who came running in just in time for the fight to end. Hashira sounded surprised that the guy was able to decapitate the sixth supreme moon. He was already thinking that he belonged among Hashira, but something confused him. The demon wasn't burning, even though it should have started by now. This seemed strange to Tengen, and Tanjiro, seeing a familiar face, had already recovered a bit and greeted him, bragging about his fight. "Brother!" shouted the crying Daki. Suddenly, something started to come out of Daki's body. Tanjiro shifted his gaze back to the demon to see the new body in front of him. "My little sister. Don't cry. Big brother will help you. I will punish anyone who harms you, but first," the unknown man said, taking the girl's head in his hands and putting it back in place. "Now the other thing. The unknown turned to Tanjiro, who was in shock. Tengen with Inosuke and Zenitsu rushed towards him, finding themselves facing another demon. Your opponent is me, Tengen said. Whatever. I'll kill anyone who hurts my sister, said the demon angrily but calmly. Sister. Go and kill those two. I'll take care of this myself. Okay, brother. You too. The second one is on you. I believe in your strength, said Tengen, looking at Inosuke and Zenitsu. We will not fail. Inosuke shouted and disappeared, along with Zenitsu. Tanjiro was recovering from his battle with Daki while Tengen was fighting Gyutaro, who was not inferior in speed or strength. The guy didn't want to stand on the sidelines, so he got to his feet and began to use constant concentration and afterward the breath of the sun. Zenitsu and Inosuke battled with Daki, who had become more confident. Those two couldn't repeat what the other guy did, so she was calm. The two demon slayers had developed tactics to fight together, but they were lacking something. Tengen and Gyutaro had already left for another street. The demon began to push, but Tengen did not retreat and countered him to the limit. They had already destroyed a lot of houses in the battle. This did not go unnoticed by Tengen's wives, who were already out of the neighborhood. They sent a message back when Daki had already destroyed some of the houses. At that time, they had not yet left the neighborhood. The battle was still going on. Tengen sent Tanjiro to the other two for backup so they would definitely be able to make it through. Tengen realized why the beheading didn't work. There are two of them, which means only by chopping off the heads of both demons would they be defeated. Tengen was fighting Gyutaro, who had already activated blood magic and impregnated his weapon with poison. Tengen didn't bother though, as he's a shinobi and immune to it. As it turned out later, the poison did work, albeit slowly. He knew he couldn't keep it up for long. Guys. Hurry up. Cut off her head. Do it, and I'll finish him off. The trio became encouraged and began to act differently. Inosuke used a kata and ran without dodging, while the other two gave him protection. This method proved effective and Inosuke drove his swords into Daki's neck and then began to move them, sawing her. Daki lost her head after all, which pleased the trio. Inosuke took the head and ran with it across the rooftops, but then he stopped and blood started oozing from under his mask. Behind the guy stood Gyutaro, his scythe piercing his chest through and through. Tanjiro was shocked and started to look for Hashira, but he was lying in a pool of blood with his arm cut off. Gyutaro put Daki's head back in its original place and was ready to attack the guy as suddenly Daki disappeared from his place. Gyutaro didn't understand what was happening and was surprised when he saw and heard the sound of a house collapsing 30 meters away. He appeared in front of the guys. I hope I'm in time, Naruto said. They were happy to see him coming and their morale reached the upper limits. Naruto, we're glad you're here. We have a problem. The demons of the sixth high moon are 2 in number. The only way to kill them is to cut off both of their heads at the same time. Tanjiro reported. Then this one is mine, and the other one is yours. She will recover soon, so hurry up. Where is Tengen? Naruto asked. Uzui lost, since he was his opponent, said Tanjiro, pointing at Gyutaro. Naruto out of the corner of his eye noticed Tengen lying there, who was in a pitiful state. He was still alive, so the chances of saving him increased. Just then, Nezuko jumped out of the crate, having smelled Naruto. She ended up beside him, hugging him tightly. Hello Nezuko. This isn't the most convenient time. I have a favor to ask of you. Get Bor and Tengen out of here and help them in any way you can. Can you do that? The blonde asked, looking into the girl's eyes. She mumbled and nodded. Good. Go on then. Nezuko headed off to Tengen, while Gyutaro looked at his new rival. How fast you are. And you're good, man, good. You're also handsome. Why are you so handsome, huh? That one, you're pissing me off. You're gonna die. Go, I can handle it here. Go. On a neighboring rooftop, Daki appeared without most of her body, which was still regenerating. The guys left, and Gyutaro attacked Naruto. The blonde man evaded every blow. He wanted to give time for the guys to work together to chop the heads off these demons. He could create a clone of course, but the guys need to go through this too to get stronger. Naruto parried Gyutaro's punches, not giving him even a chance to hit. The demon was losing control with each blow, getting angrier and angrier. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto watched Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who were fighting with their last strength. Kamado was the main target, but Zenitsu covered him from every blow. The guy used maximum speed, chopping all the ribbons and heading for Daki's neck from the back. This allowed Tanjiro to see the line, which meant the demon's neck was vulnerable. Using the breath of the sun once more, he gathered the rest of his strength, conducting a complex combination. The remnants of the ribbons that had tried to stop him were destroyed and the guy's sword touched Daki's neck. To the surprise of both demon slayers, the sword went through the neck without stopping. Naruto noticed this and created a Rasengan. Before he could do so, the blonde redirected another of Gyutaro's blows to the side, hitting him with a Rasengan to the body. It was all in motion, so Naruto's attack stopped the demon, who bent in pain, and then Naruto was at his side and with a bottom-up punch, sliced through Gyutaro's neck. The two bodies fell side by side and the heads rolled across the roof and fell to the ground looking at each other. Naruto on the other hand pulled out the two tools he handed to Sasuke and threw them at the two bodies. You lost. How could you let him? You said you could handle it. You weakling. Daki screamed. Me? Weak? You couldn't even defeat a demon slayer who wasn't even Hashira. You've always been weak. What good are you? Gyutaro replied in the same manner. Naruto stood beside them and listened to this conversation. It was like brother and sister, but you couldn't tell. You fight as if you were bitter enemies. If your efforts to become demons were to gain power, then you are both fools. Naruto interjected. What? They both said. The boy squatted down to get closer to them. I went through a lot of harsh training, humiliation, scorn, distrust and disgust, of those around me. All those trials, the loss of people close to me, the destruction of my village and other problems, made me stronger. My goal was always relevant, and I strived for it. My path as a shinobi has always been unchanging. Your path, on the other hand, has been false and unjustified. Instead of berating each other, have a heart-to-heart talk, open up to each other and it'll get easier. What do you know about us, you idiot? Shouted Gyutaro, looking at the guy with crazy eyes. Heads began to dissolve, Daki cried, and Gyutaro remembered their past and together with his little sister headed to the place where they would be punished for all of their deeds. Naruto, on the other hand, moved over to the bodies that were no longer there and picked up his blood-drawing tool. A cat appeared out of nowhere and approached Naruto. Apparently you need to hand over the contents. Naruto said and put the two containers into the cat's purse. It meowed and disappeared from sight. But something strange began to happen to Gyutaro's body. Naruto smelled something wrong and ran to Zenitsu and Tanjiro. He saw them lying unconscious. Taking both of them he went to Nezuko who was helping Tengen and Inosuke. An explosion rang out, from which Naruto escaped safely. Nezuko and the others were a great distance away, so the blonde wasn't worried about them. When Naruto arrived there and put Tanjiro and Zenitsu down, he walked over to Nezuko, who had removed the poison from Inosuke's system with a strange flame and repeated it with Tengen. The wives of Hashir Sound were already here and couldn't be pleased. Well done Nezuko. You did well. Naruto said with a smile, stroking the girl's head. She on the other hand looked at the boy and hugged him again. What are you going to do? Nezuko Datbeo. Again. Naruto was indignant. Tengen saw this picture and even smiled a little. This guy is incredibly strong, but he's also kind, honest, fair, will never leave you in trouble and is a very bright person. Nezuko is a demon, albeit with adjustments in her head, but she doesn't have a soul in him. Were Hashir's thoughts. I have failed. I think it's time for me to retire. Replied Uzui as his wives lifted him up. I'm glad you're alive, and that you decided to stop in time. I can't give you your arm back, but I can stop the blood right there. Naruto walked over to him and began to cauterize his arm with Fox Chakra. A few seconds and the bleeding stopped. Now I have to help the others. My clones will help get everyone to the hull. You can go without us. Said Naruto. Okay. I'll meet you at the meeting with the head. Replied Tengen and went with the wives. Naruto, on the other hand, went over to Inosuke, who had been patched up a bit by the fox's chakra. Naruto had learned to convert the fox's chakra into healing chakra, which was much more effective than Sakura's. Zenitsu and Tanjiro were next. Once he was done with them, he created clones that took one guy each, and Naruto himself put on Nezuko's box and took Tanjiro. While it was night, Nezuko walked beside Uzumaki and only hid when dawn came. Upon reaching the Demon Slayer core, Naru took the trio to the Butterfly Manor, for treatment and a new recovery. After that, he went to the head for a meeting. Once there, he saw all of Hashira. "Naruto. We're just waiting for you," said the head. Naruto bowed. "Kagaya-sama. I took the trio of demon slayers to the Butterfly Manor and came straight here. Then since everyone is gathered, we'll begin." "Uzui. Did you want to speak up?" Kagaya asked. Tengen came out and kneeled down. "Kagaya-sama. I want to leave the Demon Slayer Corps." This news stunned everyone except Naruto, who already knew about it. "I understand your choice. I have no intention of keeping you, for you are free to choose your own path. You've done enough for us. Thank you for your service," Kagaya said, thanking Hashira with a resounding thank you. The sixth moons turned out to be two. The only way to kill them was to cut off the heads of both of them at the same time. Naruto and Tanjiro did that. Naruto defeated the moon that took my arm. And that's not all. I propose we nominate a new Hashira to replace me. The head was surprised at such words, as were many other Hashiras. "And who do you want to recommend?" the head asked. "Tanjiro Kamado." The Hashira fell out, and Kagaya was even more surprised. "So why did your choice fall on him?" the head asked. "He used the new breath and was also able to chop off the head of the sixth supreme moon twice," Tengen replied. "Beheading the high moon. Although, I wanted to make Hashira Naruto." These words of the head surprised no one. All the Hashiras were just waiting for Naruto to become one of them. "Me, Hashira. But I don't have breath, do I?" Naru wondered. "That's true. But you are strong, and you also defeated the third supreme moon and the sixth supreme moon. High moons haven't been able to be killed for hundreds of years. I think that's the best proof of your strength. What do you say?" Kagaya asked the rest of Hashira. Shinobu was happy with this outcome and said she didn't mind one bit. Mitsuri didn't mind either. Giyu replied that he agreed with the head's choice, as did the others. Only Hashira sounded hesitant, but didn't oppose the majority's choice either. Then it was decided. "From this day forward, I name you Naruto Uzumaki, Hashira of Light. You are now a great hope in the battle against the demons. You will also tell Tanjiro that he has become the Hashira of the sun, for he used that very breath in the battle against the supreme moon. That will be the end of it." Finished the head, the Hashira bowed and left, all except Shinobu. She threw herself into Naruto's arms, hanging onto him. "Naruto, you're a Hashira now too. Congratulations," she said happily and kissed the boy. "I didn't think I'd ever become one, but I could have predicted it." "We have to go to the house to take a bath," Naru said. "I have no right to object to such a suggestion," replied Shinobu, and they went home. New Hashira. Facing evil. Tanjiro and Inosuke lost consciousness after arriving at the Butterfly Manor and have not regained consciousness for a long time. They are being cared for by doctors, monitoring their condition constantly. Zenitsu is doing better. He has been treated for a sprain and is soon able to begin his duties, despite the fact that he roared and begged for mercy when he left for his assignments, but he is doing a good job. Uzui had retired and was now living a quiet life with his wives and spending more time with Hashira of the Rengoku Flame and Zenitsu, who he was casually teaching. There was no word from Sasuke, but there was nothing to fear, as he was very strong. Naruto, on the other hand, had begun his duties as Hashira. He was assigned a region to watch and gather information about demons. The region was a large city, but even that didn't stop him from freeing it of demons, even though it took him quite a while. Naruto grew even more hair, which Shinobu loved to comb and braid. The blonde started wearing the standard Demon Slayer's uniform, with a black and red cape on top. He didn't like the idea of a white cape, so they dyed it in his favorite colors for him. Naruto also started training Shinobu, which even allowed her to gain weight. He also started leaving the hunter headquarters more often to help hunters who couldn't handle the enemy. His speed allowed him to get there in a very short time, which saved the lives of many demon slayers. It went on like this for exactly a month until Inosuke came out of his coma and immediately went on a rampage, but everyone was happy to see him return, except that Tanjiro didn't regain consciousness for another 2 weeks. A musical instrument sounded in the room. "Oh, the master has summoned us, how interesting." A tall man with very beautiful eyes and white hair spoke up, "That means someone died." Doma turned his head to the right and saw the man sitting down. "Kokushibo, hello. You're the one I was least worried about, you're the strongest, but it's good to see you." "Yeah," said the demon calmly with 6 eyes on his face. "Guys, you're alive. Just the thought of your death was weighing on me." The demon spoke sharply, emerging from the pot. "Oh, Yoko, you changed the pot," exclaimed Doma. "How have you lived these 90 years? Yoko asked. "What's wrong with you? You can't count anymore." A short demon with horns and a big bump on his forehead began to speak. 113 years have passed since our last meeting, scary. Scary. Biwa girl, is Muzan-sama here? Doma asked. Here, all the demons' mouths bled and they fell to their knees, not counting Kokushibo who was already sitting up. The higher moons have faded. Muzan said calmly, standing on the ceiling, mixing something in flasks. Akaza's third supreme moon and Gyutaro's sixth moon are dead. Everyone was greatly surprised as Akaza's death seemed wild and incomprehensible to them. Akaza is dead, what a pity, we haven't seen him for so long. Said Doma, silence. Muzan said angrily, increasing the pressure, causing everyone to almost fall to the floor in a pool of blood. You disappoint me. The originally useless lower moons were killed by just one person, and then that same person killed the third higher moon just by playing with it. You are pathetic. But I will leave you now. All the demons felt light and the pain stopped, allowing them to stand up. It's that stranger. I've never heard of him before, and his strength surpassed Akaza. Muzan began. And he's not alone. I found another suspicious man with him who is also very strong. The first priority now is to find these two and kill them. I'll leave that to Doma and Kokushibo. Don't split up, just two men attacking one another. Is that clear? Yes, Muzan-sama, said the six-eyed man calmly. Working with Kokushiba, how wonderful it is. Mr. Muzan-sama, the fifth moon said respectfully. I have information that will help us get closer to The demon did not have time to finish, as his head was already in Kibutsuji's hands. I'm listening. The demon began to whisper something to Muzan until he just let go of his head and said, go there with Hantangu. Do whatever it takes to make this village cease to exist. Kibutsuji commanded menacingly. On that, suddenly there was an explosion, and the fourth moon, whose arms and half of its body had been cut off, flew away, speeding into the wall. Where did you send me, Sasuke? Began to resent the blonde, looking around the room and putting away the katana that had nearly chopped the demon's head off. A day ago, Naruto was practicing by the tree at the Butterfly Manor as usual. Shinobu wasn't with him as he needed to head to his region to hunt down the demon. Initially he did a warm-up and afterwards he started strength training. You're here again. It's about time you got down to business. Sasuke said, approaching the tree and looking at the guy. Oh, Sasuke, you're back. Naruto said cheerfully. Oh, the clone. Yeah, but not about that. I found a place you need to visit. I'm a long way from there, and I've got something going on, so you need to get there, and your sensorics are better than mine. All right, where do I go? All the demons were in complete shock, and Muzan was simply furious. As soon as Naruto finished looking around, he immediately had to pull out his katana and block the blow that Kokushibo had taken. The blow was strong, causing the blonde's feet to go to the floor and he had to grab the katana with his other hand. You're strong. Not bad. Naruto said cheekily, jumping away. The blonde's eyes changed, signifying a shift into hermit mode. As he stood up, he made a dash toward Muzan, but Doma appeared in front of him and blocked the blow with his hand, which was immediately cut, and Naruto made a second kick with his foot. Now that's unnecessary. The demon said cheerfully, creating ice spikes next to him that dug into the guy's leg. Naruto clucked and used the wind element to flip Doma off and landed on the ground, pulling the spike out of his leg and waiting for it to regenerate as quickly as possible. Immediately the blonde had to block Kokushibo's lunges again, and then began a martial dance with the enemy, blocking each blow and gradually accelerating, learning the enemy's style. "Your leg, it's healed. Who are you?" the demon asked in surprise. Naruto didn't have time to reply as he noticed ice spears flying at him from his right. As he jumped back, he noticed more spears, which he had no problem melting with Son Goku's lava. After which he landed, but was immediately covered by a water dome that reminded him of Zabuza Momochi's technique. "Are you really human?" Doma asked laughingly as he approached the dome. "I can see why they sent the strongest moons to fight you, but you turned out to be an idiot who decided to attack all of them at once." "Idiot," began to mock the demon from the pot. Then Kokushibo approached the dome. "Who are you and why do you have someone living in you?" Calmly, but with a slight surprise asked the demon, looking at Naruto. The blonde was surprised that the six-eyed man could see Kurama. Now he decided to stop playing around. With a wave of his hand, the dome immediately burst and the guy's fist headed for Kokushibo, who didn't have time to react and the blonde's hand went right through. "It's a company secret," Naruto replied, jerking his arm to the right, tearing the demon's body apart, and then jumping back and looking for the katana on the floor, as he had dropped it before hitting the dome. Finding it, he released a small orange fox tail of chakra from his back and pointed it towards the blade, picking it up and returning it to his hand. Everyone was surprised by this, it made it even harder for them to call him human. "I don't intend to play with you anymore, you deserve to see my power." "Stop, human," Muzan said calmly, suddenly getting behind Naruto and stabbing his neck with his finger. "I will give you my blood, you will obviously survive and become my puppet." Naruto's face contorted and his veins began to swell, but suddenly the guy disappeared in white smoke to Kibutsuji. "It was dangerous, but don't underestimate me." "Slowly," said Naruto, touching Muzan's shoulder and squeezing with such force that even he crinkled. "What an insolence. This is unacceptable," said the demon angrily, glaring at the girl with the musical instrument, who nodded silently and struck the strings. With that done, the room changed and Naruto flew out of the house and into the field all alone. "Wow. And I was just going to let you play," the blonde man muttered, scratching the back of his head. "I'll have time to play with them." "Where to now?" Kurama asked. "I'd like to stop for ramen first, and then I can go home." Naruto answered and rushed off in the direction of the cluster of people. "That six-eyed man is strong." In the ward of Tanjiro Kamado sat a girl and silently looked at the boy, who was unconscious for a long time. She was worried about him, so she often sat next to him. The boy slowly opened his eyes and started looking around, trying to figure out what was going on. "Kanao, I'm in the manor." Tanjiro woke up and a small crowd immediately gathered in the chamber telling everything that was going on. Also jumping on the guy was Inosuke, who immediately started pestering him. "Naruto was waiting for you to wake up. He's out on some business. But when he gets back, we'll tell him you're awake." Tanjiro couldn't stop being excited about his return. He was surrounded by his friends, except Zenitsu wasn't here, but he realized that the boy was doing some serious work. The boy had been recovering for the 5th day. By this time Naruto had already returned and the first thing he did was go to Kagaya's office. "Permission to come in, I have some important information," Naruto pronounced, showing his head through the doorway. "Naruto-kun, come sit down. It's been a long time since you came in," said the man smiling, struggling to get up to sit down. "Lie down please, there's no need to overexert yourself." "It's all right. Tell me." The blonde nodded and sat down next to Kagaya, and then began, "I was at Muzan Manor." Kagaya stirred and almost jumped to his feet, but his condition prevented him from doing so. "You were there. In his fortress. Tell me everything you saw there." The surprised man began his questioning. "What can I say? It's a confusing place, and I don't know how I got there, but I ran into Muzan and all the remaining high moons. After that I got into a fight with them," the blonde man said with a little laugh. Judging by the fact that you're here, you've managed to survive and leave this place. What's next? I fought a six-eyed demon and a white-haired man with ice techniques. Also, a strange potted demon intervened in the fight and tried to grab me and strangle me. Although I didn't fight at full strength, having only entered one mode, I was still injured, though not badly. I got caught in the water dome. Poor child, you shouldn't have played with them, their combat experience is superior to everyone else, even you, since they've been around for centuries, but you're safe and that's good. What about Muzan? He stood still, except at the end he tried to make me a demon by penetrating my neck with his finger, but I managed to switch myself to a clone, and then I decided to get serious but I was quickly kicked out of there. There's some weird girl with a musical instrument, she hit the strings and I ended up far away from his estate. That's the end of it. You fought all of them at once and survived, managing to shatter the confidence of Muzan and his moons. No one has ever been able to do that and survive, you and Sasuke are our heroes, no doubt about it. Said a smiling Kaguya. They talked some more until the blonde decided to leave the head to take it easy and get some rest. Uzumaki stood up and was about to leave. My boy, Tanjiro Kamado has woken up and is on his 5th day of recovery. We haven't informed anyone about his promotion yet, so we'll leave it up to you. Yes, thank you very much. I'll go see him right away. One more thing. Although he was able to chop the head of the 6th moon, it's not enough. Even though Uzui made him his successor, he's still weak since he hasn't regained consciousness for over a month after the battle. I'm asking you to be his teacher, if you don't mind, of course. Teacher, yes. I don't mind. It is our duty to pass on our experience to the younger ones. Naruto replied cheerfully, then bowed and walked out. Kaguya looked at him and tears came from his eyes. Soon. Get ready, Muzan. Soon you will be finished and my children will no longer suffer, and these 2 young men will lead them into battle. And they will also bring us victory. Naruto sneezed and rubbed his nose with his finger. He had just left the chapter house and was walking toward the infirmary. He thought about Konoha, about his friends, about his teachers, about his dream of becoming Hokage. Now, however, he began to notice that his dream of becoming the head of Konohagakure had faded into the background. This world had caught up with him. He has a girlfriend who loves him and with whom he is happy, so now he only dreams of ending it all and living a peaceful life with her. Thinking about it, he didn't even notice when he came to the infirmary. Great, the boy thought as he entered the building and walked down the corridor towards his future student's room. Tanjiro. How are you doing? Naruto ranted loudly, opening the door abruptly and entering the room. Naruto-sama. Naruto replied in surprise and fear, jumping up from the bed. I want you to stand at the exit of this wonderful building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, ready to go, okay? The blonde man cheerfully commanded, clapping the boy on the shoulder. Yes. Tanjiro replied excitedly. But why? Because I'm your teacher now, because it's a disgrace to go down for such a long time after a fight with weaklings. I'll take care of you, so please don't be late. Because I know a man. He's strong and smart, but he's the most unpunctual person I've ever seen. That's why I don't like being late. Tanjiro waved his head and Naruto smiled and went to his house, thinking about his training plan. The next morning Kamado stood at the exit of the infirmary and Naruto was still gone, even though it had been 10 minutes since the agreed upon time. Tanjiro. Naruto shouted, running towards the boy at high speed. Please forgive me, I overslept. Someone decided to mess with me and didn't wake me up in time. Kurama, damn it. The blonde guy said the last 2 words in a very angry tone. It's okay, I understand. Tanjiro replied calmly, smiling sweetly. All right, let's follow me. Naruto exhaled, leading the boy forward. By the way, I wanted to ask you yesterday, but I didn't have time. Kamado began. Your clothes. Are you Hashira now? Oh, right, you were out. Me and another guy were assigned to Hashira that day, so yeah. And no, I'm not an old man. I'm happy for you. For you. Tanjiro replied, rubbing the back of his head. Aren't you curious who the other lucky guy is? The blonde asked with interest. I don't even know. I don't think I know him. Since I don't know many people here. Then I'll tell you who it is. Naru said with a laugh, staring at the boy. It's you, Tanjiro Kamado. Hashira of the Sun. Boom. The boy stopped, looking at Naruto with complete bewilderment. The blonde just patted him on the shoulder and continued walking straight ahead while Kamado was digesting this in his head and trying to figure out what was going on. Stop, Tanjiro started to yell, catching up to Uzumaki. How's that? Why? Why didn't anyone inform me about this earlier? Why exactly me? It's very simple. It was classified information and only we, Hashira, knew about it. Uzui chose you as his heir, and you decapitated the Supreme Moon, which showed your power. Naruto explained. But before you can become one, you need to become even stronger. Only after training with me will you become Hashira and it will be announced to everyone. Tanjiro was on edge and couldn't stop asking Naruto about the training, but the blonde didn't say anything, saying only that he wouldn't see the bed and other people anytime soon. They had traveled far away from the headquarters and were standing somewhere in the forest. This is where we will spend the next few months. I can't tell you the exact time, but it'll be more than 6 months. Your katana's all jagged, but it'll do for now. That much? Tanjiro asked in surprise. What about demon slaying? Mr. Kagaya has given permission, and we'll be going out on outings, so don't worry. Naruto replied calmly. Get ready my boy, this time will be very hard for you. A year passed. Tanjiro hadn't shown up at the headquarters all this time, no one had seen him or heard from him. Even Naruto, who returned often, said nothing as he didn't want anyone to know of the boy's progress. They traveled, meeting Sasuke in one of the villages. Tanjiro grew his hair long, which he no longer wanted to touch, imitating Naruto. The moons of Muzan didn't show up, as they lost sight of the blonde and waited for a more opportune moment. And then one summer afternoon, when Zenitsu and Inosuke were at the headquarters, 3 little girls ran up to them. Inosuke, Zenitsu. Tanjiro is back, they shouted in chorus, pointing their fingers in the direction of Kagaya's house. The boys immediately finished their training and ran at full speed to the designated spot. Naruto was already standing there, with Tanjiro next to him. The first thing his friends noticed was that he had gotten taller. Zenitsu, Inosuke, shouted the joyful boy, running up to meet his friends. They hugged Kamado and started to question him, but they were interrupted by Naruto. Tanjiro, I understand everything, but not in front of the chapter, okay? The blonde boy calmly pulled the guy away. Yeah, sorry. Tanjiro said, turning back to Naruto. So, over the course of this year, he's gotten stronger than some of Hashira's. For example, now he would have no problem killing the 6th moon alone, and after that he can continue the fight, which makes him stronger than Uzuya. That definitely makes him worthy of Hashira status. You've made him a really strong fighter in a year, that's a great indicator. But my boy, where is your blade? Kagaya asked. Well, it broke about 3 months ago. Answered Tanjiro sadly. That's too bad. The blacksmiths will be upset. It's just that after you left, we received a letter from the esteemed blacksmith Hotaru Hagenezuka, saying that he will no longer make blades for you. Kagaya answered him. That's how? What am I supposed to do now? Asked a stunned Kamado. I suggest you go to Hagenezuka and talk to him about all this. Replied Kagaya calmly. By the way, yes, why not? I have to go. When the initiation begins, will you call me Tanjiro? Naru asked smiling. I have to visit a friend of mine. I hope you don't mind. Yes, go of course. The initiation will be tomorrow by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Replied Kagaya-san. Naruto patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and immediately disappeared. Running up to a large mansion, Uzumaki slowly walked in and knocked on the wall of the house to let the owners know of his presence. Yes, what do you want? Shinjiro Rengoku pronounced, opening the door and looking around the street. Oh, Naruto, hello, are you here to see Kyojuro? Come in, come in. Would you like some tea? You're so kind to me, thank you, I won't say no. Naruto spent the rest of the day at Kyojiro's house, talking about life. They began talking right after the resurrection. As Naruto understands the weight of death and resurrection, as the blonde had been pulled from the other side of the world several times. He helped Kyojiro cope with it, and also befriended his father and brother. He and Sasuke are always welcome guests in their home, as they were the ones who saved their favorite family member. And so the next day came. Naruto and all the other Hashiras stood outside Kagaya's house. Beside him stood Tanjiro, who had been initiated by making the Hashira of the sun. Naruto was proud of Kamado. Even Uzui had come to the meeting to see his successor. After that everyone began to disperse, and Naruto stood and chatted sweetly with Shinobu while Tanjiro negotiated a trip to the blacksmith village. Naruto decided not to go with him, as he had nothing to do in that village, and an attack on that village was out of the question, as no one knew where it was. Uzumaki said goodbye to Kamado, agreeing to meet right after the guy arrived from the village. The blonde left with Kocho to the springs, and Tanjiro went to prepare for the hike. He didn't have to walk. He was covered his eyes and nose, placed on the back of an attendant, and carried toward the village, handing him to another attendant, then another, and so on. Soon he was placed on his feet and his eyes were opened, giving him a glimpse of the blacksmith's village where he was to spend the next few days. He had also heard that there were already 2 Hashiras here that Tanjiro would like to meet. It had been almost a week since Tanjiro had left. Naruto was lying in bed with Shinobu lying next to him and hugging him tightly. "I have to leave soon," the butterfly said sadly, looking at the boy's face. "I understand, you wanted to leave. I have to do something," replied the smiling blonde. "Well, while there's time, maybe," asked the embarrassed Shinobu. But she didn't get an answer as Naruto carefully climbed out and got to his feet, looking a little worried. "Is something wrong?" The butterfly was worried. "All of my 5 clones died in almost one instant, and I don't know from whom, they just grabbed my chest and died," replied a stunned Naru. "I have to go now." The blonde quickly threw on the top of his clothes. "I'll be back soon," Uzumaki said calmly, throwing on his cloak and leaving the room at an unthinkable speed. Shinobu became worried and tried to hug her lover, but there was no sign of him. He ran without all of his modes, but it was enough to get him there quickly. On the way he also created 3 clones, which hid and began to accumulate natural energy. He himself had already arrived in the city and started looking for the source of the danger. The guy sensed remnants at the edge of the city, where he immediately headed. The place was suspiciously quiet, even very quiet. The blonde sensed someone behind him, so he immediately dispelled the clone, entering hermit mode, and then covered his arm with fox cover, blocking a katana strike from Kokushibo. "Attacking from behind is dishonorable," Naruto said, looking for the other as he sensed the presence of another. Flipping the 6-eyed man off of him, the blonde created a Rasenshuriken and threw it into the darkness, followed by a pop and a scream from the demon. A couple seconds later, Doma fell to the ground and showed no signs of life, but the icy icicles that began to appear above him made it clear that there was more to come. Naruto began to dodge the ice attacks and Kokushibo's blade. The 2 demons stood next to each other and got into fighting stances. "We've got all night, kid," Doma said cheerfully, scratching his temple. "Events full of surprises. We've got all night, boy," Doma said cheerfully, scratching his temple, tearing through the flesh with his fingernail and reaching into his brain, massaging it. Naruto drew his katana and stood, looking at 2 enemies at once. One fights with fans and ice, he also has the ability to affect his insides, freezing them, making him a dangerous foe. The 6-eyed one is much faster than ice, but so far he hasn't shown anything but swordsmanship, which is a bit stressful, because every demon has an ability and he's hiding it. So he was just playing with me back then in the fortress. Interesting. Naruto finished his reasoning as he watched Kokushibo make a dash, closing the distance. The blonde began to block each attack, constantly counter-attacking and looking for his opponent's weaknesses. The other also began to attack remotely with his eyes, just as he had then. Naruto began to feel a burning sensation in his lungs and then a sharp pain. "Don't get distracted, we'll deal with it. Just be patient," came the voice of the fox in the boy's head. "Thank you, Kurama," the blonde replied to himself as he began to accelerate, moving from defense to attack. Reflecting a right punch, Naruto dodged Doma's attack and tried to cut off Kokushibo's head, but he simply sidestepped and counterattacked, with his blade changing and being almost at the blonde's chest. So this is what you can do, Naruto's mind flashed to Naruto, who put his hand under the blade, letting it pierce it, and then simply moved his hand away so the katana wouldn't touch his body. Uzumaki realized that it was time to stop playing with them. He tensed up, and after releasing his arm, he took the katana and chopped off Kokushibo's arm, cutting his face as well, leaving a deep cut on it, while a kunai soaked in wind chakra flew at Doma, speeding him up. Naruto jumped away from the demon as the icy one dodged the thrown weapon. The kunai disappeared as it flew past Doma, and in its place appeared a clone of Naruto, who swung his katana, almost severing the demon's head, but he dodged at the last moment, causing the blade to fall a couple of centimeters short of the head's shoulders. You are powerful, I can't remember the last time I fought such a strong man. Doma said. But then again, your arm has healed, despite being pierced through. You are clearly not human. Your lungs should have been covered in ice, but no, how interesting, interesting, interesting. The demon ranted, poking his head down to his brain again and massaging it. How vile you are, Naruto said, looking at Doma and then shifting his gaze to Kokushibo, whose hand was already in place. You analyze us, you use your abnormal regeneration and are quietly willing to sacrifice a limb because the wound will heal, you're strong. But you are human, and not every wound will heal on you, it remains only to understand which one. The six-eyed man began. Naruto smirked and then put the katana away, standing in his usual pose, which surprised the demons. It's about time I got serious. The blonde said. Kurama, you can play, don't hold back, you can't kill, but you must do serious damage. Uzumaki's body became covered in orange, and the air around him became different. The demons felt the pressure as well, jumping away from the boy. Naruto only smiled. It's time. Humor my friend, or he's been bored for a long time. The orange tails came out from behind Naruto's back and headed towards the two men at an unimaginable speed, while Naruto stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Tanjiro Kamado stood outside the house of the blacksmith Haganezuka, a little afraid to enter, since the last time he had tried to stab the boy, stalking him all night. Gathering all his strength, the boy knocked on the door. The door was immediately opened by a masked man. The masked man was immediately taken aback and reached for a knife. Tanjiro prepared to run and apologize. You! Shouted the blacksmith. You dared to come here after all, little one. For a year you feared retribution, but now you've come to the end. Roared the man, attacking Kamado. The boy was about to dodge and run, when suddenly the distraught man was grabbed from behind by another blacksmith and began to calm down. Please forgive me for this. Wait a bit. The man muttered, struggling to restrain Haganezuka. Tanjiro was in a stupor as he watched the two men disappear inside the house, followed by the second man coming out of it. Again, I'm sorry about that. He takes his job very seriously, even very seriously. The blacksmith said guiltily. It's all right, I understand. Mr. Haganezuka is really a skilled craftsman, whose work has really saved me. He's a good craftsman, but his attitude towards his customers when they break their blades repels the demon slayers, as they can't tolerate his antics. Tanjiro said goodbye to the man and walked towards the springs to wash himself. There was no one there, which pleased the guy. He undressed and climbed into the water, relaxing in the hot water, but then the water rippled and a beautiful girl with lush forms and colorful hair appeared from under it. Oh, it felt so good. It's like being born again. Began cheerfully, fixing her hair. Ah, 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 Mitsuri! Shouted Tanjiro fearfully. Oh, our young Hashira of the sun, Kamado. Hi there, what are you doing here? I'm washing up here actually. Said the girl. Excuse me, please. Tanjiro shrieked and quickly ran out of the water, quickly throwing on a towel and running away. The guy was ashamed of himself. Naruto's influence on the boy had had a significant effect on him, for Tanjiro had almost immediately recognized that the blonde was a pervert, even though he was hiding it. As Naruto himself had said, he had a pervert sensei who was the most vulgar person he'd ever known. He must have picked up some of that stuff from him, too. Now Tanjiro was picking up on it, too, staring at Mitsuri, barely able to look away. It all weighed on the guy as he dressed next to the source. Naruto. What have you made me? Tanjiro was ready, so he promptly went to the village to talk to the head blacksmith, which he was told about by the man who had been calming Haganezuka down. Asking around the other villagers, Kamado found his house, knocked, and entered. Greetings, the small masked man said. I am the head of the village, Tekchi Vihara Tekchin. Though I am small, I am the best, so bow so low that your forehead touches the tatami. I am Tanjiro Kamado, exclaimed the boy, hitting his forehead on the tatami, making a loud sound. I'm honored to meet you. What a good boy, good boy. Help yourself to some Corinto fried pieces of dough covered in caramel. Tanjiro bowed once more and took the treat with a smile, starting to eat. Hotaru had disappeared somewhere. He was here a while ago, but his assistant recently came running to tell him that he had disappeared. So be patient. Hotaru. Is that Mr. Haganezuka's name? What a nice name, said Tanjiro. Yes, it's his name, I gave it to him, replied Teijin. He has often reproached me for it. He doesn't like his name to be considered cute. Gets hysterical and then runs away. No, it's not his fault, it's mine. I'm the one who causes swords to break or get jagged. Tanjiro started to justify the blacksmith. It's his fault. He created a sword that can break. Zechen said sternly and dryly. No, it isn't. Tanjiro replied stammeringly. Not the point. If he doesn't show up, someone else will make the blade. Now, said the man. I suggest you relax at the springs, now that we've cleared that up. I've already been there, Kamado said, rubbing the back of his head and remembering Mitsuri's figure. Tanjiro walked out of the house and walked towards the springs again, looking around at the nature. Stepping aside, the boy stepped on something. Leaning over, he picked up a tooth in his hand. A tooth? Where did this come from? Tanjiro asked, standing up and looking ahead. There was a guy with a mohawk standing in the water, pulling out his teeth. The guy had seen him before during the preliminaries and a couple times at HQ. Genya. Tanjiro knew his name from Sumi. Ah, you, replied the man. Die. The guy started to calm Genya down while he wished him dead. After a couple minutes, Tanjiro walked away from the madman. Walking down the path, the guy smelled a very tasty aroma coming towards him. Tanjiro-kun. Tanjiro-kun. Started yelling at the running Mitsuri. She was running towards the guy. Mitsuri. Scared, shouted Tanjiro, catching the girl who stumbled and almost fell. Listen to me. I said hello and I was ignored. Mitsuri started to get hysterical, grabbing onto Tanjiro. He didn't even pay attention to me. Who, Genya? I don't know his name. I asked and was ignored. He has a mohawk. It's really offensive. I'm Hashira. The guy started to calm the girl down while paying attention to her breasts. His face turned red, but he tried not to stare. Well, lunch is coming up soon. I suggest we go there and. Oh, lunch. Mitsuri rejoiced. Let's go, let's go. The girl took Tanjiro's hand and ran towards the big house where they were to be fed. They sat down at the table. The boy opened a drawer and let his little sister out, who immediately went to meet Mitsuri, starting to examine her. When their food was brought to them, the two began to quickly devour the contents of their plates, making up whole mountains of empty dishes on the table. Mitsuri finished her last portion and lay on her back, stroking Nezuko, playing with her cheeks and doting on her. Why did you become a slayer? Tanjiro asked, looking at the girl playing with his sister. Well, that's a rather personal question, but, said Mitsuri, I became a slayer to find a strong man to take me as a wife. She said cheerfully. Tanjiro was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a reason for becoming a swordsman. In fact, you were able to survive a battle with the Supreme Moon, you were able to cut off its head. Such an experience is comparable to 5 or even 10 years of training. Admired the girl. No. I was just lucky. I almost died there. I was rescued by Uzui and then Naruto. Without them I would have died. Replied Tanjiro. I don't know, you look good to me. Plus you were personally trained by the strongest man in the world. You've been gone for a year. In that time with him, you've obviously gotten even stronger. And I wonder how much. Yes, Naruto is very strong. I'm very lucky that he took me on, which gave me a lot of strength. Plus he's been helping me with finding out information about my breathing, thanks to which I've learned a lot. I'll have to leave now, as my katana will be ready soon. But you'll be here for a long time. The girl walked over to Tanjiro and brought her lips to his ear and began to whisper softly, and they say there is an artifact that will make you even stronger. Find it. Tanjiro blushed as he felt the gentle breath and inhaled Mitsuri's scent, which brought pleasure to the boy. The girl waved her hand and walked off in the other direction while saying that there was another Hashira here. Tanjiro went to find a place where he would sleep the whole time. The night passed, the guy woke up early in the morning and started him off with meditation. He picked up this habit in Naruto who practiced it often. It helps clear your head and reboot. After getting dressed he went outside and went to look for Hashira that Mitsuri was talking about. Why he wanted to do that he didn't know, but something told him they needed to meet. He walked out into the forest along the path and went to a rather strange smell. Stop, please. Don't, she can't take many attacks, said a small boy wearing the same mask as all the blacksmiths. Give me the key. The black-haired boy answered him with a blank stare. It's Hashira of the Mist, ran through Tanjiro's mind as he watched the extremely strange scene. Tokido held the boy by his clothes above the ground, demanding the key from him. He tried to break free, but Hashira let him go and punched the boy in the back of the head. All this time Tanjiro had been reluctant to intervene, but as soon as his fists came into play, the lobesman made a dash while Tokido took the boy by his clothes again and ripped him off the ground. Give me the key already. Hashira said again. Don't touch it. Tanjiro said angrily, taking Tokido's hand and wrenching the boy from his grasp. And who are you? The guy asked defiantly. Ah. You're Hashira too, I remembered. That's right. Since you've become him, you're definitely not a weakling. Hashira's time is very limited, let him know his place and give up the key. If he doesn't give it back, he has his reasons. How tiresome this whole thing is. Tanjiro snatched the boy from the black-haired man's grasp and pulled him aside. Ah. He managed to snatch him away. Tokido muttered, glaring at the shaggy-haired man. Stand back, I need that key. Stop it already. Not only are you intimidating him, but you're hitting him and demanding something. Tokido shook his head and swung at Tanjiro. His hand was at the guy's neck when he didn't realize and blocked the blow, while doing a backward somersault and kicking his opponent from bottom to top. That punch was blocked. I'm not going to waste my time here, I'll come back for the key later when you're not here. Tokido said and walked away. The guy's arm was sore from the black-haired man's punch. Even though he looked fragile, there was a lot of strength in him. Hell, even now I could barely block and counterattack, even after Naruto's training. Although, I wasn't ready for him to attack, but that's no excuse, I always have to be ready. The guy started to say, stroking his arm, oh, how are you? Everything okay? The guy asked the standing young blacksmith. I'm fine. Thank you very much, replied the boy very loudly and confidently, my name is Katetsu. Nice to meet you, I am Tanjiro, the Hashira of the Sun. Oh that's right, he told me you're Hashira too. You're so young and you've already gotten the highest rank. Except he's a freak. Katetsu started to get angry. Well, I'm the weakest Hashira, I guess. I was only able to stop his punch at the last moment, he's stronger than me despite all my training. Alright, not about that. What key did he want from you? Follow me, I'll show you. Katetsu replied, running forward. They walked a bit ahead and saw a strange doll with 6 arms. Wait, that's a face, said Tanjiro surprised. He trailed off and remembered the dream in which he had seen this person. This is a puppet of Yorichi Zeroshiki, a real-life person. It is the top of the blacksmith's art. Nowadays, no one can come close to about the same result, but the demon slayer's strength is growing, and the doll is getting more and more damaged, and we can't repair it anymore. It has 6 arms, that's interesting. There's a strange smell coming from it, there's something that has an unusual odor in it, said Tanjiro with interest. I don't know, it's about 300 years old, it could be anything. Kotetsu answered him, look, you're a good guy, so I'll let you fight it once. The boy took out a key and walked towards the doll. Wait, what are you doing? She's so important to you. Tanjiro objected. It's okay, one battle won't do anything, and you're a good man, not like him. But, I don't even have a blade. Oh shit, that's right. Exclaimed the boy, wait for me a bit, I'll be right there. Kamado sat down by the tree and examined the doll. There was no doubt about it, it was the face of the man from his dreams. Yorichi, yes. The boy waited for Kotetsu for 5 minutes. And then the boy stood before him with a katana in his hands. Here you go, it's a failed blade from one of the novice masters, it should suffice. He said, holding out the sword. Oh, thank you very much, but is that allowed? Well, no, replied Kotetsu briefly. Tanjiro looked at him with a slightly surprised look, but still didn't argue and stood in front of the puppet, unsheathing his katana and standing up. Come on, be serious. The boy shouted out and turned on Yorichi. It's time. It's time to cheer up my friend, he's been bored for a long time. The orange tails burst out from behind Naruto's back and headed toward the two men at an unimaginable speed, while Naruto stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The demons began to dodge the tails' attacks, trying to get closer to the blonde, but the speed of the attacks was very fast, and it was useless to chop the tails, as they simply grew back. What are we supposed to do? We can't even approach. Doma asked calmly. He can't kill us with those things, so we don't have to be afraid. His attacks are like Daka's ribbons, only much faster and thicker. How fun is that? Doma was having fun with such a beautiful battle, starting to get used to the speed of the tails and shortening the distance, the exact same thing Kokushibo was doing, only with even more speed. The six-eyed man was a couple of meters away from Naruto and was ready to strike, but immediately noticed that there was no katana in its sheath. This tensed him up and he decided to jump back. This proved to be the right decision, as the tail that held the katana swept in front of him. Did you think that was it? I was prepared for you to attack, so. The blonde asked with a sneer, pulling out a scroll from under his cloak. Naruto opened the scroll and struck it with his palm, and white smoke billowed around him. As soon as it cleared, the demons saw the same tails, but 7 of them held swords. Now we're going to play. Naruto said, standing in one place. Doma and even Kokushibo were shocked, so in one big jump they cut the distance from the guy. I can't read his movements since his body is standing still and these tentacles don't have muscles or anything. And now some of the tails have katanas on them as well. They have become deadly. Kokushibo thought, getting into another stance. Now it's time for us to get serious. Doma exclaimed happily and began to attack Naruto with ice. Kokushibo darted behind the blonde, but was immediately blown away by a gust of wind, followed by the tails, which began to attack the six-eyed man. Doma moved closer to Naruto and began attacking him with fans and ice. This caused the blonde to start moving, but not for long, as the tails and swords immediately shifted the demon to the side. But here, the blonde had to dodge the six-eyed man's sword, as all the tails were used to attack, and he didn't want to waste them on a block. His katana was changing shape and crowding the guy, but he didn't have to control his tails, Kurama was doing that, so he could dodge. Just then Doma appeared in front of him and almost touched him, but Naruto calmly dodged and blew his head off. Is that a clone? Uzumaki thought as the demon's head fell and shattered like a block of ice. The body itself exploded and small ice spikes flew in all directions. The blonde managed to block his face. Kokushibo was behind him, preparing to stab him. The boy's chest ached and he struggled to move, causing him to slam his stomach into the six-eyed man's sword. I got you. I created 5 clones and they all started to freeze your lungs. That amount of cold is very hard to ignore, but once your tentacles stopped, everything became clear. Naruto looked at them with some surprise as he had hoped for the tailed ones, but even they couldn't handle that much cold pressure on the body. Well, you managed to get me. How unused I am to being serious with my enemies. It's been a long time since I've been poked, a really long time. Naruto said, starting to walk towards Doma, not looking at Kokushibo's blade, which had teeth coming from it, and you think you can take me? Do you think your efforts can do anything? I killed the third, and now I was just playing with you. You kill with no regret, no thought for the grief you bring to families. You have no conscience, no sadness, you don't care about anyone and you hope to win. Naruto began angrily, moving closer and closer to Doma. I usually try to negotiate with my opponents, but you're different. There's nothing human in you, people like you shouldn't lie. Naruto had already pulled out his katana and blood was pouring out of his stomach through his clothes, but it was getting smaller and smaller by the second. Uzumaki tore off his outer garment, revealing a nearly healed wound, of which there was no trace after a couple seconds. He purposely stepped out of the veil to show the demons that it was all useless. Doma stepped back, feeling inhuman rage, his hands trembling and a lump in his throat. You killed her, didn't you? The blonde asked, standing beside the white-haired man and grasping his katana with one hand and hugging him with the other, giving him no chance to escape. Kanae Kocho. Worst nightmare and long-awaited battle. Part 1. You killed her, didn't you? The blonde man asked, standing beside the white-haired man and grasping the katana with one hand and hugging him with the other, not giving him a chance to escape. Kanae Kocho. Doma stood in a stupor. He felt genuine fear for the first time in a long time, but it pissed him off that some man could make him shiver. You. The demon spoke angrily, trying to break free of the blonde man's grip. Naruto exhaled and pulled out his katana, swinging it and almost reaching his neck, but the blow was blocked by Kokushibo's sword. Your katana is so annoying. I can't take it. Naruto swore. The guy tensed up and broke the sword of the six-eyed man. Thanks to him his katana started to pass through the demon's neck. No way. Doma roared and ripped his own head off, emitting a multitude of ice needles from his body. Kokushibo swung his blade and a multitude of blue and black crescents of various sizes flew at the blonde. Doma also created his doppelganger, which began to attack the boy. These attacks were not so fast for Naruto, although the hermit mode was going to end soon. Uzumaki disappeared from the demon's sight and their attacks just went nowhere. Something new, interesting. Well good, I've shown far from everything myself. We have something to show each other. Naruto said cheekily, watching the ice man, whose clothes were torn, and whose stomach had a huge hole with blood oozing out of it. The demon stood in a stupor. The hole was too big, so what was left was unable to hold on, and Doma's top fell to the ground, his head in his own hand. How? The surprised head said. It doesn't matter, keep quiet. Naruto replied, stepping on the demon's head, which was already starting to regenerate. Why am I taking so long to regenerate? My dearest soulmate is very strong in poisons. Now I tried one of them. The blonde began to squeeze the demon's head and then slapped it a couple times. So you're the one responsible for Shinobu's grief? Uzumaki asked, removing his foot from his head and sitting down next to it, creating a clone and sending it to fight Kokushibo. I don't like to hurt, and I don't approve of revenge, but you're not human, even though you were. I have to depart from my principles, and that makes me very sad. Doma was furious and felt fear, as he had never been bullied like this before, and death was closer than ever. Creature! Shouted the demon, creating many ice flows and attacking the blonde. He was joined by Kokushibo, who was able to disarm the clone and had already started attacking. Naruto emitted a gust of wind that slowed down the attacks of his opponents, and then he brought out his katana and blocked the six-eyed man's strike and started attacking him, again releasing his tails and aiming them at the demons, making it difficult for Kokushibo to fight. Doma on the other hand had a hard time recovering and started attacking with ice again, creating clones and starting to observe the guy's style. Doma, he's just playing with us, you can tell. Kokushibo said, dodging multiple attacks, we should take advantage of his non-serious behavior and kill him while he's like this. Kokushibo sped up and engaged Naruto in his tails while he was covered by Doma and his doppelgangers. The blonde drew his katana and began to dance with the six-eyed man. At one point, Uzumaki tossed his sword, jumped up and struck Kokushibo's arm with a U-turn, causing her, along with half of her body to just break free and fly away. Naruto took the katana in the air and swung it, starting to cut the neck, but the sword stood in the middle. The guy's arm was pierced through with multiple blades coming out of Kokushibo's body. Naruto clucked and jumped aside as he was already surrounded by Doma clones. That was unexpected. I've gotten so relaxed with these weaklings. The blond man said, looking at his bandaged hand, which had turned into a sieve. We're the weak ones. Don't be ridiculous, man. Doma began to gloat, but then his expression changed drastically. Naruto took his hand and wrenched it away without any emotion, and then tucked it away somewhere under his clothes. I didn't think anyone could take my hand away again. And I've been waiting for it for so long. It's kind of sad. Who the hell are you? Doma asked. You look human, but there's something sinister inside. Can you even feel pain? I can, but I'm not so sure about you. That's not his hand, I can see that. Apparently he can't even feel it, so it's no surprise. Kokushibo explained. Oh, your eyes. You saw that it wasn't alive. It reminds me of one clan's ability. Tanjiro dodged 3 attacks and blocked the next 3. It wasn't hard for him to fight the puppet, as he was used to such battles during his training with Naruto, when the latter had created 4 clones each to do battle with. The puppet moved fast, the attacks were different and it could be hard to read them. Despite all of this, he could have chopped its head off a long time ago, but he didn't do it so he could practice more and improve his reactions. The training has been going on for 3 days now. All the movements read calmly, the doll's speed started to seem slow, so Tanjiro decided to stop touching it to avoid breaking it. Tanjiro. Cut off her head. It's okay, I'll fix it. Kotetsu shouted, clenching his hands into fists and cheering. The guy nodded calmly and cut the 2 arms and the head in one smooth motion, terminating the machine that was older than all living humans. The doll dropped its remaining arms and collapsed to the ground. Phew, that was exciting. I've gotten stronger, that's for sure. Tanjiro muttered as he approached the doll. Hey, what's that? It's sticking out there, look. The guy looked into the body and saw a long object there. It was a katana. He carefully took it out and examined it. It's all rusty, said Tanjiro. Of course, it's over 300 years old, replied Kotetsu. Then the boy felt someone's presence behind him. He turned his head and saw Hagenezuka walking towards them. Move aside, he said menacingly, snatching the katana from Tanjiro's hands and walking away. Wait, where are you taking her? The boy began to curse. This blade is rusty, so I'll treat it and restore it to its former appearance. You'll have it back in a couple days. Both of them stared at the rapidly departing man. They scratched their heads and Tanjiro went home, while Kotetsu stayed by the doll and looked at it, thinking about repairs. The boy went to the head blacksmith and reported the blade he had found. He gave the go-ahead and offered to let the boy stay until he finished cleaning the sword. Tanjiro agreed and headed for the house. As Tanjiro walked towards the room, on the way he saw Muichiro eating quietly. The guy decided not to touch him and just drift off to sleep. He was tired from these days and he didn't want to think about anything anymore. The next morning, Tanjiro stretched, brushed and tied his hair into a ponytail, and then he got out and went to breakfast. He didn't know what he was supposed to do all this time. He could of course continue to work out, but that alone wouldn't last all day. He ate, combed his hair again and went out to the yard where he started to train. For 2 days the guy was dying of boredom, practicing and walking around the village. Tanjiro began to socialize with Muichiro, trying to forget his attacks towards the boy. Though he looked aloof and even rude, the boy actually felt something in him. Misty's Hashira brightened the hours of waiting and even managed to interest him. Do you smile at all? Tanjiro asked. Give me a break. Let me eat. Oh, come on. What are you interested in? Give me a break. Tanjiro looked at his colleague with interest and even looked amused. Then he saw surprise and even confusion on Muichiro's face. What's wrong? Something. The guy slowly turned his head back and saw the demon crawling into the room. Hashira of the Mist immediately jumped up from his seat and was at the demon's side almost in an instant and swung his katana. As he darted, he noticed a pot that hadn't been here earlier, but it was too late. Tentacles came out of the pot and quickly grabbed Hashira and threw him out into the street, sending him flying far away from the village. Muichiro! Shouted Tanjiro, also jumping up from his seat and dodging the tentacles' attacks. The boy landed next to the table, picked it up and threw it at the pot, but he was stopped by the tentacles. At that moment, Tanjiro was at the vessel and smashed it with his foot, then glared menacingly at the ugly little demon. Catching the guy's gaze, he flinched and something inside him snapped. The image of an unfamiliar tall man with long hair, a katana, and a mark on his forehead popped into his mind. The demon began to shake even more, and then clutched his head, his eyes racing with panic. It's his memories. Master. What are you talking about? Tanjiro asked. You're High Moon, I see. The boy remembered that he didn't even have a weapon. Not only was he facing a supreme moon, but he had no sword. That shattered the boy's confidence. At the same moment, screams were heard outside, and Tanjiro smelled blood. People started running around the house and here Kotetsu stopped at the entrance to the room with a blade in his hands. Tanjiro, I've brought you a sword, shouted the boy, throwing it at the demon slayer. The boy put out his hand and caught the katana, pulling it out of its sheath and into a stance. Thank you. Now run and hide. These are the higher moons. The boy nodded and calmly ran off towards the exit of the house. Hold on. We need to see the condition of that sword from the doll and bring it back in case we need it. He thought to himself and ran towards Haganezuka. By then the demon had stopped shaking so much and looked at the guy again, but the guy was no longer there. He felt Tanjiro behind him, but it was too late and his head was off his shoulders. I was able to cut off his head so easily. He was so dumbfounded by something that he didn't notice me and couldn't react. Well, rest in peace. The hunter said peacefully, bowing and getting ready to leave. You freak. Tanjiro heard behind him before he could leave the room. The boy stopped and grabbed his katana again. He turned around and saw a second demon start to emerge from the first. A moment later, a tall demon with horns, a rather angry expression, and a staff stood in front of him. Then another demon appeared behind him with a strange fan. Tanjiro looked at them in bewilderment. He was afraid that once again he would have to chop two heads at the same time. This was tense and frightening, as his speed would most likely be lacking since he had a fourth supreme moon in front of him. One of the demons swung the fan and a stream of air rushed out of it. It was very strong, causing Tanjiro to be ripped off the ground and he flew upwards, punching through the roof with his body. He was saved from a severe back injury by Nezuko's crate. The girl also climbed out of it, grabbing her brother's arm and quickly throwing him towards the demons, allowing him to gain enough speed and shorten the distance to the enemy. Sekido saw the guy flying at them and tapped his staff, from which a bolt of lightning burst out and struck the guy, knocking him to the floor. That's it. And there was so much pathos. Garbage, he said, walking over to the guy's body, which showed no signs of life. Leave him alone. He's just some little asshole. Let's go have some fun, we're going to have so much fun, giggles. Said Karaku, admiring his fans and smiling. The demon with the staff walked up to the guy to rip off his earrings. Let's go. Tanjiro shrieked. The demon slayer jumped up and swung his katana, severing Sekido's head, and then leapt over the demon whose head had not yet fallen, did a somersault and placed his feet on the decapitated man's back and jumped away from it, flying past the second monster and severing its head as well. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, causing both of them to have almost no time to react except for Karaku, who shifted to the side at the last moment and was able to save his head, which was almost chopped off. You almost made it, interestingly enough, mouthed the demon, from whose body a new monster began to emerge. At the same time another enemy began to climb out of the decapitated one. Kotetsu ran through the streets, hiding from the attacking demons. There were no hunters here, making the road dangerous. The boy barely approached the blacksmith's house, looking around and reaching out for the door. Hello there. Someone's voice sounded. The boy quickly turned around and saw the demon holding someone else's hand in his, while licking himself. That's when Kotetsu flinched and looked at his right arm, which wasn't up to his shoulder. The boy roared in pain and fell to his knees, blowing his hand into his hair and starting to tear at his hair. He was in a panic. Oops, overdid it, sorry. I was only going to rip half your arm off, oops. Laughing the demon said, starting to eat the severed limb. A pool of blood had already appeared underneath the boy and was running down his body. He couldn't stop screaming in pain and fear. With his left hand he accidentally caught the mask and pulled it off, revealing to the demon a face full of pain and covered with tears. "Come on, stop screaming, soon I will eat you and there will be no pain," laughed the monster, approaching the boy and already reaching out to him. Yum yum yum. The demon stopped moving and speaking, and a couple of seconds later his head fell to the ground, and a masked man came out of the house, holding a katana in his hand. Katetsu. Holy, the blacksmith cursed and ran back to his house. Hagenezuka returned with a red-hot piece of metal and said pitifully, "Please endure it." The man leaned the red-hot piece in a sharp motion, cauterizing the spot where the blood was coming from. The boy screamed even louder, starting to jerk. "It hurts. It hurts. Please bear with me, please bear with me. We have to stop the blood." After a couple seconds, he moved the piece of metal aside and hugged the crying boy. "Hush, hush, it's over, calm down." He started stroking his head and calming him down. "We need to get this blade to that insolent man, and you need to hide and calmly wait for all this to end, understand?" Yes. Katetsu stammered, trying not to look at the place where his hand used to be. "Bring him this sword, the last time he was at the house at the edge of the village on the spring's side. And don't you dare die." Hagenezuka nodded and ran towards Tanjiro, trying to get the sword to him in time. He ran fast, trying not to run into any demons. It didn't take long to reach his destination, but a monster appeared in front of the man, starting to attack him. He was able to dodge the attack and run on, but the demon grabbed his leg and threw him to the side. As he flew, he struggled to group himself and landed on his feet, putting his sword in front of him. "Dodged, dodged, 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 dodged. Why did you dodge and not let me kill you?" shouted the demon, about to attack the man. "Hagenezuka!" shouted Katetsu, running away from the demon playing with him. "What kind of day is today?" the man asked himself irritably. The blacksmith rushed towards the boy, grabbed him and threw him straight with all his might so that he flew over the demon and into the distance. He also handed Katetsu his sword as he threw it. "Run, run!" Hagenezuka shouted and began to lure the demons towards him. The boy fell to the ground and rolled a few more meters until he came to a complete stop. He bit his lip in pain as his body was still sore and the landing was hard. Katetsu didn't waste any time and ran with all his might to hand over the sword. The boy began to hear the sounds of battle as his feet suddenly lifted off the ground. "What a boy, hello there, what are we doing here? And what is that in your hand?" The demon with wings began to pile on the questions happily. Tanjiro began to shout, seeing the boy in the distance and throwing a katana in his direction. He could hear the shouting and turned his head to the source of the sound and caught the sword, looking at it in surprise. He didn't have time to admire it though, as the demon had his friend in captivity. He dodged a series of attacks and tried to reach the flying one. Urogi, that was the winged one's name, licked and grabbed the boy's hair and began to strain his arm little by little. Katetsu began to feel intense pain, his head ached wildly and his eyes were already beginning to darken. After a moment, the demon jerked his hand and pulled the scalp off the boy and threw his body down with force. "Katetsu!" shouted Tanjiro, seeing the rapidly falling boy. Just then the sound of falling was heard. The demon stood nearby and started laughing very loudly, imagining the despair the boy would arrive in. "Katetsu! Katetsu! Katetsu!" Tanjiro shouted at the top of his voice. He ran into the house whose roof had been breached. Tears began to flow from his eyes as he struggled to clear the debris from the room, shaking the boards with shaky hands. Then he saw the bloody face of a child. When he saw it, the boy fell to his knees and cried out, raising his head up. "Tanjiro!" The boy coughed, "It's okay. There's nothing to be done. I accept my fate. Take revenge. Kill them all and save the people from darkness. I believe in you, save this world from torment. Silence, please, silence. You'll live, you'll live." I began to reassure both myself and the boy. "I can't rid this world of evil, I can't, but there is a man who will save us all. We will win, I will win. Just live, please. We'll have to fix the doll. Yes. Daddy will be proud that his son was able to master such a mechanism. All we have to do is study it and find the components. And you, Tanjiro, you can continue practicing with her. I will become the best blacksmith. Dad. The boy stopped moving his lips, his eyes rolled back, and he let out his last breath. Tanjiro calmed down a bit and stopped crying. I think he stopped screaming, Sekido said, looking at the winged man. Fly and finish this guy off, and we'll join the ones who are cutting up the blacksmiths. Yurogi nodded and flew into the house where Tanjiro was. The demons were about to leave when suddenly a body with wings and no head landed next to them. They looked at it in surprise, and then looked up at the hillside, where a guy was standing with a katana, the blunt side of which he leaned against his shoulder, and in his left hand he held a severed head without a jaw. You don't care who you kill, do you? Man, woman, child. It's not enough for you to just kill, it's not enough. The angry guy started to say, tossing the severed head towards the body. You torture, you play with people, you rejoice when the victim dies in agony. How quickly you chopped off my head. Yurogi muttered a bit annoyed, struggling to regain his jaw. Why is it taking me so long to regenerate? Something's wrong. Indeed, it took longer to regenerate, which surprised and puzzled the demons. I know all about you. 4 emotions, he began, raising his hand and pointing at the demons, with the staff of anger, if I understand correctly, Sekido. Then you, the emotion of sadness, I didn't hear your name, fighting with a spear that you can resize. Winged joy Yurogi. You create clones and attack with sound. Relaxation Karaku, you attack with air fans. You can't be killed separately, so I have 2 options. Talking, good for you, smart. His name is Izutsu, find out before you die. The emotion of relaxation was expressed calmly. I don't care. Tanjiro replied, and with a few sharp movements he cut off the heads of all the demons at once. Now I'll check one of my options. Muichiro was stopped by the branches of a tree hundreds of meters away. He calmly looked at the clouds, and then quickly descended and ran to defend the blacksmiths from the demons. The guy chopped demons left and right until he saw a pot in the middle of the road. He chopped up the last demon and slowly walked towards the vessel. I'm going to chop you up now, huh? A worst nightmare and a long-awaited battle. Part 2. I'm going to chop you up, huh? Muichiro said, approaching the demon and swinging his katana. At that time, the pot began to shake and 2 fish flew out of it, needles flying out of their mouths. Hashira had time to react and jump aside, and blocked some of them with his sword. How sharp we are. Don't ruin my lovely pots, they're so beautiful. The demon replied, appearing as a spirit. What are you talking about? Muichiro muttered. He tried to chop off the demon's head, but it hid in the vessel and a host of fish-like monsters sprang out of it, quickly attacking Hashira, trying to eat into his body. The swordsman quickly began to chop them up, but as they came in contact with the katana they spewed out a liquid that splashed onto Muichiro and caused severe pain. Chopping them is dangerous, the poison will splatter and get on me anyway. The creatures themselves will also try to kill me. Tense. Said to himself as he stopped chopping the monsters. During the battle, he saw at least 5 more pots that could potentially pose a threat. And then another fish swam out of one of them, but different, they were puffed up and rather slow. Needles flew out of their mouths, which he had already dodged earlier. He had to watch out for needles and gnawing fish. The situation, however, was heated by the pots that surrounded him. After missing 4 needles, he decided to destroy the vessels to make himself feel calmer. After fending off the needles, Muichiro sprinted and destroyed 1 pot, then rushed to the second one. What are you doing? Don't destroy works of art. Gyoko began to get angry, emerging from his habitat. He approached the next vessel, but suddenly his eyes went dark and his legs stopped obeying. After a couple seconds he fell to his knees and began breathing heavily, trying to get to his feet. Oh, it looks like the poison has taken effect, sad, huh? You made me angry by destroying my works, but you also managed to cheer me up, so die painfully. Gyoko extended his arm and the guy was enveloped by a vase-shaped water trap. Okay, I'll be going now. There are others here with us. We should have some fun and kill some humans, too, giggles. The demon disappeared, and Muichiro began to try to get out, but the poison was taking its toll. His strength was leaving him, and his eyes closed. Suddenly images of people he didn't know began to appear in his head. Muichiro, are you smiling at all? Why don't you kill that demon and we'll go for tea? Heard Hashira missed, then opened his eyes and saw Tanjiro in front of him. Muichiro blinked and in front of him was already standing some boy who looked a lot like himself. He waved at him and pointed in the direction where a man and a woman were standing, looking at them with a kind smile. Here the boy began to remember his childhood. He had parents and a brother. His mother died of an illness, and his father went out for help and did not return. With his brother they often quarreled because of the difference in character. He also remembered that a girl came to them. She suggested they join the Demon Hunter Corps, but his brother had very rudely chased her away. How would their lives have turned out if they had accepted this girl's offer right away? As it was one day a demon appeared to them. It was when the monster ripped out his brother's arm that Muichiro showed off his explosive power. He slew the demon with every object he could find on the street. But unfortunately his brother couldn't survive the attack. Muichiro. I'm sorry. I've always gotten in your way. I'm sorry. I realize I've been a bad brother, I'm sorry for that. You've always wanted to help others, you're the kindest person, but He remembered those words his brother said to him before he died. Muichiro remembered everything, his whole past. Mr. Kagaya, you were right. Thank you. The boy muttered while a mark began to appear on his face. Muichiro opened his eyes abruptly and with one swing of his katana, he shattered the dome, falling to the ground. With difficulty getting up, the guy started destroying the vessels to make it harder for the demon. Hearing the screams, Hashira gathered his strength and ran at a very high speed to look for the potter. He began to feel different. It seemed that his speed and strength had increased several times over. The screams became more and more distinct. The guy ran out to the main street and saw many pots and a demon sticking out of one of them. Muichiro also saw another figure standing in the smoke. It was a girl. What? You got out. Interesting, interesting. Then we can have more fun. Yoko exclaimed, shifting his attention to Hashira. The smoke cleared, and the boy saw a man he already knew, or rather a demon. Wait, what are you doing here? Where's your brother? Muichiro asked nonchalantly, but a little surprised. Nezuko heard the familiar voice and looked at Hashira, starting to run towards him. Where is your brother? The boy asked again, but he didn't have to wait for an answer. A neighboring building collapsed, and out of the rubble appeared Tanjiro, dodging gusts of wind, lightning, and spears while attacking demons. He was unharmed, except for the scuffs on his clothes, and the katana in his hands was scarlet in color. Muichiro, remarked Tanjiro, using his breath and chopping off all the demon's arms and legs, then jumping up to his comrades. You're okay, that's good. Oh, your face, I have the same, how did you do that? That's not what this is about right now though. I can handle these, I've already figured out how to beat them. Who are you so? Yoko started, but looking at the guy, his body shook. Sir. What's wrong with him? Muichiro asked. I don't know, that demon reacted the same way, only much more emotionally. I sent Nezuko to cover the escape of the civilians, and she ran into a higher moon. Let her help you, while I continue to search for the main body of that demon. All right, let her cover it. It was only at the end of the dialogue that the shattered bodies were restored. Tanjiro had noticed long ago that their regeneration had gotten worse, and it was after the change of sword. Also, the blade changed color from black to scarlet, which amazed the guy. The emotion bodies started to defend themselves from the attacks of Tanjiro, who was fighting against them with the same hatred on his face. As the battle progressed, they moved farther and farther away. The guy could smell another demon, but it kept running away. There was no way the emotion could get to Hashira, and Tanjiro read each attack and calmly dodged, slowing them down by chopping off limbs. Muichiro stepped back a bit from all the madness and stood in a stance, glaring at the demon. He, on the other hand, hid in a pot and began attacking from all sides with spikes and fish. The two of them fought back calmly, and as they defended, they destroyed the pots as they went. You beasts! Who even has the right to destroy such beautiful works of art? Listen, shut up already. Your pots are ugly. Muichiro mockingly replied, quickly shortening the distance and leaving a deep cut on the demon's neck. Next time your head will fly to the ground, trash. Gyoko grabbed his throat and began to grunt loudly. With a roar of anger he went into the pot, and a couple seconds later a massive hand emerged from the pot, followed by a second, and then his head and the rest of his body. Freak! How dare you insult my art? You made a deal. I'll show you my true form, rejoice. Tanjiro clearly sensed the demon's presence, but it was nowhere to be found. The search was also interrupted by the emotions that were trying to kill the guy. Dodging another series of attacks, the swordsman landed on the ground and realized that the demon was right in front of him. Among the grass Tanjiro saw a small man with a tumor on his forehead and horns. It's him, thought the guy, looking at the monster. He tensed up and swung his katana with all his might, but suddenly the little man let out a deafening scream, causing the swordsman to almost drop his weapon. During the scream, the emotion of anger began to consume each demon as they began to fight back. As soon as the scream subsided, Tanjiro got to his feet, his ears ringing and his head aching. But despite this condition the guy could sense the danger behind him and dodge in time, but the attack hit him and a gust of wind threw him forward, knocking him into a tree. Falling on his back, the guy rolled over and got down on one knee, looking at his opponent. It was a demon with a very young face that read anger and irritability. Behind his back were drums with kanji of hatred, and in his hands he held bone double-sided curved knives. Humans. You are the real monsters who hurt the weak. I hate you, the demon said, looking at Tanjiro with disdain. The boy got to his feet and took a fighting stance. The monster swung his hand and created strange wood-like dragons out of the ground, which rushed towards the guy while rapidly multiplying and sprouting. Tanjiro ran towards the tree, jumping on the dragon and running through it trying to reach the demon, but he was constantly attacked by the sprouted creatures. The guy continued to approach the monster, successfully chopping and dodging, while the demon calmly stood still, watching the guy's actions. Once he was a few meters away from the emotion, Tanjiro tensed up and made a very quick dash. The demon himself did not expect such a thing, so he only had time to open his mouth to let out a deafening scream that threw the swordsman off and made him grab his ears. The guy almost lost consciousness as the wooden dragons rushed at him again. At the last moment, Tanjiro was able to pull himself together and dodge the attack, but one of the dragons opened its mouth and a spear flew out of it, which pierced through the guy's shoulder, followed by a deafening sound wave, and then air currents from 4 sides simultaneously hit him. After the incessant attacks, Tanjiro fell to the ground, his ears ringing, his eyes dark, his head splitting, and his whole body aching. Beggar! The demon said, pointing another dragon at the guy. The wooden creature hit the guy and tossed him into the air, accelerating his flight with a stream of air. In the air, the guy came to his senses, beginning to assess the situation and trying to get out of the situation. Are you still alive? The demon scolded irritably, pointing a couple more dragons at him. The monsters opened their mouths and flew into the swordsman from both sides. In a second, the dragons were shattered, and Tanjiro ran through the remnants with his sword at his side. Tensing up, he jumped aside and very quickly flew somewhere to the side. The demon realized where the guy was going and immediately jumped ahead of him, attacking with the dragons again. 6 months ago, Tanjiro had been practicing, perfecting his mastery of the breath of the sun. Naruto was no help to him, so he just stood back and watched. Look, your breath is the first, right? That's where all the others came from, right? Naruto asked, watching the boy try to hit the target in the distance. Yeah, well, from what I've been told, all the other breaths are just a parody of the breath of the sun. Then, since you possess the progenitor of all techniques, then in theory you're capable of possessing all the breaths. You used water before, but you switched to the breath of the sun. So you can also use the thunder style, as it will allow you to quickly shorten the distance. You can combine breaths to utilize their strengths. Tanjiro had never really thought about it, but Naruto's words piqued his interest, so he began to try other styles. Thanks Naruto, your advice really was able to help me. thought the swordsman, remembering this moment from training. In flight, Tanjiro began to block the demon's attacks as well as dodge the wooden creatures. Pushing the emotion of hatred away from himself, the guy closed his eyes and concentrated. Breath of thunder, first kata, lightning thunderclap. Tanjiro spoke out, covering himself in sparks and cutting the distance to the ground very quickly. The boy found himself at the little demon's side and began to attack. The kid looked at the hunter with horror and started to turn into something, but not in time, as his neck was cut by a scarlet blade with such speed that he did not even have time to blink. The emotion of hatred began to scream with anger, beginning to fade away. The small carcass of the demon also fell, beginning to dissolve. Tanjiro began to breathe loudly and frequently, falling to one knee and grabbing his punctured shoulder, which was bleeding, but not heavily, thanks to his breathing technique. He was badly bruised, which made it hard to stand, and his body was still sore, but he could still hear the sounds of battle. Leaning on his katana, he got to his feet and walked towards the sounds of the battle. Muichiro and Nezuko were successfully crowding the demon, who was dodging their attacks very quickly. Even with the mark, the guy couldn't properly reach his opponent, only hitting his neck, leaving deep cuts on it. Nezuko, on the other hand, was taking more of the attacks of the other demons to keep Muichiro busy. The guy was starting to get a little tired as that poison was making itself felt. "You lowlife, how you piss me off. You're desecrating my art," Gakko shouted, and needles and fish with poison started flying out of the pots again. Holy shit, he wasn't serious even now. And just now he decided to fight at full strength. It was so painful. The attacks started to close in on the pair, but then most of the fish and needles were cut and the demon jumped aside in panic, but his arm and part of his body still suffered from the unexpected attack. All this happened very quickly, and then in a roll of thunder, Tanjiro appeared in front of Muichiro. "Are you alright? Are you alright?" the guy asked. "You? That fast? Did you kill that demon?" "Yeah, he's dead. So let's kill this one quickly and rest." Gyoko looked at all of this with astonishment, not understanding how the guy was able to kill a supreme moon that stands higher in power. While he was pondering all this, another demon slayer joined the trio. It was a girl with pink hair. "Oh guys, hello. We just recently received a report of a demon attack." The girl began to speak. "That's a lot of Hashiras gathered for one weakling," said Muichiro, looking at everyone gathered. All three Hashiras decided to waste no time and attack the demon to finally end this battle. Gyoko started to dodge the attacks and after he climbed into a pot and appeared in another one that was standing on the roof. "Well no, I'm not an idiot. Since the fourth moon has been killed, and there's a lot of Hashira. The flies are flying. Infuriating." The demon started talking. "Hey, where are we going?" Mitsuri asked, about to attack. Gyoko hid in the pot and never appeared again, and the vessels started to disappear. "Oh shit, guys. We need to hunt him down and kill him, let's go," shouted the girl, pointing somewhere in the direction. She then looked at the guys who were already lying on the ground. Muichiro was foaming at the mouth, and Tanjiro was just lying there in pain and trying to stop the blood. "How poor. Please don't die," Mitsuri said worriedly. As time went on, the men from the Demon Hunter Corps arrived in the village. By the time they arrived, Hashira of Love had dealt with all the demons, so they were left to help the wounded. Tanjiro lay quietly and waited for help, as several bones were definitely broken, and fatigue was taking its toll. He lay there and looked up at the sky. Nezuko was intact and already sleeping peacefully in the crate. The boy turned his head and saw two guys who were carrying the mutilated body of a boy on a stretcher. Not much was left of him, it was Katetsu. Kamado bit his lower lip and let a tear fall, his hatred soaking in again. "We will kill you. We will kill you all. We have someone on our side who will end you, very soon." Naruto decided to stop talking so as not to drag out the fight that was already dragging on. He took the katana in his hand and was immediately attacked by Kokushibo, doing technique after technique, trying to hit the guy. He was also creating crescent moons to attack. Doma, on the other hand, recovered and also went to attack with clones and ice. "Look, I have a favorite girl waiting for me, whose boyfriend you brazenly kidnapped," if I may say so, so I'm not going to play anymore. Naruto calmly chopped off Kokushibo's hands, and then his head, and then he was behind Doma, cutting him in two, and then was about to cut off his head. However, the guy's body was paralyzed and his eyes went black, but after a couple of seconds everything returned to normal, and Doma was no longer in front of him. He looked around and saw a decapitated six-eyed man, an ice man, and a girl with a katana beside them. You have a new addition to the family. Naruto laughed, looking at the new girl. Why are you so weak? You are the two strongest moons, and he treats you like children. Does the master overestimate you so much? The girl began to complain calmly. Kokushibo's body began to shake a little, and then his head appeared from his neck, but with a slight change. A rather large white horn protruded from his forehead, as well as fangs like a spider's. Doma, on the other hand, regenerated and looked at the girl with surprise. You're taking a lot on yourself, little one. I remember that you're the Lord's favorite, but you're a bit too conceited, Doom snorted. Snorted Doma. At this time the girl turned and looked at Naruto. She was a pretty girl, clearly younger than Tanjiro. She had short orange hair, eyes with heterochromia that had third high moon written on them. Of her clothes, she wore only pants and a bandaged top. Naruto got to his feet and looked at the monsters with disdain. The girl looked at him with an appraising gaze, her fingers picking at her katana. I think we should retreat, the demon said calmly. He won't let us leave, don't you see? We have to think. Kokushibo replied, getting to his feet and groping his face. Naruto released his tails again and began to attack his opponents. He decided to stay out of the way since he didn't know the abilities of the new demon. They dodged the attacks, moving into attack. They were getting closer and closer. And now they reached Naruto and Kokushibo and the girl started fighting the guy with swords. Doma on the other hand was attacking from all sides with ice. Surprisingly the demoness was wielding her katana well, blocking the guy's every lunge while still attacking. Naruto fought quite well against the three. Freeze, said the girl, swinging her katana. The guy's body was paralyzed again, he stopped feeling anything. All three pounced on Naruto, their blades almost shredding Uzumaki as control over his body returned. At the last moment he was able to dodge, but the girl's sword wounded the guy in the stomach, her blade piercing through him. With a cluck, Naruto broke her katana with his hand and jumped aside. The wound wasn't serious, there were worse, but blood loss hadn't been cancelled yet. She epitomizes her words. What she says will happen, but time is limited. Whether it depends on the strength of the opponent or the time is the same for everyone is unknown, but the ability is an insidious one that must be studied and its weaknesses identified. Pondered all this guy, healing his wound, but it wasn't healing for some reason, and ice was starting to appear along his body from it. Holy shit, a combination attack. Smart, smart. Naruto said, what's your name, my lady? Why would you do that? I don't care, you're going to die soon anyway, so I'll tell you. My name is Ariza. You're so cocky, it's amazing, Arizu. Naruto replied with a laugh, stretching his neck. The girl closed her eyes and began to tune in. Arizu, make him unconscious, we don't try to attack him, we won't make it before he wakes up. Our job is to run as far away as possible, he's injured by the ice, he won't go in pursuit. We've probed him, now we should wait and consider a plan. Is that clear? Kokushibo commanded using telepathy. The demons nodded, and Arizu reluctantly opened her mouth. Lose consciousness. The girl shrieked. Blood immediately started pouring out of her mouth as well as her nose, her eyes rolled up and also filled with blood. Her body shook and she fell to the ground. Naruto on the other hand staggered and began to fall to the ground. Kokushibo quickly picked up the girl and started running towards the forest. Doma did the same, but then they abruptly disappeared. Naruto fell face down and almost immediately regained consciousness. Oh shit, fell asleep. She's not a pleasant opponent, not a pleasant one. Man, it's not healing. It's probably because of the ice. The demons opened their eyes. They were standing in a strange building that they knew very well. Also standing there was Gyoko, a girl with a musical instrument, and another demon they didn't know. Kokushibo looked around and saw Muzan approaching in the distance, anger evident on his face. Naruto, on the other hand, got to his feet and strode towards the butterfly house. The wound wouldn't heal, blood ran down his body and dripped onto the ground. There was no pain, but he felt cold and hot at the same time as Doma's ice penetrated his body due to the wound. Kurama worked on regenerating, but it was taking a long time. Speeding up, the guy was at the entrance of the mansion in less than a minute. He opened the door and stepped inside, walking forward. "Darling, somehow you took a long time. How did you?" The girl started to ask, as she suddenly saw a hole on the guy's body with blood coming out of it. Shinobu almost cried and jumped on the guy, starting to examine him, scolding and pitying him. "Don't worry, I'll recover soon, I'm fine. How were you able to get hurt? Were the enemies so strong?" The girl started to ask, when suddenly she saw that her beloved had no arm. Wait, Isn't this your real arm?" Her hands were shaking. Even though she knew Naruto had a prosthetic arm, she had yet to see his arm without it. Uzumaki brushed it off and made it clear that it wasn't his arm he had lost, which calmed the girl down a bit. There were two higher moons. The first and the second. I couldn't kill them, but that was my fault. I delayed the fight and got burned. And there was another one at the end that saved them. That's why they put a hole in me. Naruto walked into the big room and sat down, taking his severed, sieve-like arm out of his pouch. "We need to find Sasuke. He was working with a scientist and he might be able to help me get my arm back." "How ironic, because of Sasuke you lost it and now he's going to give it back to you," Shinobu said. "It's not his fault, plus he also lost his arm, so you don't have to say that, okay?" "Yeah, sorry," Kocho apologized very nicely. "So, you stink of blood and demons. Come on, I'll wash you," snidely ordered the girl, looking at the almost healed hole. "As you command, madam, only the wound will heal, I don't want to fill up with water." The pair sat waiting for a few more minutes and then went to the springs. The rest of the night was very hot for the lovers and they went to bed only with the sunrise. A couple days later, Tanjiro, Muichiro, and Mitsuri returned to the headquarters. The guy was still injured, so he began his recovery, which took him a little over a week. He walked out of the manor and headed out to check on Nezuko as the guy suddenly smelled a familiar odor behind him. "Oh Naruto, good afternoon," said Kamado cheerfully, turning to his teacher. Hey, how are you? Are you ready to get back on track?" Naruto began to ask. "I heard you single-handedly defeated the fourth highest moon. You did good. Our training hasn't gone to waste." "Yes, I'm fine and can continue working. About the demon. I was still injured and fell down at the end with no strength, so. It's okay, don't worry about the wounds." "Whoa, look," Naruto said, showing a remnant from his hand. "How? Who took your arm?" began Tanjiro, almost shouting. "First high moon, but it's not that important, I mean everyone gets injured during battle. I've been injured a lot in the recent battle, and the last one was hard to heal. Everyone gets hurt, so don't worry. You killed the fourth highest, and that's a great result." "All right. If you say so, then fine. What kind of battle was that? Was the first highness so strong that even you were injured?" "There were two of them, and I foolishly played with them. It's been a long time since I had strong opponents and wanted to play. Then a third demon appeared and they ran away." "I see. So none of them were killed." "Well, I chopped off the head of the first moon, but after a while, it grew back, which amazed me." "It grew back? What? Is that possible?" "Apparently so, but his head was different. It had horns and spider fangs. Apparently it's useless to chop its head off until it's gone through the transformation process, but that's not certain." They chatted for a while, but Kanao came after Tajiro, who stopped talking, changed her hairstyle and took off her white cape, leaving her in her standard black demon slayer uniform, which emphasized her figure very well. The boys said goodbye to Naruto and walked with her. Uzumaki smiled and whistled, after which a large raven flew up to him. "Find Sasuke and give him this letter." Naruto gave the raven the letter in his paw and raised his hand, signaling that there would be no more orders. The bird caught and flew away to search. Kokushibo looked back and saw Muzan approaching in the distance, anger evident on his face. "I no longer have the strength to punish you, it's pointless. Another supreme moon has been killed, you lowlifes. Muzan began to yell, Gakko. The demon from the pot started spitting blood. That guy with the earrings was in front of you, why didn't you kill him? Kibutsuji's hands began to shake at the mention of Tanjiro. But there were many of them, master, I didn't. Silence, you should have died and taken him with you. Am I really going to have to do everything myself? The high moons were trampled into the mud. Doma and Kokushibo, I'm disappointed in you, though I saw you fight, you didn't stand much of a chance. That blonde and his buddy are the biggest threat to us and must be taken out, but that's not the point. I call your attention to Ariza's third highest moon, Nakim's fourth highest moon, and Kaigaku's sixth moon. All of you will receive more of my blood as our enemies grow stronger. Kokushibo, you will train Kaigaku and Ariza, as they, like you, are former hunters and swordsmen. You will be able to bring out their full potential. This concludes the meeting. Just try to let me down. Muzan reported, turning his back to them. I'll have the first 3 moons here in a few weeks. Time to teach the swordsmen a lesson. The calm before the storm. Sasuke was trying to figure out how he and Naruto had gotten here. He told Tamayo, who had never heard anything like this in her entire life, but she promised to help him. He had only seen one strange man, whose clothes and accent were different from the others, but he disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. Sasuke and Tama often worked together, which made her friend very angry, but he dared not interfere. As they grew closer, the boy was able to trust her with his past as much as she with hers. They accepted each other's dark past and this strengthened their relationship, thanks to which they were able to become incredibly good friends. Thanks to her, he was able to learn almost everything about this world, which also made it harder to find the reason why he was here, since there was nothing very otherworldly about it. Now all he had to do was help Tamayo in creating the cure and fighting demons. I'm here. I didn't find any important demons, but there were some that were strong, but not as strong as the higher ones. Sasuke said, entering the manor and throwing a small bag on the floor. It's nothing. The moons have become much more careful. Give me the flasks here. The girl replied with an exhale, holding out her hand. The Uchiha gave her the blood, put his katana aside and stood next to Tamayo, watching her work. Sasuke, don't get in the way. I don't like being in the way, you know that. Tamayo said, pushing the guy away with her shoulder while smiling. The guy smiled and walked off to another part of the room, where a large map with many markings hung on the wall. Did you hear the news? The 4th moon was killed recently. Yeah, of course I know. Too bad we couldn't get the blood. Yeah, well, it would have helped you with your research, but come on, there'll be another opportunity. I hope so. There was silence in the room, interrupted only by breathing and the clinking of vials. The room was very bright, despite the lack of windows. It was large, crowded with tables and lab work, with 3 doorways leading out of it. One led to the outside, one to the bedrooms, and one to a corridor that led to other parts of the shelter. The cold chill rattled the Uchiha, making him shiver, and then he sneezed because of the dust that flew around the room. Cheers, Sasuke, said the girl affectionately, wiping her forehead and moving away from the table. Yes, thank you. Any ideas? Thanked the Uchiha, and then pointed at the map. We could head to these 4 villages. There are not many people there, they are not conspicuous and you can hide there, although the difficulty is that you do not know what to look for. All right, then I'll look there. Now it's daytime, I'll sleep till evening and move out, so that the main route will be at night. You should get more rest, you've been away for weeks, you're not tired. No, it was much more dangerous in my world, so I'm fine, don't worry. I still insist on resting, but it's up to you. By the way, have you remembered my request? It's been a while. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll go there first, then to you and those villages. Just give me the syringe. Of course, now. The girl went to another room, leaving the guy alone, and then came back with a box in her hands. Here, but you can't hesitate, remember. And there won't be any problems. It's fine. No, it's fine, Tanjiro's a good guy, he'll understand that her blood is for a good cause. But if I can, I'd like to see this girl in person, it'll be easier. Sasuke took the box and nodded, starting to walk away to the room where Tamayo had set up his bedroom. He walked into the dark room, which he didn't even light as he didn't need to. He was used to the darkness, so he felt cozy. The Uchiha lay down on the rather firm bed that seemed very comfortable, closed his eyes and involuntarily smiled as he fell into sleep. "I'm going, Tamayo," Sasuke said as he left the room, yawning and stretching. The girl was sitting at the table, looking at the papers, with Yushiro standing next to her. She looked at the guy and smiled, getting up from her chair and heading over to him. "You overslept. It's almost 7 in the morning," she said, still with the same smile on her face. "Well, at least you got some sleep, that's good." Sasuke remained silent and looked away from her. The Uchiha nodded silently and began to pack. "Here, I bought you this." Tamayo handed the armless man a small package. "Here is food, just God knows when you ate." "Ah, thanks." The guy stammered, but accepted the food. Tamayo smiled sweetly and waved at him, while Sasuke was already heading up the street. He looked up at the sun, standing on the roof of the building across from his girlfriend's hideout. He smiled, remembering Tamayo's smile, and then darted off in the direction of the hunter's enclosure. "Car, car!" screamed the crow that found Sasuke at about 11 in the morning. Stopping, the guy began to watch the raven, which gradually descended and sat on his arm, lifting a paw and showing a letter. The Uchiha carefully removed the roll and opened it, starting to read the letter from his friend before putting it away, stroking the raven and running at an even faster pace. Naruto was sleeping peacefully in Shinobu's arms, but at the same time she was no longer asleep. She liked to look at the sleeping guy, his hair tangled and chaotic on the pillow, and Uzumaki's face. Also, while sleeping, his face took on a very cute expression that made the girl smile and felt good. "Enough of him sleeping, it's already time. We should wake him up," were Shinobu's thoughts. She was about to start the prank when suddenly, "Naruto, I got your letter and..." "Ah, I'll come back later," Sasuke said, then quickly closed the door. Shinobu blushed even more and quickly hid under the blanket, while Naruto opened his eyes and started trying to figure out what was even going on here. He calmed the confused girl down, kissed her on the lips, stroked her head, and then quickly got dressed and went outside. At the entrance to the manor stood Sasuke, looking at the box Tamayo had given him. "I'm sorry for interrupting, I didn't mean to." "No, it's okay. I was expecting you, but I didn't think you'd be here so soon. I just had to get here, so I ran into your raven on the way, lucky me." "Let's cut to the chase. How did you manage to lose your arm?" Sasuke asked. "I had a fight with 2 of the higher moons, I was caught off guard, that's it." Naruto replied, showing his friend his severed arm. "Well, I'll try to do something, I have access to a lab and a friend who can do something." "Thanks a lot, I'm getting used to walking around with her." "What are you doing here, coming all the way out here?" I'm here on behalf of a friend of mine. I need Nezuko's blood, that's why I'm here." "Blood? What do you need it for?" "I hope it's nothing dangerous." "I don't need much, I'll be fine. Her blood can help create a cure. I'll take the blood and give it to you with your hand, and then I'll go look for something strange. I'm still trying to find out what brought us here. So, how are we doing so far?" Not much. I met this weirdo, but he's gone. I'm looking for him. There's also a theory that the reason we're here is not in this world or ours, but that's just a theory, we'll have to check it out." "Oh, it's complicated. Be careful and check in here more often, cripple." "Haha, that's what I hear from a cripple," Sasuke said with a laugh, patting his friend on the shoulder. "Alright, I'll come, but when I'm done with those places." Naruto smiled and ruffled the Uchiha's hair. "You cut your hair. It's shorter." "It's not as short as you are," Sasuke replied, "and it's not as short as it looks to me, and I don't have time to comb it, especially with so much hair. It looks good on you, so I'm not complaining." "Well, I won't keep you any longer, work my friend, work." "Yeah, it's about time. Where's the kid now? How's he doing?" "Probably practicing, but he wanted to talk to Kagaya about something, so we'll have to look for him." "And about him? He's become a Hashira, having relatively recently killed the 4th high moon on his own. Growing up, what can I say? Sasuke only smiled, and then waved his hand and went to look for the guy. Okay, well there's a blushing person waiting for me in bed. Naruto walked back into the house, the reason is in another world, yeah. How complicated is all this? The Uchiha didn't find the boy training, so he decided to head to the chapter. There were hunters running everywhere, crows flying across the sky. He was used to the hustle and bustle, but it didn't piss him off. It was nice to be among the crowd once in a while. From memory he reached the mansion. He was met by two girls and asked to wait, as interrupting the conversation of the head with Hashira was not welcomed and considered an act of disrespect. Sasuke quietly sat down at the passageway and began to meditate, waiting for Tanjiro. It was quiet near the chapter house, everyone was respectful and did not make noise near the property. Sasuke-kun, good morning, you decided to visit us, very glad. I can't even see you, but I felt the power coming from you a long time ago. Kagaya began, walking out of the house accompanied by Tanjiro. Good morning. I must refuse you, I have urgent business to attend to. I request permission to take Tanjiro away from you. Business, huh? Well, we've already finished talking to him, so I dare not detain you. Sasuke bowed and beckoned the boy to follow him. Kamado obediently followed the one-armed man. Good morning. I understand you need something from me. Tanjiro began the conversation. Yes, hello. Rather, I'm looking for your sister. Where is she? Nezuko. She's in my room, why do you need her? A friend of mine needs her blood. Before you say anything, she needs it to create a serum that can heal mankind and destroy demons. Well, I trust you, so I don't mind. Just. What is it? Can I go and see exactly what her blood will be used for? Sasuke thought for a moment. It's risky, since Muizan is looking for Tamayo and they might draw attention to her, but Tanjiro probably won't let his little sister go alone, even if I'm with her. Oh, I hope you won't be mad. Okay, but no unnecessary questions. We do it fast, don't show our faces to anyone, okay? Yes, of course. Then get ready, I'll wait for you here. Tanjiro quickly ran to the room, grabbed a box of Nezuko, some food, brushed his hair, then quickly found Kanao, said goodbye to her, also found Inosuke and Zenitsu, also said goodbye and headed to Sasuke. They moved out together. Tanjiro had to move through the branches of the trees, as Naruto and Sasuke almost only moved that way. They ran fast, but the Uchiha still had to slow down, even though he was doing well and moving fast enough. Sasuke was silent the whole way, only Tanjiro was trying to get out of it and was always asking his companion questions about his adventures. The weather was warm, and the sun was shining through the branches and leaves. Naruto, on the other hand, walked into the room, lay down on the bed and hugged the girl, who seemed to have stopped being so embarrassed. What's up? How was the conversation? It was fine, gave him my hand. Said he'd try to do something. Oh, that's good. I'm so surprised to see you without your hand. Come on, it's okay, I've been through enough without it, though it's kind of weird for me too. Naruto said as he stroked Shinobu's head. Okay, I have to go to the city to the site of my battle with the High Moons. I tried to avoid the destruction, but it was still there. I need to check it out and do a patrol myself, and I need to put some clones there. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I have work to do, too, so let's hurry up. The two quickly got ready, kissed, and went about their business. Naruto quickly found himself in the city, one block of which was slightly destroyed. It was being rebuilt by several people. Let's get to work, said the guy cheerfully, creating many clones. At night, Sasuke, Tanjiro, and Nezuko reached the small town. Sasuke led the two through a brick wall, which the guy was surprised enough, but did not ask questions, because he knew that they were going to the demon, and he already smelled it. I'll go to that building, I'll take something there. Wait here, don't go anywhere. Sasuke said, stepping aside. Tanjiro nodded and began to stand quietly in place. The Uchiha walked inside quickly enough and Kamado began to feel the odor intensify and tensed up a bit as he suddenly caught the source of it, turned around and saw the guy attacking him. Damn, it's a demon. He doesn't seem strong and chopping off his head shouldn't be a problem, but What if it's one of the demons we were going for? Then it can't be killed. The guy thought quickly and blocked the blow with his hand, grabbed the demon's leg, and then fell to the ground and clamped his hands, so he couldn't move them, and he couldn't get up either. Don't resist, please, let's just talk. Kamado said emotionally. I came here with Sasuke, the one-armed man with the strange eye, brought by Nezuko. Well, I told you not to do anything, come on. Said Sasuke, a little irritated as he approached the two. Yushiro, he's his own man. Enough already. I get it. I've stopped resisting. Let me go. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. The guy apologized and quickly let the demon go. Is Tamayo in the lab? Uchiha asked, approaching the demon. No, she's at the infected right now. Sasuke just nodded and led Kamado behind him. The boy looked around the area, which didn't have much, aside from the many plants that grew almost all over the place. There were also many paths that led to doors or plain walls. They entered a small building that was quite bright inside. There were many rooms. Tanjiro could smell demons and humans in some of them. In one of the rooms a young-looking girl came out wearing gloves and her hair tied up in a bun. Oh, you didn't come alone, hello. Sasuke, you should have warned me, I would have at least tidied up the place. Tamayo was startled to see a long-haired tall guy with a mark on his forehead. She remembered that she had seen such a man several hundred years ago, and that he had almost killed Muzan. Even though she had gotten away from Kibutsuji's influence, even so her body shook and she began to try to pull herself together. Hello, I am Tanjiro Kamado, Hashira of the Sun. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boy exclaimed politely, bowing in front of the girl. Oh, what a polite boy, and even more so Hashira, at such a young age. You look so much like one man, a carbon copy of him. But come on. My name is Tamayo, I'm a demon, behind you is Yushiro, he's my assistant. Tanjiro noticed the demon's body trembling, which made him even more curious. Why the demons of the higher moons react to him like that? The guy set his crate on the floor and opened it. A small girl in a kimono came out of it. And this is Nezuko, right? Hi there. Tamayo said hello sweetly. The girl carefully walked up to the demon, looked at her from all angles, and then hugged her. Tamayo smiled and started stroking her head. You don't mind me taking some of her blood, do you? She was able to free herself from Kibutsuji's influence, that's worth a lot. Yes, of course. If it helps the world in any way, that's fine. But I also have a small question I want answered, Tanjiro asked, and after Tamayo nodded approvingly, he continued, always during battles with the higher moons, they acted strangely. As soon as they saw me, their bodies would shake, they would grab their heads, and it was obvious that they were very frightened. It was the same with you now, although the reaction is not as violent as the others. What's this all about? Tamayo was a little surprised at the question, but still smiled and answered calmly. It's just that you're a copy of the man who almost killed Muzan. The image of that man is so imprinted in his memory that Kibutsuji's blood, which is in demons, reacts to you, awakening in his handmaidens the memories of Muzan himself. He was afraid of that man, and he must be afraid of you, because you look just like him. Therein lies the reason. Tanjiro thought for a moment. He wanted to find out more about that man, but right now he needed to give his sister's blood and then move out to the patrol site. Tamayo took the syringe and carefully collected the girl's blood and then put the flask aside. Thank you very much, Nezuko, you're a good girl. Well, that's all for now. I have one more request for you. I need the blood of the higher moons, but Sasuke doesn't get much of it. So I'm giving you this box, it contains blood reservoirs. If you come across any demons of the higher moons, take their blood. I realize it's hard, but since you can kill the fourth moon, you can handle the fifth moon. Plus Muzan will put new demons to replace the ones he's killed, so be ready at all times. Tanjiro took the box and nodded very vigorously. Sasuke had been looking at the demon converts the whole time. Nezuko continued to hug Tamayo while she was still stroking her as well. Also, when you leave here, look around. I don't want to change shelters again. Tamayo talked a little more about the demons and then they said their goodbyes and Tanjiro, Nezuko and Sasuke left the wall and quickly ran away so as not to attract attention. I have to go about my business, so we'll split up here. Are you going to headquarters now or do you have business too? As Hashira, I have work to do too. The city can't defend itself against demons, so we have to move. Okay, then good luck, don't die. Yeah, of course I will. Sasuke smiled and jumped on the branches in the opposite direction, while Tanjiro gathered himself and also moved towards his patrol site. Half a year had passed since that day. Tanjiro got used to patrolling the place, he also interacted with all the Hashira frequently. These 6 months were spent training a lot of hunters with Hashira, coming up with original exercises. Tanjiro and Naruto also participated in this action. Uzumaki's training initially seemed easy, but as time went on, some started to slump, but with a sensitive approach, all were able to pass. Tanjiro, on the other hand, had similar training, but he used Urokotaki's approach, which made the training more unpleasant at times than many of Hashira's. And so the last day of training approached. This day was set aside for training between Hashira, specifically sparring. Opposite each other stood Tomioka and Tanjiro, holding wooden swords. They stood in stances from which, after a wave off, they made a dash and began the battle. The weapons made contact, and afterward the two began to run across the field and fight. The speed was great, so many of the demon slayers watching couldn't keep up with them. In terms of speed, Tanjiro was on par with Tomioka, although he even surpassed him, but not by much. After a couple minutes, Hashira Waters started using his breath to make it easier to hurt his colleague. Tanjiro also started using it as well. He knew the water techniques well, so he dodged and counterattacked all the lunges quite easily. The guy also combined sun, water, thunder, and fog techniques. He had learned about the latter from his notes and observations of Muichiro. The guy's body heated up, he was at his limit, though he left one of his abilities for later. Tomioka's extensive combat experience allowed him to crowd Tanjiro. At one point he almost touched his chest, but the guy blocked the attack in time. Dodging Kamado's lunge, Gyu got into a stance and concentrated. 7th style. Piercing wave drop kick, bend. He said, and then he was right next to Tanjiro at an unthinkable speed. This style was the most precise and fastest style, making Kamado have no time to dodge. With a few seconds left to strike, Tanjiro closed his eyes, inhaled, opened his eyes and began to stare at his opponent. Everything changed. Jeyu's attack slowed down several times. Tanjiro could see through Tomioka's body, allowing him to anticipate his movements. In a moment Kamado was already standing to the right of his opponent, hitting Jeyu's hands with his sword, causing him to drop his weapon. Guy didn't want to use this ability, but otherwise he would have lost. Tomioka froze in place, looking at the katana that fell out of his hands. He clearly wasn't expecting this, so it took a little longer to digest the information. Well, the winner is Tanjiro Kamado, Kyojiro said surprised, but still with the same cheerful smile. This is the last fight. The semi-annual training is over, we all did a good job. Tanjiro helped Tomioka, shook his hand and went to eat with him, though Gyu remained quiet and very still as always. Naruto, on the other hand, was unable to attend the sparring sessions as Sasuke had called him to a meeting to talk about the hand. Well Naruto, me and my coworker have been messing around and we've kind of managed to do something interesting. Sasuke pulled a container out of his bag and held it out to the guy. Naruto opened it and saw a hand inside that looked just like the real thing. He took it and began to gently lean it against his own. Immediately, the prosthetic moved and attracted itself to Uzumaki's hand, glued to it, taking the same color and completely merging with the body. Naruto was greatly surprised and began to examine the prosthetic very nervously. We played around with the demon's body and your arm. We ended up with this. This part of your arm will now be able to regenerate. The sun won't destroy it, since it's mixed with Hashirama's cells and yours. Don't be alarmed, it's safe. You guys are geniuses. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you can do? I don't think so. Your hand is only made like that by Hashirama's cells, so I'm not sure. Naruto and Sasuke stayed together for a whole day, discussing the past months. Afterwards, Uzumaki said goodbye to his friend and went back to the Demon Slayer's headquarters, while Sasuke went on to search for the higher moons and those responsible for their appearance in this world. The demons had been cautious for the past 6 months and there was no sign of the higher moons, they were quieter than ever. The demon slayers on the other hand tensed up because of this silence, but this respite allowed them to increase their strength and the strength of the many swordsmen of the corps. Tanjiro had access to the records of many breaths, learning them gave him the ability to change his fighting style and adjust to the enemy, although it was hard to learn all the styles of all the breaths alone, but progress was being made. After washing up, Kamado went outside to train. On the way, he saw Tomioka running along the roof, with 2 more demon slayers trying to keep up. The look on their faces was serious, even very serious, but the guy was calm as Gyu was a very strong swordsman and there was no way many demons would be able to handle him. Tanjiro also met Rengoku, who was still minding his own business with the same gleam in his eyes. Death had taken its toll on him, but thanks to his friends and family, he was able to regain his old attitude and the fire in his eyes, which had apparently grown even stronger. Everyone around him was going about their business, it was so peaceful and heartfelt. At such moments, the guy forgot about all the horror that engulfed their world. Life went on as usual, the sun illuminated every person, every plant and building. By mid-afternoon, Naruto returned to the headquarters. Surprisingly to everyone, he had a second arm that he had lost in the battle, but no one wanted to stare. The important thing was that he was in one piece, and they could find out the details later. Uzumaki walked into his house. "I'm back," said the guy, after which he heard footsteps. From around the corner appeared Shinobu, who immediately threw herself into the arms of her favorite. Naruto hugged the girl with both arms, which was immediately noticed by Kocho. "Your arm. It's straight. How could Sasuke make such an arm? There's not even a trace of the prosthetic arm joining, it's amazing." "Yes, he and his girlfriend did something very interesting. So now I won't be wearing bandages on my arm, although somehow I've gotten used to them already." Naru went inside, ate and joined Tanjiro who was practicing his thunder breath. "Naruto. You're back. I got my arm back, that's good. How are you?" Tanjiro started asking questions. "You're so sociable today," Uzumaki laughed. "I'm safe and sound, and my arm is back, just like my own." "How are you? I couldn't attend the sparring between the Hashiras. I'm curious." "Oh, the battles, yes. I fought Tomioka. It was really hard, but I managed to knock the katana out of his hands." "You did well. I'm amazed at such a rapid increase in strength, keep it up." Uzumaki said cheerfully, "How about a sparring session?" "Naruto. I can't even stand for a minute. Maybe later." Tanjiro tried to excuse himself with a trembling voice. "Well, that's no fun, so let's get started." Naru said cheerfully, getting into a stance, but was immediately hit on the head. "You just got here, leave the boy alone and let him practice," Shinobu said affectionately, stroking the blonde's head. Tanjiro exhaled and smiled, and Naruto laughed. A dark silhouette walked down the completely destroyed street to a man lying on the ground. Next to him lay a katana broken into 3 pieces. The street was unusually cold, with frosty breath coming from the 2 figures. The man lying on the ground tried to get up, but he was quickly grabbed by his hair and lifted to his feet. "And you're strong, scarred, you managed to amuse me, but that's understandable, you're Hashira. You'll live for now," a smiling silhouette whose face was impossible to see due to the very dark night said cheerfully, "It's time. The bait is ready." An unexpected twist of fate. The day began uneventfully for Naruto. Upon waking up, he caught a strange energy for a few seconds. Wary, the boy left the house and went for a walk. He felt the presence of all the Hashiras except one, Tsunemi. The one had left on a mission almost a week ago and never came back, which was strange since he was one of the strongest Hashira and only a really strong demon could have kept him away. Tanjiro was still asleep, which was surprising, but the most shocking part was that besides the guy, Kanao was also in the room. "The little guy is good, Naruto said, smiling oddly. "How they grow up fast, haha," said the fox snidely. "Come on, the boy is big now, why not?" He's handsome, not like you, ha ha ha. Shut up, I don't have time for you. The fox shut up and Naruto walked towards Kagaya's house. He had been feeling worse lately, even despite the efforts of the doctors and Naruto himself. He was barely out of bed now, and his coughing was becoming more frequent. Naruto knocked and walked quietly to the back of the room. It smelled nice inside and was very quiet. Kagaya, good morning. The blonde said calmly. Oh, Naruto-kun, hello. Come in, sit down. The boy sat down on the floor and began to examine Ubuyashiki. Medical techniques he didn't know that well, but even that was enough to contain the disease and delay the man's inevitable death. Naruto talked about his new arm and the method of its invention. Kagaya was glad for the good news about the blonde man's health. Ubuyashiki's voice had become much weaker, speaking less and with very long pauses, his lips struggling to move. Watching his condition was very hard to watch. Naruto. Sanemi hadn't shown up at the core in a long time. He left on a mission and still hasn't returned, I'm alarmed. The boy did not argue, because it was really very strange, and Kagaya's intuition never failed him. I understand. I'll be on my way in a few minutes. Naruto said and sat down to meditate. After gathering the right amount of natural energy, the guy opened his eyes and squinted. He's alive, I can feel him, but weakly. I'm packing up and moving out. Uzumaki reported and disappeared from the room. Ubuyashiki only nodded and once again began to think about everything that was going on. Something was tugging at him from the inside, something was keeping him in suspense, but what was it? It was a question that had plagued him since waking up. He believed in Naruto's power, but even so fear and doubt visited him. The blonde man, however, quickly gathered everything he needed and went outside. Shinobu was on a mission, other hunters were training or minding their own business, everything was quiet. Naruto gathered himself quickly enough and almost immediately disappeared from sight, with only a column of dust in his place. He could sense Sanemi, though faintly, which was good, though he couldn't sense anyone else there. He arrived at the place, an hour later. The picture made him angry. Most of the houses were destroyed, many dead bodies, and frightened people walking around, trying to find someone among the rubble. Naruto gritted his teeth and created many clones, which began to help the victims. He couldn't sense Shinazugawa, and there were no demons around either. He created a dozen more clones to patrol the area and search for the swordsman. The sun was setting fast, the city was falling into darkness, and Naruto was still helping to rebuild homes and provide medical care. During this time, he was joined by 3 squads of medics from the Demon Slayer Corps, who under his command had been very successful in helping people. He realized that this was not just a matter of time, and that the second visit of the demons would not be long in coming, so before nightfall he quickly began to evacuate the people to another settlement, while sending a clone to the headquarters to send demon slayers to protect the people. Ubuyashiki's fears were confirmed. Immediately after receiving the information from Naruto, the man ordered the 2 Hashiras to arrive on the spot, along with a squad of demon slayers. Uzumaki calmed down, because the city had been freed of its inhabitants and now it was possible to fight without holding back. The sun had finally disappeared from sight, and it was much colder and darker outside, as the only light source left was the moon, which was full. It was also quite quiet, as if all the animals had left with the people and the wind had taken it with them. To the lad's surprise, the night passed quietly. Demons did not announce themselves, even the sensor abilities did not help to catch even the slightest trace of the attackers. But this inactivity on the part of the demons gave time for the survivors and wounded to safely move to safety, and allowed Tanjiro and Obanai to arrive on the scene, along with the medics and fighters that included Zenitsu and Inosuke. The Naruto clone dispersed, making sure the people were safe. Tanjiro woke up in Kanao's arms. She had come to him in the night, for some reason she was very upset and asked to spend the night with him. The morning started as usual with a good workout and a solid breakfast. He was in a good mood, and the demons in the cities were getting fewer, thanks to Naruto and the rest of the demon slayers. He was about to go to the place where a strong demon had recently appeared, but he was distracted by Naruto's clone, which he could hardly notice because of its high speed. Tanjiro ran after him and eventually stopped in front of the head's house and waited. After a couple minutes, two girls came out of the house and looked at the guy, then a raven flew out of the house. "There's an important mission. Just follow the raven," the girls said and left. Kamado turned his head and ran after the bird that had already started yelling about the mission. The raven sat on one of the gates and waited, and Tanjiro did the same. A minute later, Obanai appeared right in front of him. "As far as I understand, we're going together." "Well, we'll wait for the others. I hope you know the details of our mission." "Yes, of course I do." I followed the raven and listened. In time, the rest of the demon slayers joined them, and then they all ran to the right place very quickly. Obanai and Kamado ran faster than the others, as it would be risky to wait for those who were lagging behind, since demons would not wait. Upon arrival, the medics began to examine the injured and Tanjiro went to the clone. "Naruto, what happened? You've got everyone at headquarters on edge." "Yeah. The city in the north is almost all destroyed, many dead, and Shinazugawa is gone." "It's like that. Shinazugawa lost. I mean, he's one of Hashira's strongest. That's very unusual and even frightening. I hope everything goes well. By the way, where's Sanemi himself? I don't know where he is. I can't feel him, and I didn't find him in the wreckage." "That's too bad. You can dispel the clone, we can handle it here." The clone nodded and immediately disappeared, while Tanjiro went to look around the neighborhood and the city, searching for good places to fight in case of an attack. It was nearing nightfall, so Tanjiro and Obanai checked on the survivors and then sat together around the fire. They seemed to get along well and had a lot to talk about. They weren't much good at medicine, so they just had to wait for the pros to do their job. "Sanemi lost. We don't know what happened to him yet, but he wasn't at the battle site. I find that hard to believe. He's very strong, he might even try to take on Gyome. Some weaklings wouldn't be able to overpower him," the serpent replied with some resentment, "but Naruto's power level is far superior to ours, so he should be able to fight this demon safely. Maybe it was the first high moon. Not only that, the survivors said that there were several demons. Most likely the first 3 moons, making Sanemi's victory almost impossible. We'll just have to wait for word from Naruto and be ready for battle ourselves." "A few. That's bad. Well, he's obviously strong enough to deal with the demons." Tanjiro exhaled and looked off into the distance. "The clouds look like they're going to rain." "Uh-huh." All day Uzumaki looked around the destroyed houses, looking for any trace of Shinazugawa, but everything was useless, even his sensorics was powerless. The time flew by and it was already getting dark. It was getting cold again, but this time the wind was very strong. "I think it's going to rain," he said to himself, scratching the back of his head and looking up at the sky. The sun was gone, and it was replaced by small drops from the sky. The rain was getting heavier by the second. The guy's hair started to get wet, so he just went under the roof of the surviving house. Things were calm enough despite the downpour and thunder. The rain pounded on the roof and fell on the puddles that had already formed. Uzumaki sat in lotus pose and began to absorb nature's energy. Night fell, the rain became even heavier, and Naruto felt the presence of 3 demons and 1 human. Uzumaki calmly rose to his feet and headed towards the demons. They split up, but for some reason it became very hard to feel them, and the guy almost didn't realize where the 2 had gone. He walked down the street to meet the silhouette, which was also approaching him. It was getting colder by the second. Naruto's breath began to steam, and the ground beneath his feet began to harden. Kokushibo appeared out of the haze, his weapon still in its scabbard. "How's your head? Does it hurt?" The blonde began to sneer, kneading his fists. The demon continued to remain silent, but his hand reached for his katana. "Where is my friend? I can sense him, but you don't have him with you. He's alive, but he'll die with you tonight, so don't worry." "You're overconfident. All this time analyzing the battle and thinking how to win. I'd love to be a part of it." Just then Naruto saw 2 more demons. They stood on the roof and watched. Uzumaki smiled and carefully pulled out his katana. Kokushibo did the same, standing up in a stance. The blonde decided not to play around this time, so he went straight into fox cover and also, just like that time, let his tails out of his back. The power from the guy began to weigh on the 6-eyed man, but it didn't prevent him from thinking and analyzing, so almost immediately he made a very quick dash, during which he attacked Naruto. The lunge he blocked easily enough. He's gotten faster and stronger, and significantly so. The blonde thought as he began to dance with Kokushibo. The blows were getting faster and stronger by the second, not even a normal person could see them, and not every demon slayer could see them either. Naruto began to feel cold, breathing was getting harder and harder, but thanks to the fox, everything was fine again. His eyes blurred, and his inner voice cried out for danger, so Uzumaki immediately lifted himself off the ground and soared into the air, dodging Doma's ice. His vision returned to him, but then he had to dodge the attack very quickly, and suddenly his vision disappeared again, and with it his hearing disappeared. Not knowing what to do, Naruto crossed his arms and spread his hands apart, sending very strong gusts of wind, blowing everything around him, which helped repel the demon's attacks. After a few seconds, the guy's body froze, as did the fox's tails. Doma took advantage of this and attacked Naruto with ice. Kokushibo joined him with a crescent moon attack. They were wary of approaching him, as they stood little chance in close combat. The body still wouldn't budge, and the demon attacks were getting closer and closer. At the last moment Naruto was able to move and dodge the attacks, but the six-eyed man's crescent moon hit the guy's hair and cut off a good part of it, and Doma's ice left a severe cut on his face, which healed in a couple of seconds. Damn, we need to find that demon. She's making the battle very difficult. Naruto whispered, dispelling his clone and going into hermit mode, as it had been a long time since his last meditation. Feeling her was hard. It felt like she was everywhere, which made it difficult. Kokushibo decided to interrupt the search and attack the guy, successfully dodging Naruto's tails. The demon shortened the distance and brought his katana in for a strike, which Uzumaki noticed and stood up to repel the attack. Another dance between the two swordsmen began. Kokushibo began to push back the blonde, as the training and blood of his master made him even stronger, plus the guy was hampered by Doma's ice, which did not allow a normal fight. Also, the six-eyed man's sword experience clearly exceeded Naruto's, which gave him some advantage. Arisa's techniques had stopped interfering with Uzumaki. Apparently she needed time to rest, or she was waiting for the right moment to attack. During the battle Naruto managed to create a clone that ran to find the demon girl, but the ice clone of Doma ran after him. Naruto had had enough of this, and accelerated. He swung his sword and almost succeeded in severing Kokushibo's head, but he dodged and lost only his arm. The katana swing was accompanied by a strong stream of air due to the forceful impact. Without stopping, Uzumaki changed his stance and attacked again. The six-eyed man grew an arm and also got into a stance, as suddenly the guy's body froze and his chest was pierced by Kokushibo's blade. Also Doma's spikes stabbed into the guy's legs, and Arisa appeared behind him and started to swipe at his throat. Naruto coughed up blood and felt a lot of pain. He could feel the girl's blade getting closer and closer to him. Well, was not. Naruto thought and immediately disappeared. Everyone was surprised and started looking around. Eventually they saw Naruto on the roof. She was standing behind Doma, swinging her katana. "Freeze!" shouted Arisa in panic, causing Naruto to stop, having already started chopping his neck. Almost immediately afterward, the guy disappeared again and reappeared at the end of the street. Using medical techniques he began to regenerate his chest and legs, as the fox's regeneration was not enough for him. "What was that?" Kokushibo asked, looking at the guy. Though he was fast, it was impossible to escape from such a situation. "We hurt his legs and there were swords on both sides. Looks like he's got more trump cards. We must be careful." After regaining his legs and almost healing his chest, the guy threw several kunai that crashed into houses and the road. Using that technique with a punctured lung and without proper experience. "I'm crazy." Naruto immediately disappeared and found himself next to Kokushibo, something the latter hadn't expected at all. A second later the head of the six-eyed man fell to the ground, after which Doma's head fell as well, and so Naruto found himself in front of Arizu. The downpour had already reached Tanjiro and Obanai's squad. The guys were sitting under an awning and chatting about various topics, though Kamado had originally thought that they wouldn't be able to find common ground, but it had worked out well enough in the end. The medics continued to treat the injured and frightened people. It was raining terribly hard. Tanjiro hadn't seen this kind of rain in a long time, but there was something about it that appealed to him, but the peaceful atmosphere was ruined by the horrible smells that were coming from everywhere. The swordsmen immediately jumped to their feet. "Do you smell it too?" Obanai asked nervously, apparently thinking over the possible outcomes. "Yes, a lot of smells, and one of them is very strong. I feel dizzy." "What should we do?" "Well, we evacuate people first. Come on, let's get the hunters together." The boys ran towards the main swordsman cluster, summoning the others along the way. "Everyone get ready for battle," ordered the serpent, standing up and looking around. "Those behind me will organize the retreat and protect the population, the rest go with me and Hashira's son. I to the west, the rest to the east, as that's where the main concentration of demons are. We don't have much time, so don't hesitate." Despite the slight panic and shock, the commands were executed lightning fast, so almost immediately the Hashiras split up and headed out to meet the demons. They didn't take long, however. Tanjiro's squad didn't have time to go even 100 meters before the first demons began to appear. There were many of them, really many. The swordsmen were ready for battle and did not hesitate to run at the outnumbered enemy. Kamado made a quick dash, decapitating about 5 demons, and then began to charge forward, destroying the enemy one by one, creating some confusion, which the others took advantage of. Tanjiro ran towards the place where the smells were strongest. "Breath of lightning, first kata, lightning thunderclap, 8 twists," uttered the guy, making 8 quick jerks, thus killing a large number of demons. Finally, he stopped right at the source of the strong odor. 2 demons stood in front of him. One he knew well, it was the 5th highest moon, and the second demon he did not know, but from his eyes he realized that it was the 6th moon. "And what do I see? A lightning breath wielder, also the first kata. Annoying, how annoying." Kamado hadn't seen the new 6th moon before. He was wearing a dark kimono and holding a hunter's katana. "Now we meet again. I'm going to kill you this time, you little brat." Giggles, Yoko said, rubbing his hands together and disappearing. Tanjiro stood in a stance, watching the approaching 6th moon. They began to fight. Surprisingly, the demon used lightning techniques, which made the guy realize that this demon used to be a hunter. They fought intensely, but for Kamado he was not a serious opponent, and victory would have been easy if not for Gyoko, who joined the fight, starting to attack from afar and then up close. This prevented him from fighting normally, and the 6th moon was constantly changing breathing styles, but the guy was almost used to it and calmly parried the attacks. Tanjiro also destroyed the 5th moon's vessels to make life difficult for it. The swordsman's blades crossed and emitted a distinctive clang of metal. "I am Kaigaku, memorize my name before you die and shudder at it after you die," said the demon, writhing in an unpleasant smile. After exchanging a couple more blows, Kamado sliced off the demon's arm, broke another vessel, and then grazed Kaigaki's neck with a U-turn, leaving a deep wound. Gyoko decided to get serious and showed his real body by attacking the swordsman. This was where it got a bit more difficult, but he felt no danger to his life and even enjoyed this battle a bit. Parrying attack after attack, the guy realized how to fight them, though Kaigaku was causing a lot of trouble due to his speed. At one point Tanjiro focused, causing everything around him to become slow. He also saw his opponent from within, allowing him to anticipate their movements. With one light swing of his katana he sliced through Gyoko's legs, followed by his head. Kaigaku was taken aback, but he continued the fight, attacking even more fiercely and quickly, but it didn't help. Making another dash, the demon was about to kill the hunter, but at the same second he fell to the ground with the realization that his lower body had separated and was lying on the side. "I'm sorry. Though I don't know why you gave up your humanity, but you're dangerous and I have to kill you. It's nothing personal." Kamado swung around and was about to attack when he was suddenly pierced by the feeling that he was going to die in a second. A shudder ran through him, and as he jerked to the side, he saw all the other hunters from the core, dead. Looking straight ahead he saw the man in the suit. The guy was gripped with fear to the point of trembling in his knees, he didn't know what to do. Everyone is dead, and the very first and most powerful demon is standing before him. How long I've waited to meet you, you have no idea. You can't rely on these weaklings. I see Gyoko has failed me again and paid the price. The man said calmly, turning to Tanjiro, you're just like him, I can't stand it. But come on, I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble right now. Muzan calmly walked towards Kamado, making him tense up even more. When the demon got close enough, the guy gathered his strength and swung his katana with insane speed, cutting off Muzan's arm and leaving a deep wound on his body, and then made another attack, which was blocked by the demon. I've been very slow, and you've gotten strong enough. A couple more years and you would have surpassed even him. But I managed to take matters into my own hands. The man thought for a moment, and then tried to strike a blow to the guy's stomach, but he managed to dodge and counterattack. The fight began. Tanjiro ran around the demon, trying to break through the defense, but it was not very good, and only at one moment Kamado managed to hit Muzan. Having read and predicted the next movement of the demon, the swordsman made a series of quick blows and managed to get to the neck. The blade began to cut the man's neck, but he quickly stopped the sword by breaking it, and then he punctured the man's stomach with his hand. You held on with dignity, but it's not enough. Now the ranks of the demons of the higher moons have clearly thinned, and you may well become the strongest of them, to take the first place. After saying that, Muzan's blood began to seep into his body, causing Tanjiro to cry out and fall to his knees, shaking violently. You will be my loyal servant and help me exterminate the remaining humans. Kamado's consciousness began to cloud over. His fingernails grew before his eyes, his hair also became longer, a slight pain ran through his body, small fangs grew, the spot on his forehead became much larger, and the muscles on his body became larger, tearing the black robes of the demon slayers. The guy began to make a very strange hoarse sound. Perfect. You've adapted to my strength perfectly, I haven't seen such a thing in a long time. Perfect. Muzan said contentedly, now you're suffering from unbearable hunger. I know how you feel, but I've taken care of it. To your right is the still living Hashira, who is waiting for you to come. He's all yours, enjoy your meal. Tanjiro turned his head frantically, and then leapt toward his target, so fast that Muzan was a little surprised. In a matter of seconds, the newly minted demon landed a few meters away from his victim. Obanai sat against a tree, trying to regain his breath. He was missing an arm and his entire body was shredded. Tanjiro, whispered the boy, looking at Kamado with a misunderstanding look. The guy slowly made his way towards the injured man while wheezing and tapping his teeth. Blood, flesh, meat, the demon said with difficulty, starting to speed up. Obanai struggled to get up. He was in shock, for his colleague had become a demon and was now trying to kill. He could not hide his emotions, and his face was full of fear, sadness and hatred for Muzan. Tanjiro, I'm sorry. Obanai jumped towards the boy, putting his last strength into his punch, but Kamado was gone, leaving only dust behind him, and then a very strong blow from above pinned Hashira to the ground. The impact broke several bones and damaged his internal organs, and the fall only made it worse. Tanjiro landed nearby and immediately raised his hand to attack. Wait, that's me. Obanai glared at the guy's hand that was about to reach its target. Mitsuri. Prost. Obanai's last words were interrupted by Tanjiro's blow that separated Hashira's head from his body, and immediately after, the demon began to eat his friend, tears starting to flow from his eyes. You did it, all right. Eat your first victim. Muzan said, standing next to Kaigaku, there's the new demon of the 12 moons, Kamado Tanjiro. Naruto found himself standing next to Arizu, already swinging his katana, but the girl's sharp cry stopped and blinded him. She was about to kill him, but the blonde just vanished. Kokushibo, are you alive? The girl asked, approaching the decapitated body. After a few moments, the head had reattached itself to the body, but this time the demon looked more like a spider. The head was covered in fur, and 4 more arms had emerged from the body. Arizu exhaled and looked for Naruto, who was first standing on the roof, and then was next to the demons. -1. The guy said calmly, throwing Doma's head to the ground. You're next. Naruto started to attack his opponents, but immediately he felt someone's presence and jumped aside. At the same moment 3 more demons were standing next to him. In one of them he recognized Muzan and in the second one Tanjiro, who stood with a nonchalant and bloody face. No. How did? Whispered Naruto, looking at his student and friend. Bring him here, Muzan commanded. Tanjiro, deal with him. Hearing the order, Kamado drew Obanai's katana and ran at Naruto, striking blow after blow. Tanjiro, it's me. What have they done to you? Uzumaki was in a lot of pain looking at his friend, much less doing battle with him. Tanjiro had become much faster and stronger. His new state allowed him to calmly use his eye power and anticipate Naruto's movements. Launching a counterattack, Uzumaki cut off several of the demon's fingers, which grew back in an instant. It didn't take long for the demon to retaliate and several whips shaped like bones burst out of Kamado's back. They immediately attacked Naruto and only 2 managed to hit the target, piercing the blonde's body through and through. The Uzumaki coughed and disappeared while managing to hit Tanjiro's head, severing the top part of it. Kamado staggered back, but his frantic regeneration regrew his head almost immediately. Now listen here boy. Right now I have your friend and Tanjiro, whose life is in my hands, in my custody. Dawn is coming, so we can't stay here. If you dare interfere with us, they will die, that's all. Muzan threatened, holding Tsunemi by the hair. The demons were gone, disappearing somewhere, and Naruto sat leaning against the wall of the house, trying to stop the blood. The boy cried at the realization that Tanjiro had become a demon. Shit. Naruto slammed his hand against the wall of the house, which got a hole from the impact and cracks went down the wall. I can't believe it. I just can't. What am I going to tell Kanao? What about the others? Tanjiro. Where are you Sasuke? I need help, my friend. He looked up at the sky, where the first rays of the sun slipped through, before he collapsed and slumped to the ground. What happened to you, Tanjiro? In a secret place. So. Now hand me the extract in the green flask. Said a calm female voice. Here. Replied a monotone male voice. 73rd try. I wish it would work. The reaction has not turned, the color has not changed, the essence is stable. We must try it out immediately. Sasuke, take him. Yes, sir. The Uchiha brought the demon test subject. Put it on the table and get ready. Tamayo injected the extract into the demon and it began to convulse. After a minute it calmed down and began to take on the color of a healthy human. You see that, Sasuke? It's a success. Tamayo rejoiced. Tamayo-sama. There's no reaction going on in this area. Replied Shinobu, pointing to the area of the body where the skin color did not change. That's strange. Could that be the site of the infection? When only this part of the body remained unchanged, the subject began to convulse again, the reaction went in the opposite direction, the skin color became the same, dead pale, the demon went into a rage, and Sasuke held him motionless. Tamayo took a sleeping pill and injected it into the demon. He fell asleep 30 seconds later. Tamayo sat down at the table and panicked. Fail again. When will I be able to create a vaccine? Don't worry. We'll do it, sooner or later. Suddenly a raven flew in and sat on Shinobu's arm. Hashira Shinobu, Sasuke Uchiha. Urgent reports from the head. Uzumaki Naruto has been brought in serious condition. The village where the battle took place has been destroyed, as well as all the inhabitants. Casualties. Obanai Iguro, Tsunemi Shinazugawa, 3 demon slayers. Tanjiro Kamado is missing. Orders to report to Demon Slayer headquarters. The raven finished and flew away. We have to go to Tamayo. This is getting serious. Said Sasuke. I understand. Take care of yourself and come back. Replied Tamayo and kissed the boy. Let's go Shinobu. Don't lose your head about Naruto, he's been through worse than this. He'll be fine. I hope so. Naruto regained consciousness at Shinobu Manor. He didn't have any wounds on his body, and he felt fine, so it wasn't hard to get to his feet and walk to the kitchen. Naruto. The girl said as she slowly approached the blonde man, hugging him, you're scaring me again. It's been months since you came to your senses. I'm sorry, it just happened. Naruto replied calmly, smiling and hugging his beloved, but then he remembered Tanjiro and the smile disappeared. What's wrong with you? Did you remember something? Uzumaki was silent, gathering his thoughts. Partly. Did anyone survive? No. All the demon slayers and the people of that town are dead. I see. The boy whispered, stroking the girl. Tanjiro was turned into a demon. Naruto said, causing Shinobu to recoil from him. Shinobu opened her eyes wide and clenched her hands into fists, digging into Naruto's back. Kanao wouldn't survive this. She might go after him. That can't be allowed to happen. I need to see the head. All of this needs to be discussed. Naruto got dressed and went to Kagaya, who was very eager to hear the guy's report. Walking to his room, Naruto sat down and made a slight bow. I need to talk to you. Uzumaki said calmly, looking at the man. Naruto. I'm glad you're in good health. There is some bad news. Tanjiro has been turned into a demon, he left with Muzan. Poor boy, this is terrible news. That day we lost many swordsmen and 3 Hashiras. 3. Who are the others? Naruto wondered. Obanai's body was found at the edge of the village. Not much was left of him, but they were able to identify him. The crows also found Sanemi's corpse, not much left of him either. And Tanjiro, who was no longer human. Naruto slammed his fist into the ground in anger, shaking the entire manor. I'm sorry, please. It's hard to take this. Now we need to recover from all of this and be prepared for the worst. I also have concerns that it was Tanjiro who killed Sanemi and Obanai in a hunger frenzy, but I can't say that with 100% certainty. I'm going to hope he didn't do it. Nezuko is still sane, so maybe Tanjiro can come to his senses. Ubuyashiki remained silent, a look of doubt and sadness on his face. Naruto bowed and went outside. I will gather Hashira and announce the start of preparations for a possible demon attack. Uzumaki walked outside and took a deep breath, trying to digest the information and calm down. Summoning a raven, he instructed it and sat down on a step, beginning to wait for Hashira. A few minutes later, there were 7 people standing in front of the guy: Shinobu, Jeme, Tomioka, Mitsuri, Rengoku, Tengen, and Muichiro. All of them were depressed, especially Mitsuri, who you could tell by looking at her that pain and suffering had enveloped her the whole time. I will begin by saying that Hashira of the Sun was turned into a demon, so he is not among us, Naru said calmly as he watched the violent reactions of those gathered. Kagaya-san is in no condition to hold such a difficult meeting right now. They have weakened us and added a very strong man to their ranks, so it makes sense that they are preparing for the final battle that will decide everything. Any one of you can easily defeat 2 or 3 of the higher moons, though one special one might be a problem. Of the strong opponents, they have the first higher moon, Tanjiro, Muhero, Muzan, and Arizu, who you don't know. Among them, there's another one I know nothing about. Their abilities I will describe a little later in the training. Right now, we need to announce another general training session. We need to get stronger before the battle, for the enemy is strong. Later, the Hashiras gathered the men and instructed them on the future trials. Naruto, on the other hand, told everything he knew about the abilities of each high moon and began to prepare everyone for battle with them. He knew Kokushibo's fighting style well enough that the hunters had an idea of their opponent. He mimicked Tanjiro's whips with Kurama's tails, only increasing their number, which caused many of the hunters to be injured but quickly returned to action. Arizu's abilities were harder to deal with, but the guy decided to just blindfold everyone and plug their ears to get them used to fighting in such conditions. Also, with Zenitsu's help, he managed to identify the unknown demon. It was an acquaintance of his, with whom he had trained in Thunder Breath, so his abilities were not a problem now. He didn't know anything about the Demon King, so he decided to deal with him on his own, but first he had to find a way to reason with Tanjiro, so it would be much easier. Kamado has several breaths, which will allow him to adjust to the opponent and change the style of fighting. He also has the ability to see the transparent world and anticipate the actions of the enemy. There were 2 people walking through the forest. Both with katanas and long hair, kimono, markings on their faces. Kokushibo and Tanjiro walked slowly, holding the blade with one hand. Kokushibo, where are we going? Tanjiro asked a little cheerfully, slightly overtaking his comrade. To where I live and train. You've recently become a demon, so I'll help you reach your potential. Tanjiro nodded and continued walking in silence, but not for long. Is it normal that I don't remember anything? I know how to use breathing techniques, wield a sword, know how to speak and reason, but I don't remember my past at all. It's the Lord's will, it's probably true. I can't explain it any other way. Tanjiro sniffed and licked his lips. He looked at Kokushibo, who simply nodded and walked on. Kamado smiled bloodthirstily and disappeared from his seat. The guy stood in the road and afterward looked at the 4 men in the wagon. They were 100 meters away from the demon. Tanjiro drew his katana and walked towards the men. Screams of pain and terror echoed through the forest. A couple minutes later the guy caught up with his comrade, holding 2 bloody bodies. Tanjiro's face and hands were covered in blood. I've already eaten, this is for you, Kamado said. How much longer do we have to walk? No, just a couple more minutes. Kokushibo wasn't lying, and 5 minutes later they were standing outside a small house standing among the trees on a small hill. Tanjiro threw the corpses towards the house, where before there was already frozen blood. Looking at all this, the guy got a headache and a picture surfaced in front of his eyes. Dead people, children and an adult girl. They lay in blood, all the furniture in the house was destroyed, there was an atmosphere of hopelessness and sadness. As soon as the visions were gone, Tanjiro realized that he was on his knees crying. Kokushibo looked at him obliquely with a suspicious look. I'm sorry, something made everything blurry. The boy got to his feet and walked behind the Spider-Man. This room is where you'll be staying for now. After all the training you will leave this place and live on your own. Tanjiro nodded and walked into a small room furnished in classic Japanese style. Minimalism and convenience, everything for a comfortable existence. No windows, no familiar kitchen either, just 3 rooms. From the first day, training began. Kokushibo was the perfect teacher, as centuries of practice had done their job. They were almost equal in speed, but Kokushibo's swordsmanship was superior to his students. But the transparent world equalized the odds, so it was very hard for them to hurt each other during the battle. Kokushibo won by using his demonic abilities. You're very good with a sword, I'm impressed and glad you joined us. This all sounds like it's going to be interesting to me, we'll see. Now I want to see what you can do as a demon. Tanjiro demonstrated his ability to create vertebrae-like tentacles and bone whips from his back. He also discovered the ability to form a ball of some sort that exploded upon impact with a target, creating a huge crater. The speed and power of this ball was so great that even Kokushibo's eyes went wide. Coupled with his physical and demonic strength, the guy could safely fight at close, medium, and long range. It would be hard for an opponent to even get close to him, and even if they did, sword and breathing techniques would come into play. For months the guy did the same thing, kill and train. Tanjiro mastered his powers perfectly, developing speed, strength and reaction. Eventually Kokushibo realized that there was nothing more he could teach the guy. The sun was shining brightly outside, the demons were sitting around the table in the house, eating the corpse of a young girl. Now everything depends on you, in a serious fight I won't defeat you anymore, so that's it. Kokushibo said calmly, looking at the boy. Well then, I'll be leaving tonight. Thank you for your help and time spent on me. At night Kamado opened the door of the house and went outside. His teacher approached him with a long package in his hands. Here, this is my last gift to you. Tanjiro turned around and held out his hand. It was a katana, apparently very old, but very strong and sharp. Thank you, I will keep it safe. The blade of this blade will drown in blood. Kokushibo nodded and began to walk back home. You can come here if you feel like it. I'll be glad to see you, despite the fact that you often pissed me off with your constant talking. The demon said coldly, closing the door behind him. Tanjiro smiled and walked forward, wherever his eyes were. Roads and houses unknown to him were starting to pop up in his mind, so he decided to go that way. An hour before sunrise, the lad sought shelter by taking over houses, killing their inhabitants, or holing up in caves. On the 3rd day, the lad found one house on the outskirts of a fairly small village, so he decided to spend the entire day there. Knocking on the door, Tanjiro began to wait until the door was opened by a rather young girl. Seeing her made Kamado's head hurt, his eyes darkened again and images of people appeared, but this time those children and the girl were alive. They smiled, waved at him, the children called him brother. The pain was gone, the images were gone, and his family was gathered around him, trying to bring him to his senses, but then Tanjiro screamed at the top of his voice, causing the people nearby to grab their ears, trying to drown out the roar. Tentacles came out of the guy's back and began to smash everything around him, dismembering people and destroying houses, even those that were far away. Screams and sounds of destruction echoed throughout the village. Kamado continued to yell, killing everyone who got caught in the hot hand. He could no longer control his tentacles, so even when all the villagers and animals were killed, the tentacles continued to rage almost until the sun appeared. When it was a few minutes before sunrise, the guy fell to the ground and started crying, but the tears quickly went away and he got to his feet. The smell of blood and meat was in the air. Looking at the completely destroyed village, Tanjiro let out a light chuckle and started to look for a more or less survived house and finally managed to find a hatch to the cellar, where he decided to wait for the day. The news of the destroyed settlement spread quickly and reached the Demon Slayer Corps, where a squad of hunters of the Kinoto rank had moved out. They got there in half a day. The time was 5:30, crows and flies were flying among the devastation, and the stench was terrible, so they had to tie rags over their faces to cover their noses. All 11 demon slayers were in complete shock. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. According to the information, everything happened in the morning, so the demon must be around here somewhere. The group found a hatch whose lock had been torn off. Opening it, the two went downstairs and almost passed out from the stench. As they lit up the basement, they saw a small mountain of corpses and a guy sitting down, eating someone's leg. You work fast, you reacted lightning fast, but only weaklings came here. It's very sad, but you are athletic and young, your meat is very tasty. Tanjiro wheezed, throwing off a part of his body and getting to his feet, pulling out a katana from its sheath. The sun is blazing outside, and there's not much room, so I suggest you go outside and wait until nightfall, then we'll fight, okay? The two took it as a taunt, so one of them drew his weapon and ran towards his opponent. Kamado smirked and made a dash for the stairs. The two guys didn't even have time to cry out, it was so fast that they just fell dead, disintegrating into several large pieces. Tanjiro put his katana away and just started eating the bodies of the young hunters while the others stood upstairs waiting. Hey, what are you guys up there? Did you kill the demon? One of the guys asked, peering into the darkness. Hey, are you deaf? Don't yell, if they don't answer, they're dead, which is what happened to them. They're really tasty by the way, I hope you are too. They were all in a state of shock, they were on edge, they were angry. Guys, going in one at a time is not an option. We'll wait until night, prepare an ambush and get back at him, said the girl, trying to calm everyone else down. Shouts of hatred were heard for a long time, mixed with arguments. In the end they decided to wait until night and kill the monster. A little practice, rest and meetings helped to pass the time quickly and wait for night. Just then, rustling and creaking sounds were heard in the basement. The demon slayers tensed up and drew their weapons. The rustling stopped, and a second later they saw a demon who leapt out of the basement. You were smarter than those two idiots, I respect that. Everyone in the room fell into a stupor. Before them stood the missing son Hashira, Kamado Tanjiro, whose eyes read the most terrifying inscription for demon slayers, the first high moon. All the demon slayers trembled, and the only girl began to cry and fell to her knees. Tanjiro disappeared somewhere, but a voice sounded behind him. Come on, sunshine, no need to cry, the demon said affectionately, holding her by the chin. The girl became hysterical, even a breath was almost impossible to make, tears were pouring in rivers. The guys rushed at the demon to protect their comrade, but the last thing they saw was the annoyed slanted look of the guy, who quickly stood up and made a series of attacks with a katana, after which everyone fell dead. Now we can go on, the demon laughed and sat down next to the girl again. Is that what they teach you over there, You had to stand in a stand until the end, dying with a weapon in your hands. Get up, now. Kamado angrily commanded, rising and throwing the katana to her. "Stand up and pick up the sword." The girl tried to calm down, and afterward rose to her feet and stood, holding the katana with trembling hands. "Here, clever girl. I'm willing to give in to you in honor of your courage," the demon said, putting the sword away in its scabbard. "I won't use a weapon. Try to kill me. And what's your name? You know me, but I don't know you." I'm Aika," the girl whispered, then ran at the demon, about to attack. Tanjiro tried to hold back to play with her. Kamado performed a hand strike, which she dodged by slipping and throwing the ground into her opponent's eyes. "And you have a pretty name," the demon quipped, dodging the ground and thrusting his arm forward. The girl's katana slammed into Tanjiro's hand and broke into several pieces. The arm, however, remained intact. "This is bad. Are you so weak that you can't keep your blade intact? That's deplorable. Though your movements are almost perfect for your level, plus you use your surroundings, well done. Now take another katana and try again." The girl was in complete shock. She had never seen such an opponent before. He was just messing with her, playing around. Aika was afraid to take another sword, for they were in the blood of her friends. "How pathetic you are." Tanjiro picked up the katana himself and threw it to the girl, which she deftly caught. "Seventh style. Wave drop piercing strike," said the girl, lunging and delivering a stabbing blow with the tip, aiming for the demon's neck. Kamado was pleasantly surprised and didn't even move, relaxing his body as much as possible. The blade slammed into the demon's neck, but stopped before entering even a millimeter. "Originally, I too learned this style, and here I am fighting a water-style wielder. This time you kept the blade, but..." The guy took hold of the tip and smiled. "Come on, cut, I'm standing still." Aika was again very surprised, but she gave in and tried to cut off the enemy's head, but the neck did not give in and there was no progress. Then Tanjiro smiled and began to help her, pressing on the katana, thanks to which it was able to go a little into the neck. "Come on, come on, come on. Put all your strength into it, kill the demon, go." Began to push Tanjiro, grinning heavily as the girl cried and tried to do something. "Still, you're hopeless," the guy said seriously, piercing her neck with his claws. Aika let out her last moan and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Kamado pulled out his katana and stuck it into the girl's stomach. "Well, it's time to go. I've had my fill and plenty of fun." After cleaning the blood from his sword, the demon moved on, passing through the devastation and corpses. During the night, he came to the road he had seen in his visions. He walked down that road and images came to mind that seemed strange to the lad. As morning came, Kamado hid in a cave where he stayed until evening. When he left the cave, he reached a house that made his head ache again. A man in a blue kimono and a mask came out of the house. "Tanjiro, my boy. What is wrong with you?" Urokodaki asked with horror, approaching the boy with a katana in his hand. After a moment Kamado got to his feet with tears in his eyes looked at the swordsman. "Why do I know you? Who are you anyway?" the boy emotionally asked, holding his head. Urokodaki dropped his katana and looked at the guy, trying to figure out what he had become. Tanjiro, on the other hand, rushed at the former Hashira with his sword in hand. The man quickly raised his weapon and blocked the demon's blow before counter-attacking. "Tanjiro, dear, come to your senses, please. Remember your life here, your friends, remember your family, your sister. Remember Nezuko." Kamado loosened his grip and his hands shook. He fell to his knees again and cried, his eyes darkened and he began to hear the voice of a young girl screaming his name. "Run, Master Urokodaki, run. You can't handle me, you can't defeat me, run and find Naruto, talk to him and only him. Teach." The boy's voice broke and the shivering began to subside. The man decided to listen to his student and ran away very quickly while the demon and human in the guy struggled. Urokodaki was stunned by his student's strength, as his blade almost broke from just one blow. Tanjiro's seizure lasted for several minutes. The man's scent could no longer be smelled. He was good at hiding as he knew his student's sense of smell very well. "What is even happening to me? What am I even doing?" Kamado simply walked silently away in the direction of the rather large city where he planned to dwell and feed. This city was far away from the hunter core and was a major trading center where many people flocked to, whose disappearance would be noticed by few. Another month passed. With Kokushibo's help, he was able to find himself a home in an area with the largest market in the city. Finding food and blending in was easy, so the guy started a routine that was interrupted by training and playing with his victims. So one quiet night, Tanjiro walked into the room where Muzan was sitting. "Hello sir," Kamado said, bowing. "Is something wrong?" "Hello Tanjiro. I see you've gotten stronger after training with Kokushibo." Muzan asked. "Of course I have. He said he had nothing more to teach me and that I was stronger than him, so I went on my way." "That's good. I've heard that you've been having visions. You want to tell me? I apologize if this has caused you any inconvenience. What are you? The destruction you left behind, those demon slayers who came to your mess. I'm very pleased with you. This city is just right for you." Kokushibo helped with that. "About the visions, ignore them. If they come again, just let them pass you by. I'll try." Muzan left, leaving Tanjiro alone. On the outskirts of town, he found an abandoned house where he settled down, mostly in the basement, which was quite huge. The first thing Tanjiro did was unwrap the katana Kokushibo had given him. He traveled far outside the village into the forest where he tried it out. Tanjiro realized that it enhanced whatever breathing technique he used, though sun breathing was particularly effective with this katana. Apparently the previous owner had possessed sun breath. Had Kokushibo defeated him? So many questions and no answers. Finished practicing, the boy went home. Arriving at the beginning of dawn, he busied himself with preparations for the next night. The town is a decent-sized town, and there's a lot of life at night as well, though not as much as in the largest settlements. I'm almost 20, so we can start in the courtesan quarter. I don't know why, but there's something familiar about it. As evening fell and the last rays of the sun hid behind the horizon, the newly minted demon went hunting. The first thing he did was wander around the city, all the main streets and small alleyways. After exploring the local neighborhoods, he went to the quarter of the abode of lust and debauchery. Unlike the famous, red light district, here they just provide services, without pathos or anything else. Tanjiro had time to accumulate money during his existence as a demon, as he already had not a small amount, and managed to loot during these few months. Coming to the best establishment, he was taken out the most expensive and best girls of the city. The choice was for all tastes. The eyes were scattered, but the money was enough for three at once, so Tanjiro chose a slender girl with a karate hairdo, a long-legged blonde, and a mulatto, apparently a foreigner, but with a beautiful figure and green eyes that beckoned to pounce. Tanjiro gave the money at once, which pleased the landlady very much. She thought that the guy was a young samurai, since no one knew about the demon slayer, and otherwise he was a criminal who had taken a katana from another person, but with 2 swords, great clothes and shiny skin, he didn't look like a criminal. He was assigned the best bedchamber. Once inside, the door was immediately closed and the girls began to undress. They began to argue, who would be the first to get this handsome man, because when they took off his clothes, they saw a gorgeous body, and not as it usually happens, when you come with a lot of money, but disgusting in appearance. Tanjiro was like a gift to them, muscular, handsome, not disgusting. Tanjiro's thoughts were to get laid and eat them. But while the girls were arguing over who would go first, the boy contacted Muzan mentally. "Sir. Tanjiro here. I'm in town. I decided to go to an elite brothel to enjoy flesh in every sense, but I don't want to eat these girls. I want to make them demons so that they will always be there to satisfy my desires. Is that possible? If that's what you want, I'll allow it. Let them drink your blood and they will reincarnate. They will be weak to begin with as they may not be able to withstand my strength, but eating more humans and also adding your blood to their diet will make them good and strong allies." "I see your point. Thank you, sir." Tanjiro came back to reality and began. "Ladies. If you can't decide who will be first, then I will decide." Morning. Tanjiro took a shower and went to get breakfast to give to the girls too, not just the guest, and bring it to bed. There were already awake girls waiting for him there. "You brought us breakfast, and we have news to tell you," said the blonde Lino. "What is it?" "We're leaving with you." Tanjiro was glad to hear that. Well then, eat, because I ate, and you are hungry in your sleep. The girls kissed the boy and started eating the tasty treats. Sir, please leave them with the memories they had this night, of me and our time together. He heard no reply and the girls had already eaten their breakfast. After that, Tanjiro quickly stabbed the girls' necks, infusing them with very little of his blood. Suddenly, they were seized and began their transformation. Tanjiro used his hands and tentacles to prevent them from screaming. After a short time, they fell silent and passed out. Master, they are motionless. Are they alive? Yes, my boy. They'll be awake by evening and they'll be demons. Tanjiro had rented a room until evening, so there was no hurry. Evening came. The sun was already setting and the girls woke up. I feel like I'm young again, said Lino. Yeah, me too. So much energy, so much strength, replied Scarlet. I agree with you. It feels so good. They had finished their conversation when they saw Tanjiro. The girls threw themselves into his arms. Not now, my sweets. We will still have time to play with you, but now we have to leave. Tanjiro interrupted them. Where are we going? Nisha asked. I'll rent a cabin for us where we can have all sorts of fun. I feel strange. Thirsty, but not for water, but. Let me get this straight. You're demons now. The girls were surprised and stared at the guy in incomprehension. My marvelous stamina is not just my training, Lino. I don't need sleep, I don't need human food, I'm stronger than anyone you've ever met. There's a price to pay for that, too. And what is that? Scarlet asked. Eternal life and youth. Also eating humans. That's the thirst you have. The thirst for human flesh. You're 35, Lino, but look in the mirror at your body. Lino jumped up and stared at herself. God. What is Lino? Cried out her friends. I don't look like I used to. I look stunning, and I'm not tired at all. The others ran over and looked at us. We really have gotten prettier. Scarlet said affirmatively. Are we really going to live forever and stay this young forever? Lino asked. Yes. You can't be killed either. Any injury will regenerate your body in a flash, illnesses will never touch you, but. Tanjiro paused to let the girls concentrate. There is something that can harm all demons. What is that? Nisha asked. Sunlight, wisteria flowers, and demon slayers Kata. He said and pulled out the sword of the sun. Only these things can harm us, everything else is fine with us. The guide put the katana away and walked over to the girls, looking at Lino. You wanted a better life for you and your girlfriends. I made sure you got the most out of it. You have become my girls and I am responsible for you. I won't abandon you, I'll cater to your every whim. Now it's time for us to leave through the window. You will disappear to your mistress, just as I will disappear to you. I can sense everything, but I don't know the flaws of the human body. I am more than grateful to you for such a gift and I am ready to do anything for you and for you. The friends nodded and snuggled up to the boy. Then we're leaving. We'll rent a house and start our new life. The company disappeared. Tanjiro rented a house on the outskirts, far away from people. The owner is a merchant and travels often, having many homes in different cities. This is the one he is least often in and he didn't want it to rot, so he rented it to Tanjiro. He's been here for 5 days and leaves for 6 months of wandering to sell off or buy the goods he needs. Being in town for long, Tanjiro didn't plan on staying long, at least not until they became known, after which they would go elsewhere. When the man was gone, they laid out their belongings, shaded the windows, and went out to hunt. Tanjiro taught them how to take a man without being seen. Mostly young boys and girls were chosen for food. Rare blood was also sought out, which gave even more power to the newly minted demons. After almost a month, his newfound passions were already at the level of the lowest moons, the second lowest, the first lowest, and almost the sixth highest. The strongest was Lino, then Scarlet and finally Nisha. Soon after their adaptation, the girls themselves hunted for victims and brought them to Tanjiro, who after a meal entertained his girls all day until night fell.